Alrighty, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second week of Oceanic Esports Dota League. I am joined once more by one of the players, Fury. How you going, mate? You there?
I'm good. I'm here. Just launched my Red Bull. Got my onesie on. Heaters pumping. Nothing more I could ask for.
Perfect. Oh, it is NZ time for you, so we might be finishing quite late for you. Despite the fact it's 8 PM for us, it'll be 10 PM on the NZ timer. So thank you for staying with us. Thanks for being loyal, and I hope you enjoy the games, because I've seen some... You go.
Games today should be wonderful, right? In both series, we got Power of Friendship versing YGod, which is going to be great. But always like to see YGod do his thing. And then I don't even know what's happening after, actually, but you should. So...
I will help you out. We do have Shadownet, Big Brain Kuro, winner of Season 1 versus Spag and Sons. Honestly, just quietly, Spag and Sons have been the most impressive team to me. They were, 8 or 9 last season, and now, I don't know about you, but I would view them as like a top 4 team right now. They feel very strong. What are your thoughts on Spag?
Well, I feel like I'm a little bit trapped here, because I did go 5 for 45 against them. So, yeah, look, they're pretty good. Like, honestly, they've been playing really well. They're a great little friend circle team. They all play together a bunch. Their teamwork, their gameplay is pretty smooth.
No worries. Well, we will go through that team later on, and yeah, I did kind of trap you there, because despite the fact you were subs, you did have so far the most one-sided game stats-wise. Like, not even just like eyesight-wise. Stat-wise, it was a bit rough. But we will go through the teams. So I'm going to just switch over to Power of Friendship. A team, they haven't really been able to have a great start this season, but as you can see, their team is Short Potato, 9, Spider-Boy, 45, Shifter, their captain, and Auto Chess. I believe they're going to be playing with Vade today, subbing in. I'm not quite sure their position-wise today, where they're going to be playing. But what do you think of this team for Power of Friendship, Fury?
They're an interesting team. I mean, right from the draft itself, they kind of followed their name. They went with the idea of we're all a really good group of friends and we're going to play together. They did have a rough start with Cloudy disappearing. I mean, he was very vital in my mind to their performance in a lot of their scrims, but they're getting better. Like, from the end of Season 1 till now, they're just improving. Every time I see them, there's small things that you notice, like small efficiencies that they're doing better, small, like, deaths that they're reducing, towers that they're actually pressuring, towers that they're defending. Like, they play around objectives much better, and I reckon by the end of the season, they might be a much stronger team than they currently are.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it does hurt, like you said, Cloudy, their number one pick, no less, is no longer playing with them. But we will have to jump into Bokebi, and despite the fact you did call it YGod's team, it is quite a strong team. Obviously, Massaway, Endless, Kess, Game is Hard, backing up YGod, the captain. This team here, I think they've been top 3, top 4 so far. What do you think of BKB?
I actually think they're exceptional. I did say YGod's team, but that was no disrespect for any of the players in the team. I feel like they have insane strength. Their teamwork is actually really good. I feel a lot of captains going into the season, one of the exploits we were looking at was possibly the teamwork. Like YGod, Massaway, they both often play slightly too aggressive, and they still do that a bit, but honestly, they've been playing as a unit a lot more than I expected, at least, and they're really scary. Like, currently, I would say Bokebi is probably posted as number 1 in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the casters, we've obviously formed some early opinions, and we're looking at Bokebi, and we were surprised, because, like you said, YGod, Massaway, there might have been a rift there, but Endless as a pick wasn't what I was expecting for them. Like, I thought YGod and Endless definitely didn't get along. You've been in their pubs, you know how they kind of bicker and argue. And are you surprised as well by how well they're working and how strong they look?
Honestly, like, a little bit, but not really. I think you mentioned Endless. He is super stable. He's an exceptional offlaner. There are very few really good offlaners in odds, so very good pick for YGod. He's got himself in mid, Massaway, and carry. Like, they have an insanely stable core roster. Kess has played with YGod and Massaway a bunch in the past, so he knows how they play already. And then Game is Hard, so I don't know if people know too much about Game is Hard, but he actually is a really solid captain. So I'm not sure if he influences the team that much, but if YGod isn't talking constantly, I know he would be there filling the gaps. And he's pretty smart. He's a smart guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the teams we have noticed about half or six or 7 of the teams have supports as their captain. Like you said, Game is Hard is their POS 5 player. YGod is their mid, obviously. So that definitely could be one of those things you pick up, that you have a captain's voice for major fights, like you decide when you want to play, and then you've got a captain's voice for those little middling ganks, those smokes, those rotations. Do you reckon that's how they do it with Game is Hard and YGod? Do you think that's like a bit of give and take here and there, or do you think YGod just wants to dominate the whole conversation?
I would probably... It's almost definitely give and take. Like, in any team that works well, it's very rare to have one person doing all the communication. Like, everyone should be making calls, and YGod is probably the person who makes the final call in their team, but I'm almost 100% sure that Game is Hard talks, like, plenty, and says what he thinks should be happening.
Fair enough. And I believe we have a draft just about to start. I will send us over there. It's going to be quite slow, purely for the fact that nothing's been banned yet. I only see the Phoenix ban. It's going to be obviously a few minutes before we get some picks in. But what are you expecting to see from these teams? Do you think there's some respect bans that we need to see, or if there's heroes that just can't be picked against these playstyles?
Respect picks... I kind of went... I mean, I versed Bokebi on Thursday, and I definitely had the idea of you can't ban out a single one of their players. Like, You try to ban out Game is Hard, he's still going to have a hero in the pool. You try to ban out any of the other ones, they're still going to have a hero in the pool. So I like the way that Power of Friendship's approach to this. Get rid of strong heroes. Like Phoenix, super annoying to play against. Combos exceptionally well with a bunch of the heroes that Endless loves to play. Like Mars is probably the most prominent example. And then get rid of the Doom. They clearly don't want to first pick it, so they just don't want to verse it at all. Bokebi, however, seemed to have target banned a little bit, maybe, looking at Pos 5. Then again, Grim and Oracle are both very strong right now anyway. They could just be looking to play really good lanes, or set up for Darkseer. That makes sense.
I was going to say, set up for something with a bit of burst, but Grimstroke Darkseer can work. I've seen that as the Pos 5, Pos 3. But it feels like they're banning the power of friendship. They want to ban these fast-paced, save your teammate style heroes, and I think Grimstroke and Oracle are pretty good for that. Obviously, the Oracle being a lot better with that ultimate that resets the fight with the False Promise. So that could be something they're looking at, just because we've seen Power of Friendship. They fight more gank style than they do solo pickoffs.
Yeah, it's on top of that, Oracle himself, if you're ever planning on picking Darkseer, you kind of have to get rid of the hero. Like, you cannot lane Darkseer into Oracle. If you ever have 2 Ion Shells and they feel pressured, you purge an Ion Shell. If you're ever trying to run away as the Darkseer, you just wait for the Surge. So Darkseer himself can, like, naturally just not lane at all against Oracle. So if they were always planning on picking that, which I feel like they were because it was an instant pick, it's pretty standard ban.
Yes. I don't know about your thoughts on this, but Darkseer Barra as a combo, garbage lane, but potentially the most fun Pos 4 gameplay you can have. Obviously with the Surge, you talked about the Surge being purged, etc. But when you can't purge it on the Barra, oh boy, is this man fast.
I remember spamming it back in Atletico days, back when it was absolutely broken. Like, you remember when Surge was percentage based? That was good with Barra. I mean, it's obviously nerfed a little bit now, but it's still super strong. So if they played the Barra in the past, it makes 100% sense that they could play it again. And currently, you already have 2 heroes that aren't actually that good against the Barra and Darkseer combo. Like Veno, if the Barra gets on top of him, he can actually just kill Veno by himself. Tiny, sure, he can deal with the charge, but he's going to be forced to use his spells on a Barra, which he does not want to do, and he's going to be just pushed out of wherever, like, the fight's taking place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it always feels bad. Like, I think this Tiny will probably be a Pos 4, just from how early they picked it, and I don't know if you've been paying attention to the games recently, but I've been told that Tiny has a 6 or 7% win rate in OEDL so far, and the only win was the Calvin mid. Every other time it's played core, it's just been absolutely woefully bad. So you will have to commit all your spells for a Barra. I don't know how you feel about that, but for me, that's a win if I'm the Barra player.
It's definitely a win as the Barra. You just force them to use the spells, back off, charge next, good to go. You know, like, you don't really care if you take a little bit of damage. You just keep annoying everyone. However, looking at the draft, trying to ignore the little 0% win rate tiny thing, because I feel like 3 of them are from my team. We're having a rough time with them, but, you know, we're getting there.
I'm not intentionally throwing you under the bus, but so far your team has played under expectations, so it's hard to bring up stats that favour you greatly. But your last game was really strong. Just like outside of what we're watching today, you looked pretty solid, all things considered, with your full roster.
Thank you. Anyways, back on draft, standard second phase. Every carry is gone. Like, I don't know if you've noticed this, but this is every time I get to this phase, as the drafter, every hero that gets thrown at me, like, the boys all talk in Discord, they're all like, oh, I don't want to verse this hero, oh, I don't want to verse this hero. And I just sit there and I'm like, I want to ban them, but I have to ban 3 carries, because it just always feels you need to, because you're in this state where you're either trying to pick the flex hero, and there are certain heroes that certain carries you can't play them against, or you're trying to pick the OP carry, which means the other team's trying to ban those 18 pick carries that they just don't want to let you have. So every single game, I feel like 6 carries get banned, and it's honestly really annoying.
It helps me as a caster because we see some variance in the actual picks that come up. But as a player, this must sting. Like, a lot of the carries in our league right now are exceptional on 3 heroes and then pretty good on another 3 or 4. There aren't many players that can play 5 exceptionally strong heroes. So I feel like the target bans are just insane. But we have seen Spectre got through, and Spectre as a carry, I feel, is very, very good for dealing with a lot of AoE damage, which is what Bokebi currently has. Not a lot of burst, a lot of slow team fight style gank potential heroes. Do you think this Spectre pick is going to really set up the tempo for Power of Friendship, or is it just going to get run over early?
I mean, it's versing Darkseer Spiritbreaker. It's going to have a good time. Like, it's always going to get plenty of farm, and now they've got an Undying to secure it as well. Like, Darkseer Spiritbreaker are going to have... They'll have her off lane. And Spectre should be able to go through, hit the creeps, just pretty much get free farm. I also think Spectre's just naturally, like, a really good carry in general. You can build him differently. You can go the Radiance build if you're doing really well early. I think it's not that great if you're not. But also you can just build an early drum if your team needs fight. You can rush straight for the Manta to make yourself really strong. You can look to scale late game, like with an early Midas. It's just a solid carry in almost every game right now.
Yeah. Just one thing is you picked up on early Midas. They're back. For what felt like an 8-month window, I think I saw 2 Midases, and that was both on Arc Warden. But that item, it's back. I feel like people like Sven, even I've seen Spectre pickers go over Meteor Hammer, over drums, this Midas. Is that item back to where it was? Or do you think it's just because the game slowed down a bit and you get these neutral items to supplement those stats?
It's kind of a little bit of everything said there. Like, it's definitely way closer to where it used to be. You're getting the same XP as you used to. You're not getting 200 gold anymore, like, but it's pretty much 200 gold. Like, it's almost the same. But the game has naturally slowed down heaps. As much as games are still ending in 30 minutes quite often, the majority of the time that's from one team making big mistakes rather than the other team playing really well. Like, natural Dota progression at the moment, a lot of the heroes you're playing, being able to take buildings easily, being able to defend buildings easily, makes the games go 40 minutes plus, generally. So Midas is just quite strong on pretty much anyone who can get away with it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the POS 3 KP style Ogre with the first item Midas. We haven't quite seen anything as clowny as that yet, but I feel like that item was the reason why Offlane Ogre ever became a thing. And it's a shame because it's so fun to watch. It's like little things like that.
It's almost definitely why Offlane Ogre was possible. And it wasn't even possible. At one point, Offlane Ogre was absolutely insane. Like, you get the Midas, as long as you survive a little bit, you're suddenly hitting 3 items at 20 minutes as an Ogre, and you're like, oh, good to go. Anyways, we have kind of skipped over the draft a little here. All the mid heroes have been banned out. The Puck Lina bans from Bokebi
I think
kind of confused me, actually. Puck makes sense because you don't want him to just screw with the Spirit Breaker, and Lina's in a way the same boat because you have the Yules. Like, he's going to rush Yules, which will mean he can deal with SB. But Lina's also a hero that doesn't want anyone getting on top of him.
Yeah, definitely. I understand the Puck one as well. The Aghanims against Slark is absolutely clowny. Like, the unbreakable tether. And obviously with the Barra you pointed out. But yeah, you're right on this Lina. I feel like with a Slark, with a Barra, I love it when they pick Lina. You just basically charge them on repeat. You pick some level of fast tempo mid. And they go with the Void Spirit, like that exact thing, fast tempo mid. So the Lina ban's a bit strange. And then Batrider obviously has the instant counter. Yeah, why God knows what he's about.
That definitely could have been planned. Power of Friendship loves Void Spirit. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure when I did my draft plan first, Void Spirit was actually first phase ban because I felt it was one of the only mid heroes that they seemed insanely scary with. But instantly Wygod's on is a hero that he absolutely loves, and I'm pretty sure that lane is very bad favored.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost unplayable, and the other side of it is you have 4 melee heroes, and you're up against a Batrider. Like, all 3 of your high tempo cores up against the Batrider. He's going to get this blink, the travels, the drums if he likes that, and the yules, that level of playstyle. I feel like he's just going to run them over. I'm not seeing much of a counterplay to the Y-God Batrider.
I actually don't think Wayward even needs a blink this game. I think you can just go either Boots of Travel drums or drums, Boots of Travel, get an early BKB and just run at people. If you set anything up with SB, like you can just charge. You can always charge people down. You can keep the fight going for a very long time. He has the Darkseer to play with. Going for blink probably puts him in a spot where he's just slightly weaker. Like he'll be able to get jumps, I guess, a little bit easier, but it's most of the time with how fights are going to go, he'll be able to run in anyway. As long as he's making space for Slark, Slark should be able to join later on, and BKB can probably hit a really, really early timing. Like, even with the Slark, he can just join fights once the bat starts creating heaps of space.
Yeah, definitely. I have been told, I think you're having some reverb on your mic. Is there anything issue-wise on your side?
No.
I've checked all my settings.
Other than I can't control my own camera, which I'll have to fix quickly.
Yeah, so you'll have to log out. Why Fury is relogging. I will just quickly go through who's playing what while we hear the absolute spam of the chat wheel. So we've got the Shiftstar, Tiny, obviously Spider-Boy playing this core Venomancer, Spectre, Short Potato, and the Poyo, that is Auto Chess, I believe? Despite the name.
Should be, yeah.
Yeah, on the Undying, and obviously the mid, you've got Vade coming in as their substitute. On Bokebi, Endless, we talked about as the offlane player, playing this Darkseer. Spirit Breaker will be played by Kess. Game is Hard, the pseudo-captain, I want to say, of this team, the Jakiro. Y-God, that mid-Batrider, which I think we're going to see a lot of work in this early game. And then last of all, Massaway coming in with this Slark pick. Are you back with your mic, with your fixed?
I have no idea how to fix my mic, to be honest. Give me a second, actually. All my mics reset. I might just be using the wrong microphone.
If you're using the webcam mic, I've done that. I'd rather not say how many times.
It does appear I may not have been using the correct microphone. Do I sound nicer now?
We'll see in 3 minutes. You've sounded fine to me the whole time. But quote Martino, one of the your old players, our old teammate, you're under a submarine. So
I was likely just using my microphone, my webcam mic for some reason. But we are good now. I'm in game. I hope I sound great, and I can actually see everything.
That's perfect. And unsurprisingly, I've seen Vade. He's come into the lane with a magic stick. He already is ready for this abuse that's coming his way.
That's definitely standard. If you ever go to lane, like if you know that the Batrider's mid and you don't have a magic stick, that's most definitely griefing, because he has to play the Siki Napalm way. He can't not spam Siki Napalm. He has to try push you out with it. He has to use it to help secure CS and actually zone you. So you're going to get so much mana, so much HP from it.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see, like, he's reset 9 charges now, and Vade hasn't even had to use his E to last hit. Obviously, he hasn't been in range to actually get the last hits anyway. But all in all, not a terrible thing for him right now. Just sitting on infinite mana for the lane.
For sure. Interesting note on bottom. Darkseer has managed to get 7 out of 7 last hits so far. Now, Darkseer can secure a lot of CS with the double Iron Shell and just like sitting in the wave. But as the carry, you should at least be denying a couple, and you should be able to zone him a little bit. Like, level 1 Iron Shell is 24 damage. It's not that much. It's 48 DPS a second, assuming you can hold 2 Iron Shells. The carry should almost always be able to get a few denies there.
Yeah, and like you said, he's now 12 last hits, so the next wave as well, very clean for Endless. And it's not like Kess can win him this lane. We didn't really talk about it, but Spirit Breaker level 1 Greater Bash up against a Strength Sapping Undying is very sad. Like, that is just not a fun playstyle. So this is all Endless. Endless has just played 3 waves perfectly.
Endless God. Just beast mode in the bottom.
Yeah, I mean...
Quick note for the Spirit Breaker as well. As much as he is getting bullied by the Undying, he did manage to block the small camp. He I'm assuming Undying blocked the large champ, unless that was actually in range. It might be in the camp.
I think it is. No,
it's not. It's not. I didn't think it would be. So they're both just blocking up the camps, making sure no one can pull, which
hey, look at this.
is really well played by the SV.
Yeah.
It puts Darks here in a spot where he's going to get plenty of farm here.
Definitely. I mean, he's going to get another full wave while Auto Chess just has a little bit of a battle with Kess here. And I think this is fine. Endless is going to get his levels. I understand Short Potato is going to get his, but Endless, quite low, and Auto Chess heals himself. Okay. Yeah, on the other lane, though, Short Potato, 15-0. We talked about the mid quickly. Wygod's 15-5 up against the 8-0. But this is to be expected, I feel like, for this lane.
It's almost definitely. Like, once Void Spirit's he's now got level 3, so he has Dissimulate and he has Aether Remnant, so he's probably not going to die unless he makes a bad mistake, but it's very difficult for him to actually get lots of farm.
Yeah. I feel like he could be using his spells a bit here more. Like, I know you don't want to use that Aether Remnant, but he's not even using the Pulse, and he's got 21 charges. But bot lane, we're going to see Endless. He's a bit greedy, and Kess wasn't there to save him.
Nice kill by Power of Friendship. And also a nice wave on top. We got the toss onto tower, but the tower's hitting creeps.
Oh, Massaway just jumps out in time. That was quite a nice toss from Shifter as well. He has the boot start, so it's not surprising he's getting these kind of attempt to pick off. But it's so hard to see, and you're going to see another gank in the mid lane. This is a no Dissimulate as well. He's got 4 seconds. He has the wand, but Wygod does get in time. We're going to see the Spectre die in case, but Vade is going to be the one we're going to have to follow because he's just getting whacked under tower over and over again. 7 sticky. I think this is the last auto attack. And Vade just dies to Wygod. And this is pretty much how this lane's going to look from now on.
Pretty sure Vade could have dropped an Aether Remnant there. He probably would have died to the attack from Bat anyway, but he should have been able to get that kill back. Bottom lane, Undying gets died on the tower.
Yeah,
something I wanted to talk about quickly, when the Tiny tossed back the Slug, it wasn't only good because they got a free, 600 damage on Slug. He actually made Gamers Hard move off the pull, so they missed a pull, and Veno has been sitting here just in front of his tower for the last almost a minute and a half, just free farming creeps while Slug can barely get experience.
Yeah, he's at level 4 now already. That's very good for the offlane. For the fact he has no kills as well, so this is basically just free XP for him.
Yeah, chat does not seem happy with me.
Yeah, I don't know what it is though. So I've tried everything. I don't have you coming through twice. It's just, I don't know what's happening with the robotic sounds, but we're going to have to watch Kess and Auto Chess have a bit of a fight. A very weak and slow fight nonetheless.
He still has charge, but Spectre's coming over.
I think he might die for this. If he's not careful, Kess is quite low on health as well, but they're going to get Auto Chess first, and now they're going to turn around on Short Potato after the barrow goes down. Top lane, we are going to miss Spider Boy as well. We might have to switch over to Spider Boy dying, and no one wants the bounty room. They just want Shifter instead. Wygod, he has the lasso. He's going to get a free pick, and Massaway gets some more stats with that permanent agi.
And thrown straight back into the creep wave. Massaway being helped out a little bit. Top bounty did get left by Wygod though. He didn't pick it up before returning to mid. Seems a little interesting. He does have 2 bounties bottom there, so he still will be able to fill his bottle.
They can see
and Gamers Hard will find it.
Yeah. It wasn't just completely left, but I feel like he could have filled up his bottle. One of the small plays here and there. And they're actually going to leave Endless. He bought a bottle to try to pick up the rune, and he just straight up gave it to Auto Chess.
Wait. Oh, yeah? That works?
What did you do?
No, Endless giving away the rune.
And Kess under tower again. I feel like Kess is underestimating how much health he actually loses to Auto Chess. He's just getting chased down by Short Potato now. He's got charge. He's going real quick towards Vade right now, but he's going to give up. Still though,
he's getting away.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot of time on both Kess and also the Power of Friendship bot lane to not really get much done. Endless is happy with 36 last hits, and obviously Short Potato has 40. We're going to see top laner dive though, Massaway. He goes down to the Haunt, And I think this is going to be most of the tier 1, if not all of it now for them.
Nice one in from Short Potato, getting him straight onto the top lane as well. They have the catapult, so...
Oh, game is hard. Thrown up in the air. Spider Boy, he doesn't really have that much to actually keep brawling. So he kind of has to just juke and jive. Doesn't realize Barry's going to come in. Kess is probably going to clean up Spider Boy if anyone else comes in. And we're going to see what looks like Massaway not get any stats, unfortunately. But Shiftstar, he's alone. Did they catch him?
No, I don't think they'll be able to. And Spiritbreaker didn't have charge for a while there. Tower did go down, and Spectre's now reset. Okay, I was about to ask if he was going for a Necro book, because the Spectre actually bought 2 Sage's masks, but he does just go Drom. Much more standard. I would have been a little confused if he went for the Necro.
Wygod, oh, they miss all their spells, and they're actually going to lose their heroes for it. I think this is going to be Shifter dying as well into that fire. Wygod, though, he's going to have 140 health to get out. And they're going to leave Kess and Game is Hard to clean up Spider-Boy on the backline. This is a bit of a disaster. They've just lost 2 cores in your POS 4, and you didn't even kill Wygod for it.
Man, that was... They should have been able to get bat there. The bash on Tiny, so he didn't get his stick off. Like, he got bashed, and then lost it before the stun finished, so he didn't manage to get stick off. He couldn't waste any more attacks. And then the Venom actually missed his attack uphill, leaving the Bat Rider on like 70 health and no more poison touch. He likely would have gone down if that attack had hit, and he managed to get another ward off.
Yeah, definitely. It's just so unlucky, because he talked about the build for Wygod as well. He's got that Boots of Travel and 150 gold, which pretty much makes him a global presence in these team fights. And that is so hard to deal with when you're not really killing him at all. He's sitting at top of the net worth pretty comfortably, by about 800 now. And as I say it, Bokebi take all 3 top net worths at the same time.
All 3 top net worths with a draft that runs at you versus a draft that struggles to defend people running at you. Like, Veno, he's not going to be able to defend himself. Spectre, he's not going to be able to defend himself. Tiny is the one hero on their team. Well, Tiny and Void Spirit, the 2 heroes on their team that have to try turn everything. Every time this Bat Rider goes forward, every time the Spirit Breaker goes forward, Void Spirit and Tiny have to be ready. If they're not, their entire draft is just going to get pulled to pieces.
Yeah. And speaking of their entire draft, they're committing both their cores in the mid lane right now. That's how scared Vade is, that he has to have Short Potato sitting behind him at some points. Although you're still having issues, I believe chat's not liking the sound of your mic. I'm just going to try changing our Discord. Just 1 second while we do this. Hopefully nothing is happening while I talk through... Alright, Fury, we're back, and we're actually going to see a fight pick up right as I look away. Luckily, my Massaway's going to clean up. Does he get out, though? Short Potato doesn't actually have the Spectral Dagger for a bit. He does get a kill, but I think he's going to go down for it with that Dissimulate coming through. And double kill for Vade there. A nice little cleanup for them. That was a much-needed fight. Even if it's a 2 for 2, they definitely need the money to go to Vade.
They don't manage to get the bounty rune on Shifter, though he will be able to get the safe one, and Veno TP's in mid to defend that tower. But Power of Friendship, utilizing Haunt, getting 2 kills. Undying did kind of kill himself. He cancelled his decay, thinking the Slug would dodge it, and then died before he could actually cast it. Even so, Power of Friendship, they're at least achieving something. They counted 1 gank. Now, Massaway will be forced to farm somewhere else other than top. He kind of wanted to get out of this top side anyway, so... And dying there puts him in a spot where he's like, okay, decision's made for me. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the problem with this musical lanes that they're doing, you talk about like switching lanes here and there, Spider-Boy coming into the mid lane, they're not farming as well. And like the 4k net worth lead is only getting more ridiculous towards Bokebi. Like, we can look here, it's just a downward spiral straight up for them. And you even have Shifter having to take the dead lane while Massaway farms right on top of him. It's looking quite scary for Power of Friendship right now. And Kess is going to come in. I don't know where he's going to go. This is not the charge you want to be doing.
They can't get the toss back to tower though, so Kess will just take solid 800 damage to the Tiny. And give me 1 second, it sounds like I'm still getting grief, so I'm going to unplug and replug in my...
Yeah. I don't know what it sounds normal on my side, but chat is absolutely rolling on Fury right now. The poor man. We were having a perfect stream, but now Fury, he's stuck in the submarine. He's just going to reset his mic while we basically watch 8 heroes ponder in the mid lane. I don't believe anything massive's going to come here. But on the other side, WiGod, he's actually got the Surge. They're going to look for Short Potato here, I believe. And he has a TP out, so he has to hold this Flaming Lasso, but he's going to use it anyway. Where is Kess? He's going to come from about 2,000 units away. So this is pretty much an impossible kill now. And now it's whether or not WiGod can get out without losing any health.
Instant rotation from Shifter does force Sparrow to, like... WiGod knew he had to lasso early.
Well, Kess gets blown up. Endless as well is quite weak, but they're going to get a lot of the damage over time coming from Game is Hard. This is just an awkward fight. Shifter gets healed up.
Righto looking at Tiny.
Vade, is he going to come back in? I think they're going to clean up WiGod for that. And Tombstone in the Roche pit doing a lot of work in that team fight. Really separating the heroes. On Bokebi.
Lovely Tombstone placement. They managed to win that fight without Haunt as well. That's actually a really big fight for Power Friendship. They're going to be able to pressure the mid tower now, which cleans up. Like, it opens so much space into the jungle. I would like to see Bokebi... Oh, okay. They're not going to need to defend it. Everyone's just running away. They're not going to try to force it at all with the Venom. But we do have a charge on top. Kiss just being annoying the Spectre.
Yeah, I like this from Kess, by the way. He's building a drums. The item of the patch, let's say. I feel like pretty much everyone is building it up. Like, we've got one on Massaway. WiGod was going to build one up, but he's thought better of it. Short Potato has one. Is Drum OP right now? What are your thoughts on this Fury?
Drum is very cheap, very strong, especially for one, like, having at least one on the team. On Spirit Breaker, I mean, I'm sure you know this, but it's even stronger, right? You get the Surge from the Darkseer, you activate your Phase Boots, you activate the Drum, and you're suddenly, like, you get that percentage move speed boost. So you're already running at, like, 800 move speed plus. And then you get that percentage boost, and you suddenly push yourself over the 1,000 mark. It does a lot of work.
Yeah, I think without any other items, and if you have max charge, max bulldoze, you get to 1280, I want to think is the movement speed. So I think that's the level.
I'm going to assume you've played it and you know that, because I have no idea what the exact numbers are. I just know he's a speedy boy. He does lots of damage.
Yeah, the problem I have with Barrow right now is, like, you're so fast, but until you get max bulldoze, I feel like the hero just doesn't feel as good as it should. I know that's weird to say as like a tanky pos 4 that literally has one job to charge, but I think there's just something wrong with him right now.
Mid lane?
Yeah,
Why doesn't manage to get the catch on Void?
Oh, and we're going to see a fight pick up. Vade gets cleaned up during this Flaming Lasso. I think Spider-Boy missed every single hero there. But WiGod's pretty safe right now. Kess does die in the backline. But they're going to get auto chest potentially. He is quite tanky on this Dirge, 600 health. They might have to think better of it. They toss him back. But Massaway's right there. They toss him straight into him. He's going to get that Agi stack most likely. He gets off the Shadow Dance. And now it's just a clean-up crew coming out from Bokebi. Can they all get out? Spectre gets thrown back in though. And WiGod does get the clean-up on the backline for Shiftstar with that damage over time from Flame Break. Quite a sloppy fight, both sides around, but 2-0 to Bokebi. They get the stats they wanted. They get the kills. They didn't have to commit too much. So definitely a win for Bokebi there.
It's really, really good initiation for Bokebi as well. They managed to force the Dissimulate with the Batrider, straight into the charge ulti, charge chain stun by the Spirit Breaker ulti, perfectly chain stun by the Lasso as well. So he could never get his jump off. And Power of Friendship was not able to rotate in time to actually save him. It's the perfect target for Bokebi if...
Sorry, we're going to have to stop with Fury. I'm going to try to change a few Discord settings once more. Let's see if this one works. In 3 minutes, we'll get to see if people are complaining. But top lane, we're actually going to see Short Potato. Does he get bashed? Oh, WiGod actually pushed him away with the Flame Break, so Kess couldn't get lucky there. And in the mid lane, there's going to be another fight. Shadowblade is up from Massaway.
Slow on the sentry from Shifter. They couldn't get any vision on the Slark, so he managed to get that move speed and get away. And Kess held his drum. He got this drum and he didn't use it for the Spectre kill. I'm sure that one extra attack, that little bit of extra damage, would have been enough to get rid of him. Like, give you that 17%.
I mean, the secret is, just as a barrier player to a support player, if you ever play it, you just got to scream bash so no one else on your team can hear anything. But we're going to see Spider-Boy run into what feels like an absolute disaster gank for them. Masaway, he does have the Shadow Dance, so he's going to be safe there. The backline, though, Wygod is kind of just waiting for it. He doesn't actually have Firefly. They do just pick up 2 for that. They luckily get Short Potato out, who is still trying to build up towards this Radiance. I feel like that's going to come too late, this Radiance pickup.
Radiance on the Spectre, almost definitely. To be honest, I feel if you're going Radiance, especially with this sort of aggressive draft, you kind of have to get it early. Like, he should be playing right now to just be strong enough to fight, help his team. When they jump in and he haunts, he's deleting the target that's stunned instantly with a Manta or something similar.
Yeah, he's going to get away from this charge, however. But yeah, I think you're right. I think the Manta right now would have felt pretty good. Just with the amount of AoE damage with that dispersion coming through, you really could separate these team fights with that Haunt, plus if Vade gets on top of someone, he's going to have the Ag soon-ish. 2 and a bit K gold off. Where I don't know if they're going to have these items ready before the next Roshan fight, I believe is the next target that Bokebi will look for after this tier 1.
Bokebi's, honestly, they're just going to run at you. They're going to keep going for kills. They're going to keep diving like this, but they do get the tiny stun onto 2.
God, Masaway's fast. Oh my god. Oh, how do you catch this man? If you don't have the sentries down, they're going to smoke though. Do they have? They have wards on auto chess, and they've got dust on the tiny. It is not the easiest pick in the world though for this smoke gank. Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. They should almost definitely just be waiting for Tiny Blink. Like, yeah. Void Spirit without the Ags, he doesn't have a Yules to sit up, they don't have a Blink on Tiny, and they're the only heroes that can catch. They're purely doing this, assuming they can Astral Step in, Aether Remnant catch someone, and then follow up before Bokebi can actually defend it.
Yeah.
And that is very unlikely.
Yeah, it was a failed smoke in the end, but I think they were lucky not to lose anyone. They have a fight coming up here. Wygod jumps into the middle of them, so does Kess. Wygod's going to get absolutely deleted by that burst damage coming through from Shiftstar. But they're going to keep fighting anyway. Masaway's going to look for Shiftstar Jr. I think that's a free kill on the Tiny. And on the back line, Kess is going to get cleaned up by Vade. Potentially. Short Potato doesn't quite find him though. And now it's a matter of if Masaway can get on top of these heroes, because they are in full retreat mode right now. And Short Potato gets stuck on the cliff to the pounce. He's stuck up there as well. 5 seconds on the pounce. Short Potato might be able to get out, but no, he doesn't have a TP. He just uses the trusty shovel. I don't know why. And 100 health coming through. Masaway's going to hunt for him, but I don't know if they have vision. Vade, on the other hand, is going to get hit by the Ice Path. Masaway does find Short Potato as well, and this is going to be a very long 4-for-0 fight, or 4-for-1 with Wygod dying. But they're continuing it anyway. I don't know about this one. Shifts is going to come in, try to clean up Masaway. Vade, however, does have Dissimulate up. He's going to dodge that spell, and on the backline we're seeing Masaway coming through with the 37 stolen Agi, getting up towards 40 now. He's hitting for nearly 300 Fury. This is... Oh, it's a bit long of a fight, but there's nothing you can really do there.
Hitting for nearly 300 and hitting very, very quickly. Now, hopefully, I've fixed my mic issue. I've just plugged in my headset one.
I think it might be me, honestly.
I'm 100% sure. No, it's almost definitely not you. It'll be my mixer
Someone's
being weird, but I don't know how to fix it mid-game, so apologies for that. But thank you for carrying me through that fight.
Oh, boy.
I mean, Slot going crazy. Life is good for Bokebi.
Yeah, these fights are just so sloppy, and sloppy fights with a Slark just feel absolutely impossible to deal with. And I'm being told it is me, Fury. I think you might be off the hook.
Ah, well.
I don't know why.
I haven't. My headset mic should be all right.
Yeah. Just check your sound settings and look at this, man. I love having.
Oh, I got in.
Oh, Short Potato is going to get picked up by the Flaming Lasso. We will have to fix the sound quality later because Short Potato is jumped on, no Haunt, no anything to get out of there, and he's just dying again. That's the 3rd death for him without his Radiance being built up.
he is playing in Bokebi's face, so this is something that's really difficult to do, but Power of Friendship, they need to be sending the heroes that can push waves
Do they find shifts again?
away from Bokebi.
Massaway, he's in the middle of nowhere. I don't think he cares. He still has 20 stats from God knows which fight because they just keep going on and on again. And another one goes down, Spider-Boy. Massaway just does not care.
Jungle being run out by Wygod as well.
Wygod does get him as well. You're right. This is just disaster fight. It's going to look about 15k net worth all said and done. Massaway even finds a D ward to add insult to injury there. And I believe, having reset every bit of my sound check on OBS, we might sound normal, Fury.
Whoa, that's the biggest play of the entire tournament so far, honestly. But Wygod's jumping it again.
Auto chest, he's gonna die. He actually can't do anything. Oh,
it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to stop this, but Power of Friendship, they need to group up a bit more, and they need to just try secure little bits of farm. Try secure one small kill, like get some wards up, play around their own vision. And play less, super ungreedy, you know? BKB, all of them can just run at you every time you step lane.
Speaking of run at you, Wygod doesn't care! Oh my god, look at this madman.
Chained up by Massaway as well, and nicely done by Bokebi. They will get tiny hit, almost definitely.
Yeah, and there's going to be another cleanup there. It's whether or not Spider-Boy gets out. But is this all she wrote? I feel like it's almost too late to actually come back in this game.
They have Spectre. He's almost finished Radiance. We can wait for that fight. The blink is up on Tiny. BKB can dive too far. Like, if they dive too far, they can be punished. It is plausible, but yeah, it's unlikely. We've got the Surge Spirit Breaker with the Phase Boots, with the Bulldoze running top so quickly. Spectre couldn't have TP'd out if he tried.
I don't know what he's doing here, though. They actually just got the tier 3 anyway, but Kess just didn't want to bar it.
Kess is just screwing with Short Potato, right? Like, the only possible way Power of Friendship actually wins this is off the back of Spectre somehow getting farm, somehow getting big enough that he starts carrying these fights. And he is going for this Radiance. Slowing that Radiance down by a minute just gives just Batrider, the Slark, the Darkseer all that more time to just run around and kill people. Get a Roshan, get a tower, but probably just run around and keep killing Power of Friendship, and then you just naturally get buildings.
Yeah, and it's going to get even worse. We're seeing the Ags come in. I don't know where he's charging, but someone's going to get jumped on. It potentially looks like Vade, who does get to dissimulate off, but he's going to get out in time. Massaway doesn't quite clean up with that pounce. Kess, on the other hand, doesn't really care. He's going to frontline this. Oh, this 5-man Deathball Dota coming in from BKB is looking really strong right now.
It does look very scary, and Power of Friendship, they have some form of ability to play against it. Spectre's now again stuck in bottom, however, he doesn't have his TP. He used his TP to get down here, and Batrider's just making sure that no one can farm creeps. Power of Friendship, though, they have this blink on Tiny, so we saw them smoke before they had it. Oh, 3-man Ice Bath in mid.
Oh mate, this is massive. Massaway, he's going to get another kill on Spider-Boy. They do get the Yules up, however. I believe that was Game is Hard's Yules. And Auto Chess is going to go down without getting the ulti. Wygod, on the other hand, finds Vade. He has Dissimulate and Astral Steps. So they do combo him pretty much perfectly to make sure he dies there. And this is before his Ags. He was probably about 100 gold off before he died there. I didn't quite see his net worth.
It does seem Spectre's been found on bot. He has a TP, but there's no way he gets out. There's a Yules on bat. Even if he wanted to. It's never going to work.
Oh, he gets the haunt off. We're in mid lane where Massaway's going to try to kill him. We're back to bot lane and he dies to Wygod. Oh, man. Short Potato was making my ob skill go to work there, having to watch 2 fights at once, where it was just him dying both sides.
Yeah, I was trying to make it sound possible for Power of Friendship, but with Short Potato dying again, there's still 600 off Radiance, their mid-tier 2's going down. BKB can easily just take the top towers if they want to. They could just backdoor tier 1, take Roche.
Yeah.
And Power of Friendship is pretty much stuck in their base now. They need to somehow get this Ags on voice for it. Actually, they can afford the Ags on voice for it, so they've got that.
Ooh, do they?
And Spectre, 600 off Radiance. if he can somehow farm it, they can try to take a fight, but it is going to be difficult.
Yeah,
Like, it is going to be so difficult.
Dota is telling me it's 100% Fury. Dota Plus doesn't lie. They're saying
Dota
it is.
Plus
Or
does not calculate throws.
Auto chess is going to die as well, and I feel like to throw from here, they have to dive the tier 4s slash the base. It's whether or not... I'm not saying Bokebi won't do that, but I think that's the limit that you have to do to lose this game.
Yeah, they have to go pretty deep, but they have Darkseer, so some Surge, Boots of Travel, Bat Rider that wants to fly at kids might just end up in the fountain.
Yeah.
It is plausible.
He has the Octarine Core in 600 gold. I believe this will be one... Nope, it's his wards. And they're going to find Spectre here? I think they are. Oh, no. You talk about this Radiance, man. It's 100 gold off, but they're going to kill him before he actually buys it. And now he might have to commit the buyback to save this fight. But they're going to have Vade jump back in. That's the Ags reveal. And it does absolutely nothing. And they call GG before the fight even ends.
The GG call is there, and very, very clean by BKB. They played the lanes great. Their draft was much easier to play than Power of Friendships. I'm not a big fan of the Veno at all, especially leaving Slark in. Like, Slark can just get through the lane. Just clean all around. Power of Friendship had moments. They definitely still need to clean things up a bit more. Like, if they get that tiny, like, wait for that tiny blink, let shift to farm a bit, and then play with the heroes that they actually have. Like, Veno's a strong hero early on when they're getting the tower. Really well played. They used the Haunt, they got that tower, and they're playing with their strong hero. After that, they don't have an easy way to control the map, because Spirit Breaker, Bat Rider, Darkseer, they're just going to run at you. They're always going to try push you out of wherever you want to be. So they kind of had to wait until they hit a hero to make a play. Like, Void Spirit could have just gone Yules early. Makes it slightly easier. Bat Rider steps too far, you can catch him. Tiny needs to get his blink, they can smoke with that, and they can actually try to achieve things. But without being able to make any plays, the run at you Dota just becomes absolutely untouchable.
Yeah, you're definitely right. You got it nail on the head. We did see some times why God did overextend and die for it, but I feel like it didn't happen enough. You're talking about they had Shift Soul on the Tiny, they had Undying, which is a pretty terrible rotation hero. So the game, I felt like, had to be on Shifter, and he was just getting cleaned up on this Tiny because he couldn't do enough. He wasn't able to be in every place at once. This draft kind of fell flat because of this very defensive 5 with the very defensive Spectre, and they didn't really get off to the right start and never caught back up. But we will take a 5-minute break, I want to say, and we will be back for Game 2. Thanks everyone for being so patient with the sound issues. I still don't know what they were, but I promise Game 2 will be clean. But they're going to have Vade jump back in. That's the Ags reveal, and it does absolutely nothing, and they call GG before the fight even ends. Alrighty then, we are back once again. We're going to be jumping in with Game 2 very shortly. But before we do that, Fury, I've got to ask, where do you think Game 2 is going to go? Do you reckon it's going to go 1-1 or 2-0 towards Bokebi?
It's going to speaking. They're almost definitely going to get the 2-0, but I want to see Power of Friendship just try to do some more stuff as a team. Like, try to get it away from this letting themselves getting just outskilled in all the 1v1s, because that's kind of what was happening. As much as the draft of BKB was to run at people like that, they have, like, a lot of the engagements that were happening were Wygod just running in by himself, or Massaway just going for someone, or Kess just charging in, and it puts them in a lot of situations where Power of Friendship just needs to not be caught in those spots by themselves as well. If one hero can run at you, and you know that hero's in the space, you have to be slightly more grouped up, or not there. So I just want to see Power of Friendship try to achieve something slightly more as a team. Make some more organized plays, try to think about how to abuse Bokebi's over-aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, definitely. So basically what you're saying is you want them to actually live by their name. Because we didn't really see that many 5-man fights from them. You said it right. I think Endless vs Short Potato, it went even. And in an even carry versus offlane, the offlane usually does more. But you talk about Wygod absolutely felt like he ran over Vade in that mid lane. And then obviously Massaway went hack. There's nothing else to it. He just pretty much got to do whatever he wanted that game. And I feel like they could get away with a sneaky win here. BKB are going to come in quite arrogant, quite greedy in their picks, I feel, because they had such a dominant Game 1 performance. And if they come in with something, like you said, nice team fight, some clean, crisp ganking ability, I reckon they could snake a game here. It won't be clean. It won't look good for anyone involved, but I reckon they could definitely do it.
It's definitely a possibility, especially, I think your biggest note there is it's likely that Bokebi is going to come into this game more arrogant than they were in Game 1. As much as you try to keep yourself super focused, keep everyone on the team super focused, and respect every single play that your opponents are making, the second you get that idea in your mind, hey, we're better than these guys, or hey, they're making mistakes, let's punish those mistakes, you do start playing slightly more risky Dota. So if Power of Friendship pulls it together, Bokebi plays slightly too aggressive in a couple of key moments, you could definitely see them getting a Roshan, getting a Rax, taking a game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we got to be positive, right? Because, like you said, there might be an issue of Bokebi being higher skilled individually in these games, and in such a weird fashion with this drafting system we did with the lottery, some of these teams haven't properly formed yet. So we're basically seeing what individual skills these players have, and only some of the teams have actually executed these team fights perfectly. And I think we're going to see now, like, even just looking at the bans, Bokebi, they went with rather standard ones, but Power of Friendship, they're like, nah, I don't want to see it. Darkseer, get out of my life. We're going to pick Tusk, and we're going to try to brawl you. This is good to see, honestly.
Yeah, it also means that Phoenix Mars is open, which is something that Bokebi have played a few times in the past, and they chose to go for the tiny over it. So, as much as we've been seeing this tiny lots, what's its win rate sitting at now?
Honestly, after that one, it's not looking good, but I don't have the stats in front of me because I didn't think I was going to get put on the spot.
Statman Cack without the stats. Alright.
Well, I mean, this is why I bring in analysts these days, because I don't have the stats in front of me. I have them somewhere. Like, I've written them all down, but I wasn't prepped and ready. I was too busy, making sure my sound was crisp and yours wasn't, clearly. But yeah, you're right. You talked about the Mars, you talked about the Phoenix, but they're going to go with Disruptor instead. Quite a nice hero. I know this is one of your favorites. Give us some thoughts about how you want to fill out the draft with a Disruptor pick.
It's pretty much the same as they did last time. Oh, you need a good early game. So one of Disruptor's big weaknesses is if you fall behind, your gameplay essentially falls to tower defense. You can punish the enemy because they want to hit your tower while they're winning. As they run away, you try to pick someone off. But if you're ahead, it's even worse than... Like, it's even scarier than the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker charges you across map. Disruptor's just constantly dragging you back into them. So you just can never step anywhere at all. It's naturally really good with Tiny. Tiny's a really early game orientated hero. Like, lanes don't matter as much, but when it gets to those early fights, you got high burst. You have a hero that runs in, and the instant reaction of the enemy is, we have to run away. And that sets Disruptor up a lot. On top of that, one downside here is they're versing Tusk. Now, Tusk is a natural... It goes both ways, but a natural Disruptor counter. You can cancel that Glimpse with Snowball. So you can grab your ally, Snowball onto a creep, dodge the Glimpse completely. However, Veno, I don't think... I'm really not happy with Power of Friendship opening this Veno again. I know they love it. I know they think it's a great hero in the offlane. But it always sets up for a draft that lacks initiation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we see a lot, like, that's why Centaur, Legion, those style of heroes are picked, because those offlane initiators are so crucial. And now you're going to say, like, you talked about Tusk being the savior on the Disruptor Glimpses. You're now going to have this Tusk be the initiator. And I know you play at POS 5, so you must hate being the initiator. But unless they pick some really tanky mid lane or really tanky carry, they're going to have to rely on this Tusk to get an early Blink Dagger, to somehow find nice snowball pickoffs. Because like you said, it could just be another one of those games, they pick up Disruptor on Bokebi and they just try to run over your head. Also, just quietly, you know how you talked about 6 carry bans? Bokebi are showing absolute confidence in themselves and not even banning that many carries. They went for Phoenix and Jakiro.
Leaving everything in the pool, same for Power of Friendship. They've gone Legion and Storm. Legion does seem... it seems like an awkward ban, because once again you have the Tuskar to go with, like, to counter it, but because you've picked this Veno, you've in a way forced yourself to get rid of purges. I mean, I feel like that's why they've banned the Legion. They want to purge off. They don't want Bokebi purging off the Gale, which does mean the Veno's possibly a POS 5 instead of a POS 3, which I would be slightly more happy with, but even so, I don't think the hero is that good unless it's later picked into a pretty good Veno game.
Yeah. I don't know, I feel like you said it right. This Veno offlane just doesn't feel to be working. They are trying to pick comfort heroes. I believe that's the reason why. And they go with the Void as well. Another hero that kind of requires some damage on the outside. Definitely doesn't combo that well with Venomancer, I feel. Unless you get a massive amount of AoE damage coming out of the Poison Nova. The Chrono, like, no one's going to die in that Chrono. Unless you get a nuking mid lane hero.
Yeah. I mean... Oh, I do not like just flaming picks, but...
You're going to?
This Void... I mean, I don't understand. To be honest, in my mind, I'm looking at this... Sure, you have to pick 15, 17 as Power of Friendship here. So you have to pick a hero that you're happy just playing into anything. So Void is a decently standard carry that can just play his game. And they have banned Legion, they have banned Storm, which are 2 heroes that could be pretty annoying as the Void. However, you've picked it into a Tiny and a Disruptor. Not only does Tiny have... Like, he is built around being a natural initiation hero, yeah? You rush that Blink. First item, you do 1000 damage and someone follows up. So you're already versing one hero that can burst you early on. Yeah. Until you have at least one defensive item, Tiny +1 will kill you. You're already versing Disruptor. So you ulti, Disruptor fields ulties you try run away, your Glimpse field ultied, and you don't have a counterplay. So you're forced instantly, you've 15 picked this Void, and you're instantly forced into a BKB game.
Yeah,
Like,
and just
very early BKB game. And then one more hero that just offers random AoE control. Like, Void is going to have a hard time.
yeah, I think this is going to be the saddest Chronos we've seen this tournament. Like, he's going to Chrono somebody and then just get hit by a Terrorize and run 3Ks away. But they do go with the Warlock, so we talked about that AoE damage being crucial for them if they want to have these Brawl-style lineups. Poison Over plus Fatal Bonds does do quite a bit of damage, but you need to be perfect with this execution. So I'm hoping Power of Friendship got this.
It needs good execution, but I didn't actually say it because I didn't think they were going to do it, but if there was a pos 5 to make this Void pick slightly better, I feel like they should have picked the Warlock first. But if there was a pos 5 to make this better, Warlock actually makes the Veno strong with the Chrono. Because of the way the bonds work, the Veno ulti, as long as you catch a couple of people, as long as Veno ulti's caught on a couple of people, your damage is much, much better. So, I like the Warlock pick. I actually like it a lot. It means they have still limited control. They only have the Void and the Tuskar, but they do have 24 picks. They can pick a nice counter pick to mid and hope that they can give it some form of lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, the downside is going to be, you saw the Ember got banned already on Vade. Quite exceptional, that hero. We saw last game that they really didn't put up a good fight with his Void Spirit. Zeus is banned. Storm, Queen of Pain, both banned. There aren't many heroes that I actually think Vade is exceptionally good on to actually last pick here. That's going to save this draft. I feel like this draft is going to be very reliant on Warlock Fatal Bonds with massive Chronospheres. You could still make it work. Obviously, Morphling is a hero that can die if he makes a mistake. But it's going to be so hard for Vade here to round out this draft on his mid pick.
Yeah, I still see two heroes. I'm not 100% sure if they'll fit perfectly like after we've seen Bokebi's last pick, but Void Spirit is still pretty good. Like, if you can get a good lane for it, it can go off. It can give them that early game potential. That's meaning Tuskar doesn't have to start everything. It gives them a hero that can dodge Glimpse. It can play against the Tiny, the Dark Willow, the Disruptor. Like, it's pretty good at dodging all their stuff. Natural Yule Spire, so he can actually start things early. Like, he jumps in, he jumps one target, sets up for the Warlock, for the Faceless Void. And the other hero is actually OD. It's something we've seen a lot in the past. Like, if you think a year, 2 years ago, OD Void is actually a really, really solid combo. Now, on top of that, you can save people from Dark Willow Fear or Dark Willow combo. You can save people from the Morphling E-Blade combo. You can save people from Glimpse, and you can save people from a Tiny combo. So, some form of utility-ish OD, if you can get the lane for it, I think would actually fit really, really well.
Definitely. And I like the OD, the double Ags. It's, for those that don't know, you get double Astral Imprisonment for your Ags still. That feels hot. Like, I don't know if it's actually good, but it looks cool, feels fun, and also is just a lot of damage. But they do go with
Instant Tide.
Okay.
Mid-Tiny, right?
I'm assuming mid-Tiny carry Morph, right? Looking at this draft, yeah. I don't hate if they go Tidehunter Core, because it's funny, but I think the best thing to do here, yeah, you're right, mid-Tiny. And that pretty much makes the Void Spirit pretty hard to play, right? You do that combo on Void, it's quite a lot of damage. He can out-farm him with the tree if he goes that type of build. Am I wrong in that?
It makes OD stronger, though. Actually, we should have known it was mid-Tiny. They went Disrupt to Dark Willow. We already knew that.
I was kind of hoping for a pos 3. Like, I know Endless plays the Tiny here and there, so...
Brain no good right now. But I actually feel like this sets up for OD even better. I'm not 100% sure about the mid-matchup, but in my mind, OD farms, and as long as he's farming, he's happy. He might not bully the Tiny. I think Tiny might even slightly outlane him because he has a lot of damage. But you're going to get decent farm. Morphling plays slowly, and you just have to be really on top of the ball when you start grouping up. Like, every time OD and Void rotate somewhere, they have to be getting kills. Otherwise, they have to be successfully farming and dodging the Willow Disrupt the Tiny.
Oh, and Invoker. Vade Invoker.
Works. It's a vessel carrier for the Morph. If they go cross-Wex, it interrupts Tiny's stuff. Like, it makes his lane, or his game, kind of annoying.
Yeah, I think the other side of it is if they go Vessel on Spider-Boy, on the Venomancer, he could go that early Ags build and all in on the Chronosphere Fatal Bonds. Like, if you get that Sunstrike Cataclysm, that's what it's called, right? Yeah.
Cataclysm, so you go for the Exort Voker, play it greedy, abuse the fact that Morphling's going to be slow, just literally play for Chrono.
I feel like they have to.
Cataclysm.
Like, the way their draft is, Golem is what, 140 second cooldown? Chrono's 2 minutes or just over. Obviously, Venomancer's ulti is 90 to 110 leveling, I want to say. And then obviously once you get the Cataclysm, it's another 90 second cooldown. Nothing they have is quick. It's all about like that big burst and make sure you win that team fight. And then if you can find picks with Shiftsar in those middle grounds, which by the way, Spider-Boy, Shiftsar, Tusk, Venomancer against the Morphling. How do you actually kill the Morphling once he hits level 3? They don't have any burst damage at all.
Oh, you don't kill the Morphling, but Veno is naturally really good versus Morph. Like, as much as Morph can sustain the lane, you just keep hitting him. Like, he comes in, you keep hitting him, and you keep forcing him to attribute shift all the way down and all the way back up. And Disruptor is not good in this lane. Like, I would not be happy playing Disruptor versus Tusk Veno. If you ever get too close to Veno, if Veno even just gets the Poison Sting on you, Tuskar's going to body you. And naturally, Tuskar 1v1 against Disruptor, he is going to beat you in every trade. So you can leave the Veno dealing with the Morph. Whenever there's range creeps, Tuskar can come in and help. But other than that, Veno can just punch down the Morph slowly. That lane should actually be really good for Power of Friendship. And on top of that, this game, we talked at the start, right? We said, or at least I said, we want to see Power of Friendship work together. Yeah?
Yeah.
And how much more can you work together than having an entire ulti-based lineup?
Yeah, the only problem is there's one hero that's not following the trend, and you can't see it, but I'm squaring off on Shifter right now. The captain has not built a massive AoE ultimate for himself. If anything, he's built the least targeted ultimate in the game. It's just a single target punch.
Now, hear me out here for a second. He could have been playing Aghanim's Labyrinth before this and forgotten that Walrus Punch isn't 300 AoE.
Ooh, true. True. He could have also forgot that like when you punch in Ag's Labyrinth, it like knocks to the next person and the next person. I don't know if you've ever got that shard, but
he was just going. Oh, I've played 200 games of Tuskar. I've had every shard, but he was just playing for the big AoE, and Brain forgot.
Oh, I just noticed mid lane. There's a ward.
Yep. This is okay. This is classic for a lot of the Chinese players. We literally, I see this all the time. We're actually actively scared as a team. Where to place our ward. They always start with a sentry and they always put a mid.
Yeah. Oh, on the other side, we're going to see top lane. There is a fight for the rune. We're going to see a trade, though. I think Kess should die here. He just gets out. What a great trade so far for Bokebi. They haven't really had to commit much outside of Kess. But now they're going to turn around on Game is Hard. That was the bash level 1, I think, coming from Short Potato. Shifts is now stuck with the tag team. They go 2 for 0. Endless doesn't get either of them. But he doesn't have to commit much, just having to level the Gush.
Holy moly spam coming out, and I said earlier that I wouldn't be happy playing Disruptor into this lane, but it looks like they're just going to try lane, and he's going to be able to buy boots here anyway. He just got 600 gold off the bat.
He's
going to be a happy man.
Yeah, you're right. He's the richest boy in the West, honestly. Look at him. Walking around like he owns the place. I quite like this though, when supports get first blood, and all of a sudden you see them actually be super useful in lane with boots plus, like, obviously stat-heavy items. A lot of people go, like, branches, stuff like that. And all of a sudden, you're an actual core for the next 3 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, sure. Endless, though. Oh, do they find
damage.
He's going to run back into the lane. He has got the Shadow Word, so he will tick down if he doesn't get a TP off, most likely. On it, he has enough regen. And on top lane, Auto Chess is going to get picked off by the auto attacks. Game is hard. The man's 3-0. There's only 3 kills on the board. That's what KSing is about. Good on him.
Some say KSing, some say carrying, but you know, you can go both ways. It was a pretty awkward engagement for Power of Friendship though. Short Potato missed a bunch of CS. So did Endless, but Short Potato trying to play super aggressive before level 2. is nice to get the Tide Hunter low. I don't think they needed to try committing for that kill. They could have just sat back, let the Tide be 100 HP, gotten more last hits, been happy, like get the denies, keep him low level, and then the lane would have been looking a little bit nicer.
Definitely. I mean, now Endless has been basically left alone. We're going to see Kess is obviously pulling over here while he gets jumped at. If they get a bash here, they might be able to pick him off, but unlucky on Short Potato.
He's low. One more hit from Warlock, if can.
Fatal Bonds on the creeps. I like this play. It's not nearly enough damage because Warlock's hitting like a wet noodle right now. But I like the idea of it. Is he going to commit Shadow Word onto a creep? He is!
Oh, no way. They definitely needed the Void here hitting creeps before this happened.
Yeah.
There's a salve on the Tide, he's just gonna pop that. Warlock's okay. Yeah, he'll courier in some more mana regen. He's got a clarity. His mana is not extremely important.
Yeah. He did get unlucky. Not that it does much, but the headdress did come in halfway through there, as well as another set of tangos from the courier.
Headdress doesn't increase regen more than...
It's more the tangos, yeah.
It's plus 0.5.
But what else is happening in these lanes? Wygod is seeming to slightly pull ahead in the mid lane. 21-3 to 12-0. Shifter, on the other hand, is going to pick up Morphling's Courier, and they're going to have a bit of a brawl with Game is Hard, the man of the hour right now. But we're going to have to focus on top lane, because Short Potato, he has no leap. I think he's going to get taken down here by Endless with the next Anchor Smash. They turn around on Kess, get those few auto attacks off. This is an absolute nightmare of a lane for everyone involved right now. Endless is walking around on 80 health. Oh, they just don't get it. Kess, on the other hand, he commits, and now they're going to jump back onto him. Short Potato, he gets 200 gold for free. I don't know if Kess thought of that one. It's only a level 1 Time Walk as well. And bot lane, we're going to see... What? Did I just see that right?
He suicided to tower. He suicided to tower.
Okay. I thought he ran into a bramble also. What the hell?
Aggression on Wygod in mid.
Oh. Wygod is level 5, however, so he's pretty solid. Oh. Game is hard. That's an actual kill streak if Shifter can find it. He has the boots, but so does Game is hard. 20 movement speed difference. I don't know if he's going to catch him with no spells. And while that's happening, Massaway is just AFK in the lane. Had no intention of saving his teammate.
Massaway is having a grand old time in this lane. Game is hard managed to get one pull off while the Morph was level 2, which gave Morph level 3, which put him at that point where he was actually ahead of, like, hidden levels over the Veno, and he's been able to pretty much just hit That's a tip. That's 5 tips. The power of friendship. It has to be 5 tips plus some chat wheel lines.
Oh,
you can't just get those freebies against the Morphling and not break them, like break their mental fortitude. You got to try.
Yeah, and they're going to get runes for it too. I don't think Massaway was able to defend them anyway, but Game is Hard no longer can play in that lane while he's on 200 health. I don't know, man. Every time I see a Morphling die early, I love it. I don't care who's playing it. I find it hilarious. And Massaway, just a bit too greedy, does come back into the lane with full health, obviously, so not the worst thing in the world. But Spider Boy's now level 5, heading towards 6. And Massaway's still about half level. Oh. Auto chest. It is a Brambles that didn't hit anyone, bar creeps. But they're not going to be able to get much. Kess might look for the Courier. He's not going to get anything done here.
Yeah, we do have Vade coming online a decent amount now. He's managed to get up to level 6, so his damage is plenty to hit over the Tiny. He's making sure he gets his own last hits now. And he will be farming pretty well.
Cool.
It does seem interesting. He's going for null. Is there aggression on top? What's going on?
Just a bit. Nothing too heinous. It is Endless after all, just playing the biggest whack-a-mole hero in the lane with the Anchor Smash. But Wygod coming in with the Haste Rune. I don't know who he plans to find because Short Potato does have no lead for 2 seconds actually. They're not going to kill him. Ooh.
Jump!
Shadow Realm just gets off. I think there might have been 1 second left on the Time Walk.
He had it up and he most definitely had time. He stutter stepped for a second.
Oh.
He used his stick and didn't cast the jump. A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and then bot lane, Massaway is going to man up against Shift, so they're going to kill him. And now they're going to turn around on Spider Boy. Man, this 3-level attribute shift looks incredibly dirty up against no burst damage. Ooh.
Oh, once you get to this point, Morphling's untouchable now. Like, level 5, pretty much every single lane he can sustain through. You're now at a point where you can actually attribute shift so quickly that it doesn't even matter.
I thought he was going to do it again. Sorry.
I want to see a random Sunstrike on it. Oh, he's only gone 2 points in Exort. He's actually playing for the mix, the Crosswix mix. He went 2 points Exort for the lane, and he's just going back for the Crosswix now. So, and it does probably mean Vade's going to be going for the Vessel. Yeah, he's already got the urn, and he will be trying to roam around as much as he can once he feels comfortable.
I actually don't mind this. I did think Crosswix was going to struggle against the tiny lane because he hits for 100 right now, but they're going to go on him anyway. There is a Brambles. They do get it on Vade. Did they bring detection? No, they did not. Quick hands coming out from Vade there.
Also, a bit of a miscombo there. The way they needed to do that is you can actually toss the Avalanche the Invoker, toss him back onto a different Bramble. He'll get hit by the first one, and then he'll get instantly chained by the second one, the second it's over.
Yeah.
And you can just get the double Bramble off, and that was a combo that was played quite a bit when Tiny was offlane, often picked for offlane.
Yeah, I was just double checking. It's an extra 125 damage. That is a really high level 1 spell.
Yeah, the level 1 Bramble is super strong, damage-wise. Especially in lane, you get the 1 Bramble hit on someone, it sets up a couple of attacks as well. It's very, very good zoning tool. It's quite a long cooldown though, 20 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's still not a terrible spell. I remember when it used to scale per level. It used to be 30-something seconds. I think 34 seconds at level 1 cooldown. Someone will correct me on that one, but it definitely scaled upwards towards 20 seconds. Bot lane, mass away, just tickling Spider Boy just a tiny bit, and he's putting down level 1 wards. I feel like that's just free money for mass away.
It is free money, but it also keeps the Poison Sting constantly on morph, so it makes him slightly scared of doing that attribute shift. If you do go down to 1 HP and you try to hold there for even a second, you will die. So it's, in a way, a nice play, but they've got aggression on mid, DD on Tiny.
Oh, they get the Brambles, but they don't actually have any extra damage, I don't think. They're going to have to just auto-attack through. They do find Vade. Is Shifter going to be able to get the trade kill on Wygod? Most likely not. Chrono coming in and just gets the tail end of Wygod. Short Potato, on the other hand, didn't really know which side he wanted to go. Gets lucky with the bash to actually save that hesitation in the Chrono.
Short Potato cleaning up. He's got his treads. He's got 500 gold. Honestly, I want to see him go for Midas here. He's playing for this Voca combo, Voca Warlock combo. I want to see him just go for some farm. Try to scale himself. He's not going to be achieving all that much outside of Chrono until he's really big.
Yeah, he is sitting just below Wygod on the net worth as well. So he is quite farmed, considering 3.8k net worth at 10-minute mark. It's not the greatest. I know carries want the 5k at 10 minutes is the pinnacle, but you can't complain being so high up in the net worth.
If you're getting 5k net worth at 10 minutes as a carry, I'm sure that's your opponent's playing bad.
Yeah.
But almost every single game, at least you have a full free lane and you get a couple of kills. Hitting 5k net worth at 10 minutes is excruciatingly difficult. We do have some aggression on bottom though.
Oh, Spider-Boy, he does get rolled back into the fight somewhat. Massaway has morphed into Spider-Boy. He is quite tanky though. He's got the 13-1 charges. So I think he's going to be fine and killed his own courier in the meantime.
Courier drops to a single Plague Ward, flew over the Plague Ward, flew back over the Plague Ward, and eventually died to the 20 damage a hit. We haven't seen many Sunstrikes used from this Invoker, so it's something that Power Friendship can try to look for. They have the Tusk level 6 now, and you can combo that. Just snowball into instant punch. Does set up for...
Speaking of combos, Massaway doesn't even get a chance to get an auto attack on. Wygod just coming in. Was that another haste rune? It was indeed.
That was another haste rune. Wygod attempting something with every rune. So this is actually something we don't see from every mid player either, in the league in general. He's got a haste rune, he ran top. He got a DD, he tried for the kill on Invoker. He got a haste rune, he ran bottom. Moving around and actively looking for these plays as a mid player is super important. And Vade, he is Invoker, but he rushed the urn. He rushed the urn, which naturally makes you think, I want to get urn charges. If you're going to get it first item like that, you should probably be making some form of move, either onto the Tide, onto the Morphling, being available, or at least just be available for these rotations. Something we haven't seen from him yet. He has just sat in mid, sat in the jungle hitting creeps.
Yeah, definitely. I think Chrono might be his next rotation. That's up in 5 seconds. But it looks to me like they're thinking of diving for this Faceless Void. Endless is just cutting the wave here. They do have Terrorize. I can hear it being popped in the background. So
Wygod has also picked up his blink, but it was scouted. Well, I'm not sure if it was actually scouted. He got it while on a ward, so it should have been scouted, but it's possible that Power of Friendship didn't actually manage to click on him.
Definitely does now. He's sitting in the mid lane. Like,
He is sitting in the mid lane.
oh, they're going to go a mass away bot lane, though. I don't know how this is the kill unless they get the Chrono off. But he's already at 2.6k health. There we go. They're going to start TP. Endless has the big Ravage, gets 2 of them. They do turn around with the Golem. It's a bit of a disaster fight for both sides. Massaway is still pretty safe. Wygod's going to start looking for people in the backline. Spider Boy is going to get thrown and killed with that. Short Potato, he still has this Chrono up. He might try to turn something around, but I don't know if this is the fight you want to take, even with the DD sitting on the Invoker.
I'm not 100% sure why they didn't just Chrono there. You had the Tide, you had the Morphling together, they could have fed on the entire creep wave, but we have the combo from Voka.
Wygod takes no damage because he already had no mana, so big brain play from Wygod. And they ended up throwing 2 for 0, and I think you're right, the Chrono not going off. It makes that fight incredibly awkward, especially with Endless coming in with the 3 or 4 man Ravage. I didn't see if it hit the Golem. Warlock,
the Golem hit at the same time as the Ravage. The Ravage did actually connect with the Warlock, and he would have been able to get the bonds off straight after.
Oh, bot lane. They're going to see going Gamers hard. He does get the Static Storm combo off. Kess does, however, have Bedlam. They might try to find Shifter here. Shifter can't do anything. There's no one to roll to. There's nothing to do but die. And now we're going to see Short Potato just Chrono a singular support. That is a free kill. Endless, however, is going to try to stop Short Potato from getting back out. This is a single TP line, if I've ever seen one.
While that's all happening, Massway's just sitting up top farming.
Oh.
Wygod jumps in mid, deletes Spider Boy.
Yeah, Spider Boy's having a rough game again. He was looking good, but this is 2 deaths in a row pretty much instantly to Wygod in the last 2 fights.
And that's something that happens when you have this mid-tiny. He gets that blink early, he has those fades, he's able to move around. Lots of TPs coming in bottom, defending that tower. Massively.
Yeah, they're going to go for auto. I think auto chest. Oh boy. He's in danger now. He gets trapped in by his own task in case people are wondering where those shards came from, and he does pay the price of the mistake from Shifter. Wygod, on the other hand, is going to look for Short Potato. I don't know if this is the kill you can get, and he just jumps back away with full health. Oh, he had the Arcane Rune. That makes sense.
He had the Arcane Rune. He wanted to attempt it. It was never going to work with 1400 health on the Void, but he wanted to see. He's one of those things. You can always just test your damage. You can always just poke people. Make sure that they are scared. Make sure they're ready. They know that he will jump if he gets that chance.
Shifter, on the other hand.
Jumping.
Wygod, he's getting dove, but I don't think Shifter's going to be able to get out of this. He comes back out straight into the stun. They do commit. I feel like a few too many spells, but it is a kill nonetheless. And on the other side, we're going to see Short Potato brawl up against Massaway for the rune, and he does snake it.
Managed to get both.
Oh.
I mean, nice rotation by him.
Vade? Does he have Invis? Yes, he does. Wygod? He's not going to commit the tree toss. All these fights, though, Fury, you know what we haven't mentioned? Massaway is AFK farming, and he's still not ahead of Wygod.
He has just been sitting top for quite a while now. He managed to get the tier 1. He pushed into the tier 2, but he didn't get much damage because he went back to hit for the bounties. We have some gameplay for Power Friendship in 30 seconds, hopefully. This mid pressure from
Is that the Chrono?
Bokebi can be stalled with the Chrono if they manage to get it up.
I think this is just going to be a tier 1 going down. They don't have anything. Wygod, on the other hand, is going to jump in and look for Shifter, I believe. They do turn around with a pretty nice Golem. They get 3 here. How many people are bound? 3 people are bound together as well. Game is hard. Will go down for these sins. Auto Chest, on the other hand, is going to get feared. Massaway's going to clean him up while Wygod tries to find Vade on the sideline. I'm hearing a massive Ravage coming out from the backline to kill the supports, but we're going to focus on Wygod dying here. Does he actually die? He has another charge. He can throw someone up in the air if Short Potato tries to dive him. And What a dirty fight for both sides. I did hear shifts of buyback though, so still a victory coming out for Bokebi because Massaway, Wygod, and Endless all managed to get out.
Yeah, they get all their cores out. They get a 2-for-3 trade plus a buyback. Chrono's used, Golem's used. It's rough for Power Friendship. They also obviously completed the tier 1 mid tower kill, which is quite important. And they've now set themselves up on Bokebi to take control of the enemy jungle. They've got Endless posted top. He will likely shove this in a little bit, reset. Massaway can take over, keep it shoved in, and Tiny suddenly has a much larger space to just keep hitting for kills whenever he wants. And he's also finished up this Echo Saber, which just adds an extra attack into every kill attempt. That's an extra 170 physical damage.
Yeah, and that's not to mention the double auto attack into Tree Toss, which is becoming quite common, and we do see it come on shift site, and he instantly dies for it. I don't know if you can save yourself as a Tusk so far away from creeps, but I believe he was just trying to scout out wards.
He was going to place wards, and he got caught out by the cliff one. It happens sometimes. Tiny's playing down bottom. They do have Veno up top now on Power of Friendship, and he's rushing these greaves, but have we seen this Veno achieve anything yet? Like, outside of the lane being alright, he isn't really doing anything. This is... Back to the draft issue, I just don't like this hero early pick at all. If you get this sort of game where you just can't do all that much, I mean, he should have done better against the Morph, but after that, he's gonna get shoved out by these magical
and
beats,
he's gonna die.
Tiny rotation, good. Disruptor, oh, and there we go, he's dead. Tiny rotation on top.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Like, anytime your off lane is, I was going to say 1-3-1, but now 1-4-1, it's quite hard because right now I feel like drafts are focusing on POS 3 and POS 4 being the early game initiators more often than not. And if your off lane is struggling and your POS 4 is 1-7 as well, like, where is your initiation coming from? Where is your team fight coming from? And I think that's what Power of Friendship are really struggling. They're going to try to pick up Wygod here. I think it's pretty safe because they've actually stolen the role and they're going to go invade with the Static Storm combo. Massaway heads up play there. He does get hit by their Spirit Vessel. He doesn't actually have any way of getting out just yet. Waveform's up in 2. He dies for it. Wygod can't save him there. And honestly, I think that's a good trade. They managed to kill Massaway, the top net worth.
They used Golem, they used Poison Nova, but Poison Nova's not that important. However, Void is
See ya,
dead.
Void. Ooh, that's
definitely
rough.
not the place to farm right after a fight in the top lane. You have to make sure you reset. You have to make sure you see something. Like, see the Tiny move onto one of your wards. See the Tide run away. You can't just be running straight into the enemy when you're a hero that can be deleted.
Yeah, especially when you haven't seen Ravage get used either. Heads up play from Endless. I know a lot of players like to hold their spells. Endless is like, nah, stuff it. This Void, I'm going to tilt him. And I love it. I actually love that gameplay.
Ravage for a kill, especially on a core, is
well worth, yeah.
normally worth it. Especially when you're in this sort of game, right? They just use Golem, they just use Poison Nova. You can punish them. If you're not planning on grouping up as 5 and trying to punish them by pushing a tier 2 or taking a Roshan, then suddenly the Ravage becomes a lot weaker. Because you're likely not going to use it. So, blowing it for a kill,
Spider Boy,
pretty good.
Massaway doesn't actually have the morph to commit this kill. But Spider-Boy is getting chased down. We're going to have to talk about your excellent analysis after this fight, which is looking to be a Spider-Boy insta-death in the back line. While they're going on Short Potato, and Kess is going to die potentially here. He has the Yules. He self-Yules. Potential could have been good there, but doesn't get anything done. And on the other side, Wygod's going to look for auto chess and doesn't quite find him. All in all, this could have been a lot worse for both sides. They're only going to lose supports. Oh, sorry, Venomancer. They're going to lose the POS 3.5 Venomancer. And now, Short Potato.
If he chronoed there, it would not have been good.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would have... he would have got away, I guess. But as we see in this game, Tuskar is not able to initiate. And Void kind of has to set everything up. So they need this chrono, they need the golem, and they need to just... Every time they have them, they need to be getting a core kill. At least a core kill.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see them do that once Void respawns here.
Yeah, he is going to go for the BKB, however. So he's going to really rely. We talked about the Wombo combo. We haven't quite seen it yet, but they're going to have to start relying on it because Void BKB, really good item, not really good for killing people. Why
He does kind of need it this game, though, right? Like,
oh, for sure, yeah. Oh, Vade, he's going to get jumped on. I think Wygod's just trying to test his luck right now. But they actually have the ultimate. They're going to turn around with Bedlam onto Shifter. He's going to actually die for this. That's a pretty free pick-off, all things considered. They do have the Chrono. I'm waiting for the Terrorize to come in and see a Void. You're going to get sent to the Abyss here, where Massaway is waiting to kill you. Endless, on the other hand, has the Ravage back up. That would have been just coming up. They're going to get Vade 2 on the sideline. And now it's whether or not the supports can run away with their lives. Auto Chess is going to go down. And I think Spider Boy might get away. He has no TP, though. Is that his TP? Okay. Oh, boy.
There we see the first strong glimpses coming out. Managed to catch off extra kill at the end there. Lovely fair from the Willow, setting up for the Static Storm as well. And very clean play by Bokebi at the start. Wygod, sure, he's pushing his limits a little bit, but he's baiting. He knows that he can't easily die in these situations. Unless he's getting chronoed, it's very unlikely that he dies.
Yeah.
And with the Willow right behind him, even the chrono is not that insanely scary.
Yeah.
As long as he's got a little bit of HP on him.
Yeah, I think the Vade Axe might turn this Chronos into something scary, but until then, you're right, they're not that scary. He's got 2400 health, he's got 30 armor on the Tiny. I don't know how Void actually kills him, because they don't have the burst until that Cataclysm comes up. And they're going to actually find Vade. Oh, he's sitting under a ward. Wygod's going to know because the Forge Spirit actually auto-attacked. Do they actually get anything done here? No, they don't.
Void possibly could have jumped onto the Tiny, forced a toss, meaning the Invoker could hit, proc the Cold Snap a little bit more, maybe get an Ice Wall off, but Tiny manages to just walk away there. Vade using a Sunstrike just to secure one creep, and BKB looking straight for the Roshan. I mean, BKB playing their game. They're just going objective, probably objective to objective now. They have them off E-Blade. They have this Tiny who's absolutely huge, Silver Edge Blink. There's no real reason they can't just keep going into Power Friendship. Only thing they have to be afraid of is Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, when the Chrono is down, this is the freest Rosh you're going to have all game. Wygod's actually going to look for a pick here while the Roshan falls. Obviously, Massaway's going to take it with that E-Blade pickup. We haven't really mentioned that, but that's going to be the next fight. He has the Silver Edge. I don't know if this is going to be a kill here. It's a lot of damage. Where did that tree go?
Straight underneath the Void. I don't think it would have been enough to kill anyway, but that was perfectly executed by Wygod. He gets the double smack with the Silver Edge, the instant blink ever toss after one more hit into the tree throw. Definitely maxes damage output there.
Yeah, so it's definitely not enough, but it was cool to see him miss a tree toss because he threw him up in the air. That's something. And the Silver Edge pickup is pretty cool. I quite like this. Coming out from Wygod.
It's just abuse of the Echo, right? You've already got the Echo on Tiny. He naturally wants to just be jumping people, so Shadow Blade is a great pickup for him anyway. And there's the Chrono.
He only finds Massaway, however, Massaway does get the Strength Sap off. He's going to come out with 3,500 health, plus the Ages. Yeah, this is not a great fight for anyone here. They do have Endless on the background. He went to Solar Crest rather than the Vlads. And they're going to restart here. I don't know how you now stop them. You've used the Chrono, you've used the Golem. Cataclysm's still not up yet for another 2,000 odd gold. I think they can just do whatever they want here for Bokebi.
Without the Chrono, without the Golem, they likely can. Just looks like they're going to reset a little bit, get this Catapult into the base, and Morphling will be hitting. He's going to jump forward on the Void though. Can he catch anyone?
Oh. Big. Oh, that is a massive Ravage cutting on four of them. On the sideline, we're going to see Vade get away on about 80 health. Shifter is going to pay for his save with his own life. They do have Fatal Bonds on about 3 heroes though. Short Potato's going to try to clean up Kess. And there goes Game is Hard. Kess is in the background as well. Wygod, he's still quite chunky. So Massaway's going to come back up with the E-Blade. They're going to try and blow up Short Potato, who just gets the Time Walk off in time. Man, for 18k net worth, I'm really not feeling how strong this team can be right now. Because Power of Friendship, they've held them off.
And that kind of can happen when you dive. You're playing into the tier 4s, makes it really difficult for the supports, makes it really difficult for anyone who's suddenly taken a bunch of damage. Puts Power of Friendship in a spot where they can abuse their positioning much more, but the jump in mid.
They don't just get the terrorize in time. Vade is going to survive by Shifter once more. I think Shifter's going to die once again to save Vade's life, but you have to live with that every single time. They have to save Vade because he cannot die right now. He's getting closer and closer to this Cataclysm fight restart. Oh, man.
They have big detection issues. Focus should have died there, but Kiss decided to hold his dust. I don't think he realized that Invoker went invis for some reason, but
yeah,
he's the only one actually carrying detection, which means this Invoker, this is the second time we've seen him in the middle of a fight just get away with Ghost Walk. One of the supports, even one of the cores needs to be on top of that. Like the Y-God on the Tiny, you can easily carry some dust.
I think
maybe
Endless as well.
frontlining on the Tide can as well. It's something they should not be letting Power of Friendship get away with.
Yeah, definitely. Endless actually has a spare slot. Not meaning to call any players out, but I can't ping it. I can't ping his empty slot, but he definitely could hold it. In the mid lane, however, Y-God still looking to be a bit greedy Goblin and try to kill pre-BKB, which I believe is coming on the Courier. So Short Potato, he finally has a defensive item. He also has the Van Brace, so he's quite tanky at 2200 health. Oh, they're prepping a fight here. They do have everything bar the Ravage up in 15 seconds. Up against the Chrono and obviously the Golem, they're good to go as well.
There's no Aegis on the Morphling this time, so if they manage to kill him with a Chrono, or get the Chrono without him getting Strength Evolve off, they could try.
Oh,
but no,
my
he'll go out.
He once again throws his tree to the middle of nowhere. Now he's actually stuck in the middle of this. The BKB does come out. Y-God is actually just full-blown unkillable. Endless does have the Ravage, however. He's waiting for this BKB to run out. They do get Void stuck in the Static Storm. So far, this is a really good trade for Power of Friendship, but they're going to jump back in on Kess. Short Potato still has the Time Walk, however. So Kess just basically wastes all of his mana and his life to not get much done. Has to self-Yules. Now they're going to look for the Chrono. Oh, Ravage! Void gets deleted. Ooh. Yikes.
Bit greedy there by Short Potato, jumping into the middle of everyone. They should have known that the Ravage was still up, and then the Spider-Boy goes down now. That was actually a really good start of the fight for Power of Friendship, but they've gone slightly too aggressive, and they're not just happy with their tiny kills, they're going for even more. And Masway will be in a position to get himself a couple of kills at the end.
Yeah, definitely. That's such a sloppy fight, though. And, like, it looked great for Power of Friendship. They came out, Endless held that Ravage for so long to make sure he got the Void. I think that's his objective right now. Ruin this Void's life. And it seems to be working quite well. They do restart the fight. And that was the 10-second BKB pop as well. So it's only going to get easier and easier for Endless to hold these Ravages.
Yeah, he's also playing, like, he's not playing a Blink Tide, so all the time that the Tiny is starting these fights, or the Morphling's going in with the E-Blade combo, he's not being forced to use the Ravage early. He's generally able to hold it until the fight's dragged on a little bit. He can just walk in and get it off.
Yeah, as you can see, he has the Solar. I believe he has Spider Legs coming in as well, which will make the fights a bit easier for him. What else? I should probably check the neutral
jump
items. Oh. Kess, once again, greedy. Man, they hate Short Potato right now. Every time I look, it's Short Potato getting dove by the supports, getting dove by Y-God. Kess does get...
Gem here.
Ooh. Do they notice?
They notice Power of Friendship. Get the gem. Get the gem. Get the
Y-God?
gem. No, they don't get the gem.
No. Spider-Boy's going to die for this as well. E-Blade's going to come out if he needs it. Doesn't even need it mass away. Just has 2 E-Blades, actually.
There's the glimpse onto the Warlock as well. No Chrono for 25.
Yeah. So this is now going to be a hard fight. Warlock is down for a minute. He didn't have Golem up for 30 anyway. But their only benefit, I think, right now, Roshan isn't up for at least 70 seconds. So there's no real objective they can take here on Bokebi. They can just upgrade this net worth lead, which is sitting at 26k and climbing.
Yeah, it's definitely going up pretty quickly at that, but Power of Friendship are ready. They have the Ags finished on this Invoker as long as his Courier doesn't die. They have the Chrono up, they're going to have the Golem when Warlock spawns. This is the moment we could see a turnaround. So if there was ever, like, a perfect moment for Power of Friendship, they have everything they want. They've almost got a Midas on the Warlock. He can start catching up,
Ooh.
getting big. He's preparing for that 70-minute game. He knows that if he's going to do anything this game, it's going to be later on. There's no item that helps him here. Maybe, like, you could maybe get a Glimmer or an Aether Lens to make your Golem Fatal Bonds a little easier, but as long as you're playing around this Void, he's dropping his load at the start of the fight anyway.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is all in from the Warlock, you're saying, with the Midas. I feel like with their issues, Glimmer Cape could be very good. We're seeing Bokebi just completely forgetting that Dust and Sentries exist. But do you think this is it? This is the fight? If they buy out this Aghanims right now and they lose this fight, they have no buyout on every single one of their heroes, I believe.
If they die, even if they have buyback, it
Shifsa has buyout, so that's it. He's the only one holding a buyout coming in, because obviously Vade's going to have to buy this Ags. This is it. This is the all-in fight that we've been waiting for. The team wombo combo coming from the Power of Friendship.
Power of Friendship, 5-man Chrono, 5-man Fatal Bonds, 5-man Cataclysm. It would be wonderful.
I'll settle
Everyone
for 3.
deleted into the Roshan, into all the tier 2 towers. Suddenly bring the net worth down to like 10k lead. One fight. They can do it.
Yeah, I mean, Maxaway's 14-2. He's probably worth about 750 gold himself. And I want to say he has an Ags or something being built.
He is building into that eggs. Yes,
Yeah.
he has all 3 of the small pieces en route to the secret shop. Currently en route to him, but I'm sure that will change and go to the secret shop shortly.
I think he's already fixed it. Yeah, it's going straight up. So who's he going to steal with this Ags, though?
He is going
Tiny?
to turn into Dark Willow, and he is going to attack.
That's
you.
right. Oh, I
He
forgot
has
about
2
that.
ethereal blades. He's playing for this mass attack speed. It's going to be a little bit scary. He's having some fun.
Yeah,
He was going BKB. It looked like he wanted to just secure the game, but Ags, he can't just jump into the base and start shooting people.
I completely forgot. I even play Dark Willow, and I completely forgot that the Aghanims makes Shadow Realm just an absolute machine gun of a spell. I don't know why it is.
Especially on a Morphling who's built as much attack speed. Like, 2 E-Blades, you're just looking at 80 plus agility. As well as the Manta, he's ready to attack. He's also got a DD, he just got the Ags. Here we go, Bokebi going in. Do they go too aggressive? Do they get too eager with this DD? Do they get countered by the Cataclysm Chrono?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be hitting for 700 damage, just FYI. That's not including the Shadow Realm damage.
Yes. That is only as the Morphling, though.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? You can just switch into the Morphling, or they lose the
yeah,
DD.
true. You switch back to the Morphling.
Yeah.
As
the Willow, he hits for like 130. Oh god, that's so bad. They do have to commit the
Trying to
fortify.
attack. It's tiny.
Or they got him. They actually got him without any attribute shift. Massaway gets blown up. Wygod has the BKB, but he's going to throw the gem on the ground in a second. Endless does get the big 4-man Ravage off. Kess is going to try to pick off Short Potato. I don't know if that's what you want to be doing right now. Wygod's back in. They found the Void. Unfortunate for Power of Friendship, but they're going to clean up everyone else. Endless is the last man standing. I don't know if he's going to be able to walk away. Even with Game is Hard putting down the potential kinetic field. You said it. You said they were going to be greedy. You said they were going to go on the high ground.
Or Disruptor.
Or?
Vade is not ready. Vade didn't actually see him. Nice TP by Game is Hard. Abusing the trees. Perfect vision abuse. I actually thought he would have been spotted by Virko there, but I guess he wasn't. Vade didn't react at all. And Roshan spawning in 15 seconds. This is what we call. They can't take it. They don't have the damage at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Void's dead. You're not buying back for Roshan. An uncontested Roshan, mind you.
And they might try anyway with just the Venom with the Virko. I mean, Void spawns in 18 seconds. He can TP in and come as long as they take the outpost. But Tide may just defend it.
Yeah, Tide is quite chubby right now. We talk about what item. It's the Lotus Law he was purchasing. And he's going to go towards a Shiva's Guard. Once he gets the Shiva's Guard, he's going to sit on, 30-odd armor? Sit in this front line of the fights. Reset fights with Ravage. I'm curious to see how they're going to combat him. Because Power of Friendship, obviously, they're running the BKB getting lower and lower each one of these fights. And they're committing now all in on the Cataclysm build.
A lot of the time, I believe Power of Friendship just won't deal with him. He's a Tide. You're visiting a Morph Tiny. You're going to deal with the sports. You're going to deal with the 1 and the 2. And this Tide will likely walk away from most engagements that don't end up with BKB winning. But Rosh on a 10 from BKB.
It is the cheese, so only the second Roche. I haven't seen many 3 or 4 Roche games this tournament, to be honest. It's very rare we get to see the free ags.
Yeah, actually that's true. A lot of these games are just ending after a couple of Roshans. Little interesting note here, Morphling didn't take the Aegis. Now Morphling is their Sieger, however what this kind of tells me with Tiny picking up the Aegis, it kind of tells me they just want to keep going. They just want to jump in, they want to start the fight. They're not going to bother with this, try to hit the towers down into the spam of Dire. They're just going to jump in and launch. So Wygod will likely play overly aggressive here just to try start something that he can get away with. All the while, Morphling just hits the towers.
He doesn't even have to siege, he's hitting from the logo.
From the logo?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of far away.
It's NBA reference that I quite like. But yeah, he's actually gone back up, but this is the very slow siege. They do get the range tracks, obviously that goes down. Chaos is going to jump back in. Static Storm, is that the Ag Static Storm? Yes, it is. Short Potato is going to get hit by the Ravage, going to get hit by one of the 2 E-Blades, and now Massaway's going to try to clean up. Can they get him out, though, is the question. They're going to try... Oh.
Buyback. Wait, Invoker buyback? Void buyback?
Yeah.
Can they catch anything?
The Void didn't BKB there. He got sent back to base with the Glimpse. And now it's it's going to be a 4v5 fight. They don't have the Golem. They don't have the Poison Nova. But they do have the Chrono.
The Chrono?
Oh no. They will find Endless, the hero that we thought never would die. But they're not going to find anything else. And now they're going to try to turn on Massaway. He doesn't have Waveform for another 2 seconds. But oh boy, Short Potato, that's a dieback. And I think that's going to be all she wrote, because Shifts is going to be the next one to fall. He actually can't even move right now because of the brambles. He runs into another one to die for it. Massaway, he jumps into the Dark Willow once again to see if he can combo. He's going to get hit by the Tornado. But Vade's just trying to save his life against the Aegis carrier Wygod. And on the other side, we're going to see the Aegis pop. Does Massaway come back in? No.
He doesn't die.
Vade? Or he does. Or he's going to get sent back in. And here we go. Wygod is eventually going to get a spell. He rages BKBs to make sure he gets the auto attack off. And 100 seconds down on the Invoker. 50 seconds down on the Faceless Void. Can these supports do enough work to hold the base while Massaway slowly saunters through the mid lane?
Massaway, Wygod, both forced back to base at least. They both had to teleport out, which means they have a lot less time to actually hit the buildings uncontested. But they should be able to make it back. If they want to go for this pressure, they should be able to make it back plenty before the Invoker's alive. However, Wygod's just going to deal with waves. This is pretty standard, especially when you're ahead. Just make sure the enemy is gaining nothing. They're only allowed to farm inside their base. Don't give them any tower pressure. Don't give them any form of map control. Keep them stuck. And Morphling with a Spell Prism actually gives it away. Oh no, he gets it. He gave away
the health? Yeah.
He now has the ability to be this Dark Willow. He already had 100% uptime, but he can be this faded Shadow Realm Dark Willow much more often now.
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't take the cooldown talent. Is the cooldown talent needed to make sure you have 100% uptime? Never mind.
Sure.
Short Potato's going to get hit by the Static Storm, the Ags, meaning he can't get that BKB off. Wygod's going to look for Spider Boy in the background. That's 2 more dead. Spider Boy does have the buyout, however, so they might still try to do a 2v5 defense. I don't know what it's going to do because he used the Poison Nova. They've only got Golem. I think we're just waiting for the GG call because Massaway's in their base 4-shotting their entire team. Massaway with the Rampage. He's going to keep going. Vade's getting hit by the Ravage, however. Wygod does kill himself, so that's something coming out from Power of Friendship. And they don't have any detection. They pick up the gem off the floor to make sure he gets that 6th kill Rampage before the GG finally gets called. Oh boy. That final fight was very clunky. Oh, is there more?
He ticks to Poison Sting. I said it at the start. Poison Sting can kill you if you forget about it. You can go to 1 HP. Poison Sting cleans you up. That's all that's necessary.
And in the end, we're 51-22. Bokebi coming through with that 2-0. We did say they were going to be aggressive. They were going to be quite arrogant. And honestly, I'm not overly surprised by the gameplay. It was very sloppy from Bokebi, but they do clean up that 2-0. What are your thoughts, Fury?
Power of Friendship put on a little bit of a show at the end there. They got the Cataclysm, they got the Chrono. They managed to clean BKB once, but that was very one-sided. Bokebi played just across the board. All of them were playing well. Endless, super stable. Massaway Wygod just constantly fragging. Both supports, I mean, I guess one note for Bokebi, they could have been more on the ball with detection. However, they just cleaned up that series. There's not insane amounts to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give credit to Power of Friendship. They don't give in. Like, that is something I like to see from these teams. But those two games, they were quite heavy to watch. And I think it's showing that they lost their first round pick, and so far they haven't looked fantastic. They haven't really found their tempo. And I think losing a player 2 days before the game starts is very heavy for a team like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard one to deal with. One big note I'd have for Power of Friendship is they did it a little bit in that second game with their set combo, but make the game easy for yourself. Draft heroes that are easy to play. It's something that I struggle to remind myself to actually do, but pick heroes that click stuns. Like this Veno hero, I feel like I just constantly keep coming back to this Veno hero, but as like the hero naturally requires a team to play around it. It does one thing, your team needs to react. Same for the enemy, but it doesn't make it easy. It doesn't just stun someone and set up a kill. It doesn't say, hey, we can achieve this. It just keeps poking and prodding and doing what it can, and you have to play well around that. And if you don't, it's kind of not good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we will have to see next time they play. I think they're playing on Thursday next week. So they're not playing again until Friday next week. So we're hopefully there's some time for them to practice, for them to come up with a new draft. But like you said, this Venomancer pick didn't really work out. Let's see if they go back to the baboon level of Dota, 5 stuns, stun every hero you see. And we'll see if that works for them. Because
maybe it doesn't need to be 5 stuns, but yeah. Get something that they can play with. Try to keep their confident heroes. Like they clearly have heroes that they love playing, but try to make it easy for them to fit in. Like make team fights easy, make lanes easy, make everything just easier.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we will, however, have a break, and next up, obviously, we have another series. It's going to be Spag and Sons versus reigning champion Corrosive on Shadownet. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, so don't go anywhere, and come back for that next series, which is sure to be an absolute cracker, top of the table fight.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. Fill me out with your smile, while the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
Alrighty then, we are back, and I'm going to prank Fury because I think he was just trying to open up some snacks. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for Series 2 of the OEDL Weekend Player Casts. I'm once again joined by Fury, who unfortunately doesn't get to have his mid-game, or mid-series snacks, rather. How you going, man?
I'm going good. I actually did manage to get a little bit of food. My flat's having fried chicken, so I just ran over and stole someone's chicken.
I will happily cover for you if you get fried chicken during the game, by the way. Like, I think that's
definitely not happening. I can make
completely
more fried
fine.
chicken later. Game will not be abandoned. I can't not watch my boy Spag.
Speaking
Actually, I can't say that. Now they're going to hate me for only having Spag as my boy.
Yeah, speaking of Spag, we will quickly go through the teams before the draft starts up here. And you said this is Spag's team, but Victorize, Farnsworth, Zemistry, and Hypeman will have something to say about it because they have been playing some excellent Dota so far. What are your thoughts on this team?
They are all just Spag sons, though. Like, just a reminder, this is Spag and sons. My thoughts on this team: great team, great players. Victorize has proved himself as actually like a super solid pick. He was kind of unknown in the draft, and his POS 4 has been pretty damn stable throughout the tournament so far. It's only a few games, but he's doing well. He's fitting in with their team. They obviously have the trio of Spag, Hypeman, and Zemistry, who have played a lot together, and then Farns, who was playing with Zem last season and is actually a really, really solid offlaner.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, all round, they're just good.
Yeah, and on the other side, we will quickly go through, because the draft has started, Corrosive, the man himself, his team is Boomer, Sixer Maris, Mello, and Tien, coming back from what I thought was going to be his retirement, but he is back playing very solid Dota so far, in my eyes. What are your thoughts on this team?
One of them came out of retirement to play with the winner himself. All makes sense to me. It's a different stack. So, Koro, great captain, and he is currently leading 4 players who arguably have limited competitive experience. Like Tien, he's been in a few tournaments. Sixer's been in a few tournaments. Cockmagic and Mello, they've been around, but they haven't, like, none of them have been super, super high up in lots of tournaments. So they have a lot of room to work on. Like, from the beginning of the tournament until the end, they will be improving much more than some of the other teams will. And hopefully we can, like, we've been seeing that they're already decently strong now. Hopefully we just see them get better and better as it goes on.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to jump into the draft, however. It has started up. Pretty solid bands: Oracle, Doom, one side, Magnus, Treant, and then we're going to see Corrosive instantly picks up his Winter Wyvern, and on the other side, Spag and Sons pick up Enchantress. Both very solid supports right now.
Both very solid supports, and one of them very scary. I did not let Enchantress through versus Spag and Sons, and I'm very afraid anytime he manages to get that hero. Like, he dominates lane with it, and he manages to achieve things in the mid game every time. So it'll be a great hero to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And then Mars. I quite like Mars. You talked about it last game not being picked up, not even being banned in the last series at all, I believe. And all of a sudden, we're going to see it first phased on Shadownet, and it leaves their draft so open, I feel. Like, I don't know if that's just a caster bias, but every time I see Mars played, it feels like that offlane is super easy, and your mid game is so simple. You hit the R button, the arena comes up, and all of a sudden the fight looks one-sided for you.
Yeah, it's a super strong team fight hero, super good in the lane. It gives you an early initiation hero, an early aura buyer. Like, it's all round a really, really solid pick, and they've picked it up here in 7. So I'll talk about the draft a little bit if you guys are maybe confused about me saying 5, 7, 24.
Yeah, that's
7
good.
pick is the second pick of first pick, which is always a really awkward pick to have, because you're forced to pick your second hero, which you want to be a core so that you don't instantly show both of your supports, and then they get to counter it. So Mars is kind of a hero that there's not some super strong standard carries that just bully him. He's a nice hero. He's good at team fights. He offers you a really good flexibility in your draft without giving you a super flexible pick. Technically, Mars can be like 2 or 4, like mid or support, but almost definitely going to be an offlane hero, and it's not easy to just instantly counterpick.
Definitely. For those following along, when he says 7, 8, 9 pick, there are little bars here that you can see. Fury can't see, but I'm just dragging my mouse along the bottom of the Radiant pick order. You can see which one is picked up next, and that'll be nice just for people at home that don't really watch Captain's Mode Dota, that are used to that all pick garbage time, who knows what's going to happen, everyone drafts at the same time. This is how competitive games will always be. And speaking of core bans, you mentioned it last series. We had a joke about it. These don't look like carries to me, Fury. They
Looks like I don't know that much about drafting. Everyone's not following it. Timber is a decently standard ban though, and the small difference here comes in the fact that Spag and Sons, they've opened with the Spectre. So they've picked Spectre 8 pick, and they have gotten rid of the Necro, they've gotten rid of the Timber, both heroes that really would do super well against the Spectre in lane. And then Phoenix is a super good combo with not only Mars but the Winter as well. So pretty good bans for them. Shadownet getting rid of Queen, TA Legion. A lot of that is likely looking at future, like their future mid picks. So they will likely pick their mid hero at the end of this phase, and they're getting rid of heroes that they don't want to be picked, that are just standard good laners against it.
Speaking of decent laners, I feel like Mirana, not the greatest laner. It's quite all in on the arrows, but if you hit those arrows, damn are they free wins. Like if you come into that mid rotation, get that 4-second stun, it makes the lanes very volatile. So I like this pickup from Shadownet. I believe they'll play at POS 4. I believe this will be the Boomer hero. Just looking at how their draft is with the Winter Wyvern and the Mars. Do you think this could be a mid though? Do you think this could be a mid Mirana?
It is possible. It's Mirana, so technically it is flexible. It could go mid or it could go POS 4. It technically could be POS 1 as well. But it's not the strongest hero in those core roles unless it's a good game for it, and picking it this early, it will likely not be a good game for it. And you've already got Spectre, you've already got Tiny, both heroes that can get on top of you, burst you a little bit. So we'll likely be seeing POS 4 Mirana, laning with the Mars, really good combo. You got the Mars stun into the arrow, and you have a lot of lane pressure there.
Yeah.
Actually, something I haven't mentioned as well, it is really good at laning Enchantress. It's one of the only heroes I hate versing as a support when I'm playing Ench, because I can't just bully him with a creep. He will just kill it.
Yeah, I do quite like that combo. It's like, oh yeah, I'll bring the farm to you, and Mirana's just like, yoink. And because it's no longer a neutral creep, you don't share the XP. You're only sharing it with your teammate. It's literally just like a win-win-win situation for Mirana. Because a lot of people, they throw the arrow into the neutral camp, and they share the XP with the supports. And you thought this was going to be their mid pick. They do come back with the anti-mage after the Tiny Sand King combo is revealed, which I believe will be quite a solid offlane to run into this anti-mage. But Corrosive must know something I don't, and he goes for a very greedy core.
Yeah, so AM is actually quite a natural pick into Sand King. You have a really good lane presence against him. You can often farm quite a bit. Tiny, as well as a POS 4, is not insanely aggressive, like at least in the laning stage, so the anti-mage should be able to get away with getting quite a bit of farm here. One issue I do see though, Spag and Sons already have 2 solid initiation heroes. They have their Sand King, they have the Tiny, so as much as it's good in lane, there are heroes that can catch him, and they have a Spectre as well. Now, it's kind of, in my mind at least, a weird matchup, Anti-Mage versus Spectre. It's very often that the Anti-Mage can't kill the Spectre. But it also goes the other way. Like, it's very difficult for Spectre to kill Anti-Mage because he just blinks away. So, hopefully Shadownet picks a hero in this last, and their last pick that can actually do the damage to get rid of Spag. If so, then they should, I like the Anti-Mage pick.
Yeah, definitely. We didn't really talk about the Spectre pick quite so much. I believe we saw it, like the first series we saw it, and we didn't quite see how well it could actually be played. I think that game was a bit too lopsided to see how strong Spectre really is. So seeing Spag and Sons come back for this early Spectre pick, it is revealed. Like, no one plays Spectre anything but POS 1. We talked about flex picks with the Mirana, the Mars potentially, but Spectre definitely is a carry. And I quite like that they're building a really, really big AoE draft around it. Like, outside of the Enchantress, the Tiny and the Sinking are so good for disruptive fights that Spectre can create with Haunt. And I can't wait to see their mid lane hero.
Yeah, they're also, like, as you said, they disrupt fights a lot. So they make it easy for Spectre to choose targets. You have both of the stuns, you have plenty of burst there. He's going to be looking at the Winter really early on in fights, and then outside of that, Spectre's not a hero that kills people by himself. Like, he might have Abyssal, he might get Skadi, and then he can actually go for kills by himself. But the majority of the time, he haunts in onto a stun or to deal with a specific support hero, and then he purely will be targeting who his team is setting up for him. So Spag and Sons, the early pick Spectre, getting rid of some of the lane counters that they don't want to be versing, and then picking up 2 heroes that can actually enable him in the fights. Right now, I think both drafts are actually looking pretty good. You have lots of lane combos, you have team fight on both sides. Neither team has an easy way to hit a tower, but that's not always necessary. As long as you can kill the opponents, you're kind of good. Like, as long as you're building and you can just play it slightly slower, wait till you get a kill, and then just pressure it anyway.
Yeah, my favorite type of gameplay. They can't defend if they're dead, and who cares if we have push? We just keep whacking them. Like, luckily I don't play anymore because that draft style doesn't always work. It is quite high risk because some of these games get dragged out 50-60 minutes, and if you have a Spectre in a 50-60 minute game, it's pretty over. But they do complete their draft with Kunkka, quite a stable mid, not overly counterable in the mid lane. Like, he's so tanky, he does a lot of cleave damage with that Tidebringer. What do you think of this pick from Shadownet?
I don't mind it. There's a lot of mid heroes that would do well against him already banned out. It gives them even more control. So they're currently sitting, they have Curse, they have Mars, like his ulti, they have his spear, they have the Mirana arrow, and now they have the X-Torrent and boat. It makes them extremely tanky in fights. You have that boat to cover the Haunt and the Epicenter. You have Curse to cover people. You have the save from Mars. So they have a very well-built team fight orientated draft, as well as their anti-mage. So, as I said, kind of anti-mage can't deal with the Spectre, but if Spectre's stunned for 8 seconds, anyone can deal with it.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I am still interested in Spag and Sons. They've used up about 1.5 minutes of their time on this final pick. It does make sense. You're not going to get the time back next game. But 10 seconds Fury, what are they picking?
If I had to say one hero, I want to see Zen play OD. I called it earlier as
Oh,
well, but
okay.
I want to see Zen play OD. Oh, he's going Razor.
You were half right. He is blue. So
He is blue.
You got half right there.
Sounds like 66%. Surely I get 66% for
Yeah.
that.
You're definitely getting a pass for that pick. But yeah, Razor, not a hero we see quite often. Zemistry is pretty much the only mid lane player I can think of that's ever played this in competitive games in the last 2 years.
Cozy definitely plays Razor.
Yeah, true. Cozy. When he's not playing Clinks, he does play that Razor.
Clinks. Cozy plays Clinks. I don't think Cozy plays Clinks.
Cozy, yeah.
He can think that he plays Clinks.
He attempts to play Clinks. So that counts in my favour. I'm not saying wins, but an attempt is there, and that's enough for me.
That's enough for you. However, on the real pick, the Razor is actually such a strong hero. Like, you're running it into the Kunkka. Like, they picked Razor into 3 melees. So, one downside, you can't drain Anti-Mage that easily. But 2 big upsides, fights are going to take a while. He's very tanky on Razor. He can't just get bursted by an X combo as long as he's building items to defend against it and man up, which I'm sure he will be. You have both the Mars and the Kunkka, which you can get a full drain off on. Like, almost every fight, there's probably not a situation where he can't get that drain off, or he's forcing something like a Curse onto it. And either situation, pretty good. He's also got, is that a new Razor set? Because that actually looks pretty cool.
I will have to tell you when we get into the game because I haven't seen it before either, and it could be. Have you checked through the new international cache that came out just then?
I had a look, and I was really angry that Oracle still didn't get a set in. There were so many sick Oracle sets, and I want a nice Oracle set. And
let's have a look.
Suck at voting.
Who cares about
vote my boy Oracle?
Who's playing where? That doesn't matter. We want to see the cosmetics.
This man. Mid anti-mage.
Flowing entropy. Let's see the Razor now. So, he has obviously the two Immortals. I don't believe this is a new set because all new sets are mythical now. Just quietly. So, I think this is an old set.
It's just uncommon.
It looks cool though.
Absolutely epic. But this is a cool lane switch up from Shadownet. They've gone anti-mage mid. So this is it has a couple of things going for it both ways. It's going to get less farm than in a nice safe lane. It also means the Kunkka is going to be lower leveled, so he's going to be able to make less space later on. But it means they have someone that can actually play against the Link. So they've put this anti-mage mid, which means Kunkka will still get some farm. Anti-mage will still get some farm, and the overall early game of Shadownet, they might have a delayed Battle Fury, but they'll be stronger. Like, as a team, they'll be stronger. They'll have an actual Kunkka that can fight with the Mars, with the Mirana, and they won't just get completely destroyed by this last pick of Razor.
Yeah, definitely.
Hopefully.
What I want to see, Tien eventually level the counterspell and counterspell the Link and just charge down the Razor. I'm not sure how it'll work, because obviously as a melee hero, the auto attacks are going to look janky as hell. But I just want to see him steal that damage. It's just one of those things you never get to see.
That would be pretty sick.
But obviously, like you said, I don't expect there to be much outside of whacking creeps in this mid lane. But I could be wrong. You never know. I will watch, obviously, the first bit of the wave while no one else is throwing spells. And then we'll have to look. And instantly we see how this lane's going to go. Loses 16 damage and has to blink away.
Yep, he got the range shoot though. He won't be too sad with that. Like, he'll be able to get his last tier as well.
Yeah. And you talked about the switching lanes. Did you think that Spag should avoid the lane that has Mirana in it? Or is it just not worth it?
Nah, not really. You want the Enchantress to support the Spectre either way. Like, even if he's not going to have a full easy victory, but he probably will because Mirana's gone boots anyway, so he can't trade with Inch even without a creep. I think that's a really big misplay by this Mirana. But you want the Inch helping the Spectre because you want Spectre to have a good time. And Tiny playing with the Sand King, you can secure Sand King a little bit, make sure Sand King's comfortable in the lane, and then you can start moving. Whereas if you have this Tiny in the top lane, he's not really going to do anything.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and also we've already seen a creep has come in. It is a health regen creep, so Spectre has 11 health regen in lane. Just casually, you know, no health regen items. He's only got the 3 mangoes. Actually, that's 1.8 health regen. I take it back. But while we're seeing Boomer just getting auto attacked, the boots doesn't seem to be doing that much when Enchantress runs so fast anyway.
It's not only runs so fast, he's got the slow, and because you're a Mirana, it's going to be using an enchant on you as much as he can.
Maris almost dies. He has to salve. That's 2 salves already in this lane. Spag doing work. And bot lane, we're going to see Mello under tower takes 3, 4, 5 tower hits and dies for it. That isn't going to be the first blood proper.
Water damage is all.
Corrosive probably dies. There is a Burrow Strike up. Victorize isn't going to steal it from Farnsey. But yeah, 2 free kills for this bot lane coming from Spag and Sons. I don't even know how they ended up under tower. Tiny doesn't really have the toss on cooldown for that to be why it happened. Just an odd play from Mello.
I think it likely was a toss under tower. I didn't actually catch it myself, but probably Mello went up for last hit, got Avid tossed back into the Sand King. He managed to get the 2-man torrent off while he was running away, which was why he was kept alive for at least a little bit. But there's no way he just ran into tower. It would be very interesting gameplay.
Speaking of interesting gameplay, the Sand King Caustic Finale has been patched, but we're seeing Farnsworth. He's going to go for that old build of maxing Sandstorm. I don't know how I feel about this.
He also came to lane with 1 sentry, and Koro did come with 2, but he's used 1 to deward the pull, or to make sure he can use that pull, and will mean once Farn starts spamming Sandstorm, he can actually do it. I am kind of on the same page as you here, though. I almost definitely would like to see early Caustic, or would have liked to see early Caustic from Sand King.
Yeah.
You're versing a Winter, really average lane support, like decent pressure, but can't constantly pressure you. So when his Arctic Burn's on cooldown, you can just hit creeps for free. I think Kunkka is not actually that strong until he gets levels, so Barnes should be able to sit here, last hitting and actually pressuring the melee hero out of lane a bit more.
Definitely. And the other side is, like, if you get 2 or 3 Caustic Finale pops onto Mello, all of a sudden he can't lane. He's not really a hero that wants to be using X level 4, level 5 to TP home over and over again. Like, I know that's a combo you do in the mid lane, but we will see the commit onto Sandstorm. I can't knock them. They are 2-0 in the lane, and they are farming pretty decently, all things considered.
And there's a nice stack here as well.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm interested on who gets the stack. Because it could be the SK, it could be the Kunkka. It could go either way.
It looks like Kunkka's starting to prep to kill all the small ones. Victorize could steal a few here if he wants. He's going to throw Mello up. They're going to combine their stuns a bit awkwardly. The Centaur stun's going to actually kill Mello.
Centaur stuns and the Caustic Finales on the big neutral creeps doing way more damage. And Mello getting a little bit baited there. He takes the small creeps and he wanted to stay for a bit too long. And we do now see that Caustic out on Sand King, so I feel it definitely should have been earlier. Like, the first point is just so value on these early creep waves.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And for those that don't know the change that we were talking about, Caustic Finale now does percentage on the creep it kills. So the big,
as well as the base.
Yeah, those creeps there having 900 to, 1,200 health on the Satyrs.
Boomer.
Oh, did they kill him? Spag's going to find him.
Spag's a beast.
I think he does get the runes, however. Boomer did get the rune, the bounty rune. He got both of them.
Yeah, Inch got spared off the first rune, and then Mirana managed to get to the second one first. Tien also rotating all his way up to the secret shop to get his Ring of Health. Not using his Courier for this. I feel like he could have just used his Courier for this, but he's going to be using that one to get a ward.
He lost 1 creep, so it's not the end of the world, honestly.
Yeah, it fits his timing perfectly fine. I guess he just hangs around. He's going to be playing the sustain game, hopefully going into trades before he finishes Battle Fury.
They're going to go on Victorize. They're going to kill him. Boomer does rotate with the 0-2-1 build. Maxing the arrow, he does catch him out and just gets that 2-3 second stun to get the clean kill on the Foz 4.
And this is actually, I missed the start of that, but I don't know if they did the X into arrow combo. If they did, this is something they can consistently do from here on out. So anytime Boomer has the opportunity, he can always rotate to where the Kunkka is, or vice versa. Kunkka can always go to the Mirana, and then you've got that X torrent arrow if you want to make it easy, but X into arrow works perfectly fine, and you can set up for some easy kills for Shadownet.
Yeah, definitely. I did miss it as well. I only saw the 2-second stun onto the hero. They're going to throw Mello back into the fight, though. They are pretty low on the old damage because there's no Burrow Strike. Mello's just going to walk out clean as a whistle and turn around and get some farm. And that is an early Veil coming from the Sand King. Farnsworth. First item Veil.
It's quite a standard build-up now, so Sand King's probably the main hero you see it on, but there are definitely a lot of other heroes that can use Veil. It's only 1,500 gold now. And on top of that, it gives really good sets. In mid lane, Tien forced to TP out. Really, really good movement by Zemistry. He managed to get the link and run forward just at the same time as the blink came off. So he was close enough to actually hit the AM after a second or so, forcing the AM to run TP straight back to base.
Yeah.
Good control of the mid lane.
This is turning out to be one of the most boring lanes I think I've ever seen. Zemistry is just AFK farming. Every time Tien comes to lane, he has to blink away and take like the squabbles that he can find.
Yeah, so we are seeing him get slightly less farm than he would have got bottom, but Kunkka is on 42 CS, and as much as the Razor vs anti-mage lane is boring, Razor vs Kunkka would have been even worse than Kunkka.
I'm going to give props to Tien here. I don't know if he suggested it or if Kuro just said, I'm the big brain here, you're copying this. But being willing to like cop this dead lane effectively, props to him, honestly.
Yep, and it hopefully will set him up to get slightly more farm later on. We do see Mello going into the jungle here, which I don't agree with at all. He's level 6 now on Kunkka. He hasn't had an amazing start. He hasn't had a bad start, but he hasn't had an amazing start since he's level 6 as a Kunkka. But he should be looking to move. He should be looking to gank someone, use this ship, get it, like TP mid, gank the Razor, call in the Mirana, or rotate top, get the Spec kill, take this tower. Him hanging around bottom is just kind of not abusing the fact that he has all these abilities. Like,
you said it.
Just go in and
he's TPing. I don't know if he's going to be able to find Zemistry in time. He does kind of get stuck between their entire enemy team. They do, however, get the stun into the boat combo. Zemistry's going to get blown up by the Mana Void, and they're going to try to clean up Spag here too. Spag does die, 3 for 0. Fury, you might have just predicted a 3-0 death towards your boys Spag and Sons.
I mean, that does just happen sometimes. Spectre's in the jungle, SK is hitting the bottom tower, the Kunkka felt ready to rotate. And that's hopefully something we see almost every 70 seconds, by the way. Every time this ghost ship top, it times so well with this TP, it times so well with putting him in a position where he can actually farm aggressively. Farm a space where he is making it difficult for Spag and Sons, rather than just absorbing the pressure that Spag and Sons is putting on them. Like, he can go and actually...
Hype man?
Pressure.
Ooh. Speaking of pressure, Hype Man does go down to 6 Amaris and Boomer coming in with the stun on the arrow. Not much you can do as that combo. You get hit by the Spear of Mars, which is what, a 2.5 second? 2.8? About the same. And then you just get hit by an arrow.
Something like that. Yeah, so very, very solid combo. Mars Spear on anything, even if it's not the arena. Into the arrow, sets up for great kills. It's honestly, this is Hypeman being a little bit too greedy here. He should have known that the Mars Mirana were coming back top and he had to be careful, but even so, he goes for the farm, and if it paid off, it would have been alright, but now he's rotated, now he's in a safe space, he's got his Tiny and Inch keeping him covered bottom, and he will be happy with his nice little farm rotation.
Yeah, he's about 100 gold off the Midas as well. We talked about that item last series, and I'm glad people are picking it up, otherwise I would have sounded like an idiot when I said Midas is the go on everyone. But he's going to have it.
Midas Spectre is pretty normal. I think Midas Manta right now is probably the most commonly built Spectre build, at least in Australia. I don't 100% follow all pro scenes, but
yeah, I know Southeast Asia
are often just going Midas Manta right now.
Yeah, Southeast Asia do like the Midas drums with the treads and then the Manta. So I'm not sure if we're going to see a skip. That I feel like drums right now is too strong to skip. 1600 gold, quite cheap. Good stats. I think it's 6 stats, 20 movement speed, and a bit of mana regen. But you might be right. You might go Midas, Manta, and then just try to brawl with that Diff Blade, Basher, something afterwards. Who knows?
Nice little rotation top. We got Mello poking on the tower. He has shown himself, but Victorize is here as well. They have the sentry down. They see Farnsworth. 6 is going in.
They will just get the tower. I don't think you're going to actually look for more, unless Farnsworth shows himself. But that was the blink reveal as well.
The blink reveal, and it's a rotation from the Kunkka. He didn't manage to get a kill, but they do manage to secure the tower, so it's still pretty well done. I think he should have been able to wrap around and try to actually catch the Sand King, though, if they were going to go for that, rather than just walking in and showing himself.
Speaking of getting caught, Kuro? Kuro! He actually gets away. Farnsworth blinked onto the hill there, so they're not going to get a kill. They do use the Burrow Strike to get off the hill, so they can't combine the toss combo with there. But all in all, I think even with that tower, Spag and Sons are still a bit 2.5k net worth lead, which is pretty good for them right now.
Yeah, Spag and Sons are having a good time. It's something we haven't really talked about, but the farm on Spag and Sons is
Mello,
insane.
sorry. Ooh. Do they find Hype Man? They do find him with the double star call. Mello will probably trade his life here. He's very slow, but that Rum doing work, and Mars on the other side. Boomer, does he have any... Whoop. He didn't have the arrow. Doesn't need it, though. They might look for Zemistry instead. Corrosive has the ulti.
Arrow?
Do I see the arrow? Yeah. Do I see it doing anything? No.
They're just using the curse, make sure the Razor can't clean up anything. Great trade for Shadownet. They managed to get the Spectre, they managed to get the Inch. They're keeping a lot of Spag and Sons on their toes constantly. Made Razor run over, made the Sand King run over, Epicenter down as well. Anti-mage farming creeps. So Shadownet, they'll be very happy with that. It does not fix this little gold deficit and the issue of all 3 Spag and Sons cores being top net worth though.
Yeah, I think the issue is going to be all 3 cores. They're quite close, except Zemistry. So Zemistry's 5'8", everyone else is within 600 gold of each other in that top 4. So it is just Zemistry holding a bit of a lead on everyone else, but he has built a Yules, so he's going to be nice in these team fights, but Yules doesn't increase your farming speed that much. You don't really commit the Plasma Field that often, anyway, for the mana cost. So we might see him slow down here if they don't brawl continuously.
I mean, Freezer farm speed is definitely slightly lower than it used to be. Fight on mid seems to be nothing happening, just Fawn sniping the rune.
Just get salve in the water.
Plasma Field and Eye of the Storm spam. I mean, you said you don't spam Plasma Field. I think that's just...
I'm just not seeing him do it, to tell you the truth. He's got the 8 mana regen, but he's just not spamming it on every creeper.
He'll be using it whenever he's got like a double camp, and that's something that Razor can actually do like really well. You get 2 camps, you Plasma Field them both, you use the Eye of the Storm spam. So you did lose the passive effect of the Eye of the Storm in previous patch, but you have more damage on your ulti now, so you can actually clear camps with it and just run around farming a lot, like pretty much the same speed as he could before. Razor is definitely a hero that can still farm really fast if he's given space.
Yeah, definitely. And on the other side, I'm not sure when Shadownet actually want to fight. Like, we're seeing the Battle Fury on TN, nothing exceptional there. Six is going for an early pipe, no Blink Dagger. And obviously Corrosive's not going to have an item for God knows how long. So where do you think their fights are going to start? Or are they all going to be defensive counter initiations?
Honestly, Shadownet, I think with just the hood on Mars, they can start looking for fights. Like, they don't have to be letting Spag and Sons just take over the map like they are. Spag and Sons are clearly farming more, and this Kunkka is a hero that is really strong. They have the boat right now. They have the Mars ult right now. They don't need to be waiting for these heroes that want BKBs to get them. Like, once Razor has a BKB, he's kind of untouchable. Once Spectre has a Manta, he's kind of untouchable.
Speaking of Spectre, he doesn't actually have a way out of here. The TP's 10 seconds away, but Melo's going to have to do a blind torrent, and he misses by about 800 units.
Drop the arena.
Do it.
Drop the arena.
Do it. I can't ping it because I'm a spectator, but Arena of Blood doesn't get dropped, and the TP goes out. Hype Man's safe.
Yep, Shadownet with the rotation. But interesting, TN felt forced to start it because Spectre was already running away, which meant neither of their catch heroes were near the front. They should definitely be looking to start these fights either with X, an arena, or a curse. Or possibly a random arrow, but often that arrow should be coming through onto the curse or onto the X. And they should be able to just try to do this. Like, either pressure towards the tower or smoke into the big force of Spag and Sons and just take the fight. They are strong right now. Inch is currently kind of weak. Tiny has finished up his Blink now, so is Sand King, but they should have hopefully been able to do this before Tiny actually finished his Blink.
Yeah. And Tiny would have only just finished it. He's only got 150 gold spare. Farnsworth does just quietly get out, but Melo wants bigger targets. He wants the Hype Man pickup, and he's going to get it with the boat combo. I'm probably going to see Boomer's arrow come through as well. That connects. They're going to drop everything in the kitchen, sink on Hype Man, but they do get that kill. They do get the pick off on the hero they wanted.
And it's a good kill. They managed to get the Spectre. However, and they're instantly smoking up as well, actually. So they're going towards mid without arena, without boat. This will be an interesting pick if they get this kill. If they can catch this one, they can likely get the tower as well. Oh,
they're going to get the combo again. I think this is just another free kill. They're going to send him far away, though. Boomer has to jump in, does commit everything. Razor's going to be stuck with 71 damage, no Yule Scepter, but they've got no follow-up. And on the sideline, Farns, Boomer, is he going to die? He's got 3 seconds left, doesn't get that leap off in time.
Good trade kill for them. They had to use the Epi. They rotated their entire team in except for the Spectre. But they do slow down Shadownet a little bit. They're able to get back to farming. One thing I'd like to point out though, Shadownet, they are not farming between these rotations. Like Kunkka, he is 5,200 net worth still, even after a couple of kills. He is not managing to hit creeps. He needs to be making sure these rotations are not forced strictly by him.
They're going to go into this fight anyway. Hype Man's going to come in. They sense blood in the water. Six is going to die. Corrosive's probably next. He's in the little bubble. But yeah, I think you're right. Mello just doesn't have any farm. He's actually getting caught up on net worth by Boomer on this Mirana. And Mirana himself is also not farming. Only got the 40 last hits. It's mostly coming from the big arrow on creeps.
Yeah, hey, he is pretty big though. This Mirana's looking at currently around a 22-minute Guardian Greaves, which is actually really good for a pulse 4. So he'll be happy with how his game's going. Anti-Mage will be decently happy. He's not farmed, but he's not unplayable stage right now. He's got treads, he's got his Battle Fury, he's got a couple of Wraith Bands. He can hit creeps quickly if he's given the time.
Yeah, he also got the Pupil's Gift. I love this item. 260 health, bit of int. It's just nice. It's not as good as the Aquila or Zemistry. He has the Yules. They pop it early, but are they going to get any combination here? Boomer does get the stun off. Here comes the boat. Zemistry doesn't even commit a single spell. They didn't do that perfectly, but they have enough stuns to actually get away with it.
They didn't do it perfectly, but they blew everything. Make sure they get that Razor. Make sure his Yules isn't some huge outplay. Mello had two options there. You either instantly bring back the X to set it up for someone else, or you bait Torrent. Kunkka's been jumped by the SK, and he will go down here almost definitely.
He dies first. Victorize throws Sixer back into the fight, and they're going to find him too. Corrosive doesn't have a TP, but he hasn't... he got dusted instantly, and it's a question of who gets the kill. I think they're going to give it to Farnsworth, or Farnsworth is going to force it into his hands. And what was a really nice pick off for Zemistry has turned around to be a bit of a disaster for Shadownet.
Yeah, forcing the tower there, it feels like Shadownet's trying to take things into their own hands a little bit too much. The mid tower push, the bottom tower push, once they've used their abilities, it's pretty difficult for them to fight. Like, outside of the arena, the Potomolt, the boat, they should be trying to drop back, actually use the kill to catch up. Because right now they're getting the kills, and then they're not actually using that time to gain any form of advantage, and they're just steadily falling behind because Spag and Sons are hitting creeps. One of them dies, the rest of them are hitting creeps.
Tien finds a courier. That's a nice little pickup. But yeah, I think you're right. Anti-Mage is the only one farming. You can see on the last hits. Oh, Mello's going to get picked off here, so we will talk about how underfarmed he is after he hits the grave.
And also, Bokebi now finished on Razor. Zemistry almost definitely feels extremely strong right now. He has to get caught by a random arrow, somehow not dodging a Mars Spear, or a curse into arrow. So he's now very, very powerful. We also have a jump on mid. I
think this is going to be die. Hype Man's going to commit his TP with the Haunt as well. Sixer uses I don't hate that at all. But he gets used up by Zemistry. Zemistry doesn't even commit the BKB to get inside. He's just going to take that free little kill from Farnsworth with that Burrow Strike.
Nicely done by Spag and Sons. But Sixer, he at least achieved 500 damage on mid tower. He made the entire team rotate, but they're still being decently inefficient. They're still getting outplayed efficiency-wise on the map. Like Spag and Sons, they're getting kills at the right time, and they're just converting them into things. Objective damage, creeps, bomb.
Yeah, you're definitely right. It doesn't feel like these kills that Shadownet are having, because it's only 10 to 12. You look at that, you think it's going to be an even game, but it's 8k. 8k net worth at 20 minutes is pretty solid, pretty sizable lead. That's at least 2 full items on their cores.
Yeah. It's the Sand King. Like, if you were to compare offlaners, it's even just Sand King to Mars. Mars has a pipe, really strong for team fights. Sand King has a blink, a Yules, a Veil, and a boots to travel. He can now split push.
Does he have the boots?
Initiate. He can disrupt things. Yeah, he's got them on the courier. They're coming out. Sand King is having a really good game right now, and he's just comparing core to core. Spag and Sons are ahead on every level.
Yeah, I think the big one I'm looking at is the carry gap. Like, I'm going to place Mello as the carry because of where he was positioned. There's a 4,000 net worth lead. and growing because it's a Spectre. Who has the Midas, has the Manta. Up against Kunkka, he doesn't have many parts of his BKB, so it's another, 6 minutes before this BKB comes out, I'd say? At least?
Still quite far away. And Spag and Son's a really nice read here. Look at that. Perfectly drawn on the map. Spectre knows what's going on. I'm sure the rest of them do as well. However, actually, Farnsworth posting in mid. Just as I said that, they get the X onto him, but he's not the target.
I like the Yules. He dodges that. They're going to go on Zemistry straight into the fight, force out the curse. And now it's between Victorize and Farnsworth. Do they find a pick here? They don't find Kuro. They pretty much won't find anyone here. They chose the wrong hill to stun on top of. But still, that's a free fight.
Curse forced for practically no trade. Haunt is now up on Spectre. The Eye of the Storm, Razor doesn't mind. It's low cooldown. He's going to be using it to hit creeps anyway. And Spaginsson's just doing really well on this map. Something that hasn't actually been noted yet, their warding this game is so good. You can see TN jumping around anytime he's near the top tier 1. They have vision in the mid lanes. They can see all the way, like all the time when Shadownet's rotating. And they did have vision in the jungle just before, but they have lost that recently. However, these wards have made it so easy for them to read how Shadownet's going to play, and they just keep dodging and choosing when to, like, when they want to actually go in and do something.
Definitely. And on the other side, I've obviously got the Fog of War set to Radiant. They've got one ward on the map. And it's the wards near the bottom ruins. So, like, they can't see anything. So this fight, they're not going to see anyone coming in. Six Amaris is caught out on the sideline. TN, he's going to get hit by a couple stuns here and there by Victorize. They're probably just going to lose Six Amaris once the rest of the team comes in. Farnsworth gets another stun off. TN just keeps blinking. Zemistry, I don't know what he's doing in the backline, but he's probably going to try to find TN once more. And he's going to get comboed up and die for it. The boat hit absolutely no one here. And Farnsworth, he wants more. Oh, here we go. Epicenter is going to come through. Mello doesn't have that run buff for long enough. He does get cleaned. And now, Hypeman, honestly, I don't know how he dies here, but he's going to find a way if he keeps diving. Look at Victorize!
He would have to go pretty deep. Buyback, like curse into a buyback or something like that.
Yeah.
He should be fine. However, Spag and Sons, they're not taking objectives. Zem's the only one actually looking at a tower right now. But they should get this top tier 1. It's like mildly important. They don't mind too much about it, but objective money is objective money. Keeps their creeps pressuring in slightly more. They have also got this ward now on the cliff just below the triangle. So I would like to see Spag and Sons actually defend this. They should be strong enough to just post up here as long as the Sand King's with them, but it looks like they're going to just back off, abandon this ward, which will end up just getting dewarded straight away, almost definitely.
You'd hope so, because I feel like this hill here is the best dire ward in the game, because it covers Roshan, it covers the tier 2s, and obviously it just covers any type of advancement into this triangle. And if you shut down someone's ancient camp, it's like 200, 250 GPM a minute. That's 250 gold a minute.
This ward is really standard, really strong for pretty much all the reasons you mentioned. It also puts you in a spot where you control that high ground. Like, if you want to play there, you have vision of that entire high ground. And you can actually post there as a team, even post your initiation there, and just, they can back away, they can scare the enemy. You can do whatever you want up there. And it makes it really good. But they will be rotating out, they just want to keep pressuring the map. They want to get pressure on this bottom side, and then likely move up to Roshan later on.
Yeah. And we were wrong. It hasn't been dewarded yet. Corrosive, with his big brain, probably going to look for it now. And just as I say it...
There we go.
I mean, I got to give props to Corrosive. Like, he does a few things very well. One of them is definitely his warding ability. Like, he understands where he wants to fight as a team and how he wants to play as a team, for sure.
Yeah. And speaking of fighting, Boomer is actually behind the entire Spag and Sons lineup bottom. So, not 100% sure what he wants to achieve here. I think he might just be trying to survive.
He has to TP.
Be hiding in here.
He's going to try to cut.
He's going to go cut the wave. He's going to cut the wave. It leads me to believe they might even fortify this tower. But he's in rough spot. He's going to get hit by this dagger and almost definitely just leap TP.
Oh, at least he gets the Moonlight off. He does have the Greaves, however, so he doesn't have to worry about a single set of dust. But Hype Man, he gets another one of those pesky spectral daggers, and he's going to die for it. They do trade tier 2s, So top obviously goes down to TN, and I believe Sixer was up there as well. But they gave away a free kill on Boomer.
It's kind of interesting as well, because it was the Spectre that pressured him. It took so long for the rotations to come there. He definitely could have just TP'd out, like, at least attempt it. There's no gain for him wasting their time down here. He's already done his Starfall on the creep wave. He's not going to go back and kill the creep wave. The tier 2 tower is still going to get pressured either way. The only
corrosive
thing that staying does is get him possibly killed.
Yeah, you're definitely right. It's one of those things. I don't think you'd want to buy back to defend Roche anyway, because of how awkward that TP would be, that fight into Roshan. Tien, though, he's going to try to jump on. He's going to get cleaned up by this stun combination. Hype Man does a lot of damage with those mantas.
That's the stun setup for the Spectre. Something we spoke about. He just wants to be on those. Doesn't matter if it's an anti-mage or someone else. He will jump in with that manta and he will clean you. He's also finished his butterfly now as well. So not only is he really, really like strong in the sense he does heaps damage, he's really hard to kill now as well.
They miss the arrow, however, they do get the combination not quite perfectly on him. They hit the boat, but they screw up the Spear of Mars. And now it's going to be a fight with Farnsworth coming into the backline. Corrosiv's most likely going to be the first to fall. Boomer is stuck on the sideline via Zemistry, who doesn't have a Yules to stop him. So we're going to go down to Six Damaris, who does have the spider legs, but no blink. So it's
just wasting as much time as he can.
They found him. Ooh.
Slow reactions by Farnsworth, or blink cooldown or stun cooldown possibilities. Don't manage to catch him, and it's not the worst fight for Shadownet, but they lost anti-mage. They are definitely not happy. They have a 9k net worth Conquer with drums, Bokebi, and
I just heard a Yules. Boomer, has he got another leap? I don't believe so. 30 seconds. Have they got the dust? Yes, they do on Spag. He's going to die for that.
Spag comes in just to give the detection for the team. Mello manages to snipe one of the top bounty runes utilizing that Moonlight Shadow, but that's kind of all Shadownet's going to get out of that. And I would not be surprised to see Spag and Sons just go for a Roshan very, very soon. They should know that they are strong enough to just take a fight, even if it happens.
Yeah, definitely.
Perhaps once the horn's up. Oh, as I say, they're just in. Okay, it works.
It's only 10 seconds, so the Mirana's going to be dead longer than the horn. So I think that's okay, because you know, without that arrow, we just saw Hype Man got hit by almost every spell bar the arrow and was completely fine.
Hypeman is very strong right now. He's actually going for a Linken's as well, which is it's a very good Linken's game. You dodge Anti-Mage ulti, you dodge Curse, you dodge X, but it's an interesting item for Spectre, so we'll see how it works. It does make him even more hard to kill, but I feel like if you're going for that route, you just go either Skadi or Heart.
Yeah.
However, I am not a carry player, so I may just be wrong there.
He has got the Basher as well.
Definitely seems interesting.
Like he has got the Basher queued up as well. So maybe he's umming and ahhing, waiting for a team fight to pop out. Corrosive, on the other hand, is that his own Yules? Oh?
No, but he just bought a gem and he's losing it.
Yeah.
See,
that's a free gem. Victorize is going to pick it up.
That kind of confuses me. He's heading into the jungle to get some D-wards with the gem, but assuming you find D-wards, the enemy team sees you and they see you by yourself, which means they're going to come kill you. It's like a little bit of a counterintuitive play when you have the gem.
He's going to go on a trip on his favourite rocket ship. Farnsworth does, however, miss the stun. It doesn't really matter. They're not going to commit the arena. They're going to hold that buyout plus arena combo for potentially later. But yeah, you're right. Like, losing that gem, they might be able to lose... Yeah, they're going to lose some of their detection in the mid lane as well. So they're not going to be able to see these fights. And we talked about the vision game of Kuro. Right now, it's 2 wards. No, it's 1 ward because they just found one. And it's over here. Not really showing much. It's just next to the Spag and Sons tier 2. And no one's really farming.
Mirana at the outpost.
Oh. Boomer, he has one more lead. Zemistry has the chain.
Less Yules.
Oh.
Boomer won't get over the cliff.
That's unfortunate. It's Farnsworth.
And this Razor is very, very strong now. He's finished up AC, he's got an SMI, and he's got his BKB. He's still top net worth in the game, coming up to 19k at 33 minutes. He is I mean, him and Spectre are both close to untouchable, which is not what you want to hear. Like, not where you want to be as Shadownet.
Yeah, like, props to TN for keeping up, but the gap between TN and his next core is 7k. Like, it doesn't sound like... Oh?
He's also in a rough place where once he's got Abyssal, he can't just suddenly kill people. He cannot Abyssal kill the Razor. He cannot Abyssal kill the Spectre.
Speaking of...
He probably can't kill the Sand King. Corrosive can die cutting a creep wave, but not the worst play. Forces people back. He's trying to waste time. He's trying to defend the base as much as he can.
TN, he's going to look for Razor. He did about 400 damage to the 40 armor Razor. And that was the Abyssal reveal, if they didn't notice.
Razor is strong here. He kind of needs to be jumping either Tiny or Inch and trying to explode them straight away. But even them, they are hard. Like, Tiny has his Yules, he's got 2200 health and 22 armor. Enchantress is Enchantress. You got that untouchable, it's just hard to hit. And then on top of that, you have Blink Sand King with a Yules, you have Razor with a Yules, you have Tiny with a Blink Yules. So, whenever TN wants to try and make a play with this anti-mage, he's gonna struggle.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be curious to see what they go. We talked about the Lincolns, by the way. Hype Man bought the Ultimate Orb, and he hasn't bought another piece of it yet. So part of me thinks that his courier died with the Lincoln's recipe. Part of me is wondering...
Courier did die with the Lincoln's recipe. Anti-mage did kill that. And on the note of him, they might be going for him bottom.
That isn't Aegis, though. I feel like this is an incredibly hard kill twice. They have no way of helping this fight. Actually, they're going to commit the Farnsworth TP in. He does, however, use the Fortify to keep his creep alive. And now Hype Man's going to turn around and try to kill Mello, who does just... Oh my god, he's going to die in his TP. Oh boy. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Mello's dead.
Does TN die here as well?
TN could get run down here. It's unlikely, though. He does have plenty of blinks. Tiny blinks onto the Spectre to try to toss him forward, but he's not going to be able to do that.
Though. Ooh. Corrosive will die.
Again in mid.
Yeah. He does get the TP out, though. But even then, Hype Man actually does about 400 damage a second. Plus, per his Mantis. That was insane.
Spectre does a lot of damage, especially once you have Manta. Like, even just Spectre does a lot of damage, but with the Mantas, the Desolate is just crazy DPS.
Yeah, what's it? 60 pure, I've got it up here.
60 pure every attack.
Oh, mid lane? Are we going to see TN go down here? They do a very nice counter spell. But now the high ground starts. Corrosive, we obviously saw him use the Winter's Curse on Zemistry here. So it'll be interesting to see how they want to start this fight up. They're going to go for the arrow, which misses absolutely everyone. And Farnsworth gets Corrosive. That's a death. He has the buyback, but Zemistry's in the middle of this fight. They're going to look for Hype Man. They're going to get him down. Oh boy, now it's going to be a run for the hills for everyone on Spag and Sons. They lost their big bad Spectre, and now it's seeing if they can catch someone else with this X marks the spot. They put down
Tiny
wards.
with the AM.
Oh. You'll live with this. I think you live with Victorized dying here.
You're okay with Victorized dying, but losing the Spectre is actually kind of a big deal.
Spag? Oh boy. Okay, you lost Spag as well. You lost 2 supports.
It's going to take a while for him to die, but yep, Spag will be going down here.
Oh my god. Oh! Just die, Spag! Please!
Yep.
He can't get out, but seriously.
There we go. And TN has found Zem and Farnsworth, but he won't be able to do anything to them. Now, let's have a quick breakdown of that fight. So it starts with Tiny jumping in. You've got Tiny onto the Winter, Koro out of position, but Spang and Sons overcommitted. They went so overly zealous for that Wyvern that the Mars ulti actually managed to block off their entire team, putting TN in a position he could get the Spectre and not be interrupted. Sand King had already blinked stun. The Tiny had already blown his combo. Spectre didn't get the haunt off because he got Abyssal, and Razor couldn't commit everything to actually try save him.
Zemistry? Zemistry? What's item? He has parts of his MKB being teleported onto him, but he's got no mana. I think he's just going to die at the end of this. Hype Man's going to commit his haunt, however. They're going to turn this into an absolute cluster of a fight. They do take down Zemistry first. Farnsworth is going to use the epicenter on the side. But I think it's now...
Excellent Sand King.
Oh, the
They
nice
know he's
heals.
Yules. They should be able to get the spear. No, Sixiden wasn't confident. They should have known exactly where he Yules there because he didn't come back to the X.
I don't think he had the mana.
He had mana. He had mana. He had mana. He had enough for one spear. He like pump faked it and then didn't actually throw it. TN though is actually going crazy. He's actually doing so well here. He's managing to catch targets constantly. I fault him. He could have ultied the Razor slightly earlier, which might have saved him Curse. But his counterspells have been on point. He has counterspelled 3 Sand King stuns in a row now, which actually makes a huge difference. It makes that entire rotation from Farnsworth not worth it. Like, just completely nullified, and puts him in great positions to actually kill people.
Yeah.
He's now finished up an MKB, so he can actually hit through this butterfly on the Spectre. If he's ever set up for it, he can actually deal with Spectre now. Like, he's actually strong enough to kill Spectre straight up, even versus some form of protection, because he has so much more damage.
Yeah, I think while I agree with the level 20 talent, going the Spectral Dagger plus Lincoln's has made this little window where TN can actually kill him. You're right. This Abyssal combo, the Manta comes out, and then obviously the Mana Void once he loses. He has 1100 mana. Like, that's quite a lot for a Spectre, just because of this Lincoln's and the Manta Ultimate Orb is giving him quite a bit of that base.
The Lincolns will be protecting him, hopefully, from that original jump though. So someone does still need to set TN up. Someone needs to be popping that Lincolns. They need to either use the X,
Stuns.
probably use X.
Hits absolutely no one with the stuns. Spag and stuns are going to have this fight picked up because Spag is going to get pushed out. Razor has no mana now. He doesn't actually get his static link off either. And now Hypeman's going to come in with the big cleanup, hopefully on the Haunt. They do lose Farnsworth. He's going to buy back. TN is now getting drained. All of his damage is gone. They're just going to go full retreat. They see the buyback coming through. Hypeman has to clean someone up because he used his buyout money for this basher. I think Mello is going to be the sacrificial lamb here. They do clean him up, and now it's Hypeman looking for more. Maris just getting out. Oh boy. TN?
And
hello?
not only is that a buyback from Sand King, they actually recovered their gem. Now, do they know Spag and Sons are roshing? Because this rosh is super important. You get the Aegis on Spectre, suddenly Spectre's very scary. Okay, but can they contest in time? No. They're way too far away.
Kuro also has TP, but he's bot.
That is an SK for Kunkka trade, plus the buyback on Sand King, but you secure the Roshan for Spag and Sons, putting Spag and Sons in a position where, once again, they can try to hit your towers. If they want to, they can go for objectives. They don't have to force a fight straight away, because worst case scenario, Shadownet has to commit a bunch of spells to actually get rid of the Spectre's first life.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and the other side, you said, hitting towers. This tower's on 300. It's getting there. You know what, though? I've just noticed Hypeman's still carrying around an Imp Claw.
Hypeman wants the damage. What are his other options? I haven't even
Sliver?
looked at the neutral items.
Titan Sliver?
Sliver does sound pretty good.
They have only got 1 tier 4 item so far, so I actually
Sliver
don't
is
know.
most definitely better than Imp Claw. It gives him way more damage than the Imp Claw would, as well as the statuses and...
So it'll give him 34 damage, although he just got a Ninja Gear, which is quite solid. I don't know if he wants that. Yes, he gets the Ninja Gear instead.
Ninja Gear is wonderful. It also helps him a lot here because he has dropped his boots for the Aegis. So suddenly, oh no, he's putting them back in. Oh, he's just swapping it out for the minus use. So he's going to have his boots, plus the Ninja Gear makes him way faster. On Dagger, he's actually max move speed.
Yeah, or TN jumps straight in. They use the Abyssal onto what looked like the counterspell. They're going to jump in. TN is running really low right now. He dies. Six of Maris does get the BKB arena off, but Hypeman's not in it. Hypeman's going to look for Corrosive. The Blink Dagger on Corrosive is doing work right now. I think Mello has been picked off in the sideline. It's whether or not he gets the bash off here. He does not. Mello, BKB out. But TN, he went down for Victorize. I don't think anyone can say anything, but that's a win for Spag and Sons.
Spag and Sons will be very happy with that. And that's an issue with TN going first. So I talked about for a little bit how much the Dire can actually deal with the Anti-Mage. And, I mean, that's a prime example of it. Sure, he got the Tiny, but he had to commit his entire kit for that Tiny. And any stun on him actually kills him. Like, as long as Spag and Sons can get on top of him, they can kill him. He went too far forward, he was away from his Winter, away from his Mars, and he couldn't get that protection that he needed. Now, he does have buyback here, so we'll see if they actually use it or just sack all their axes.
Yeah, he has the Aegis still, and also I've noticed an Illusionist Cape is coming in for Hype Man. Probably the best item you can get on a Spectre, I would want to say, for a tier 4. Those Haunt illusions are going to do damage, and also he went the Haunt damage at level 25. So his R button is actually going to do more than 100% damage.
Quite definitely happy with Illusionist Cape. You do have other options though. Spectre's got like a few items that he's happy with. Leveler is really good. Minotaur Horn can be really good.
Oh, look at this.
Ninja Gear is honestly not too bad. But yes, Spectre illusions are very, very powerful.
Yeah. It's curious to see now. It's 22 net worth lead onto Spag and Sons. About the same XP wise. Dota's giving Shadownet a 16% chance to win this game. That sounds about fair, I reckon. For how
16% chance with this anti-mage, definitely possible. They have a lot of control on Shadownet. You've now got the Ags finished on Conqueror. I think he must have finished that before because he's got a classic, basic Chrysalis. You got Winter, Curse, Mars, lots of stun and control. Mirana's got the Greaves, got a Yules. Like, Shadownet has a lot of ways to just screw with the Spag and Sons lineup and try to set their anti-mage up for kills. They just have to pull it off.
Yeah, definitely. I did just notice speaking of Kunkka Torrent Storm, he went the health regen over the torrent damage. I don't know.
That's fine.
I don't know. I like the torrent damage, but I guess because he was having such a rough game, I can't knock him for it.
If you're planning on building the Ags, then definitely take the torrent damage, but 100 torrent damage for just normal torrent is garbage, not actually that good. It's only really good if you're going for the mass torrents, going for the AoE torrent, and you want to combo them up. But we'll see. Spag and Sons with the smoke and bottom. Can they go for a jump? Looks like they do not want to go for.
Yeah, they don't know where Tien. They don't know where Boomer is either. They're both sitting on this top high ground area, but they're going to give away another 1,000 odd gold. That's how much these bounty runes seem to be worth at the moment. Yeah, that's it.
Each bounty rune is 650 gold.
Yep.
Per bounty rune.
That's 2.5k net worth instantly. Oh, Farnsworth gets the jump on Tien. That's the Abyssal coming in too. Tien is getting a combo down. He doesn't even get a single spell off. And on the other side, Boomer, he has no stuns, so Spag's going to let him go. And Hype Man, that's no Aegis. His Aegis just popped 20 seconds ago, and he kills himself. Man, Hype Man, I don't know why he went back down bot. His Aegis would have popped about 5 seconds before he used the Haunt illusion.
Yeah, going back bot was definitely an interest. Oh, 6 over his mango tree with the spider legs. Novus. However, Shadownet are still on the high ground here. They won the tip game there. They got the tip onto the Spectre. They're very appreciative of life right now.
Yeah,
outside of the fact that Anti-Mage has no life right now.
I think you still take that trade. Like, it shouldn't be a trade, but the fact you killed Hype Man makes it worth it. Like, there is nothing you did to allow Tien to die for Hype Man outside of Hype Man clicking the wrong button. I got to give him benefit of the doubt and just say he accidentally hit D.
Yeah, accidentally hit D. Jumped into the entire enemy team. Razor, 6 slotted now. He's finished up his Satanic. He's about to have enough for buyback as well. Spag and Sons look scary. They finished up a Hex on Sanking. He's got his level 25 talent. Spectre and Razor have also got those 25 talents. They can honestly just wait for Roshan if they want to. Just keep cutting waves, keep killing every time Shadownet steps slightly far out of, like, if they step too far out of position. Make sure you're farming the majority of the map, keep the lanes pressed into the base, and then just wait for Roshan. Get that Ags or get the Refresher and try to launch from there.
Yeah. I wouldn't also mind seeing a Hype Man Haunt just to force a BKB. Like, we're looking at Melo's BKB's down to 6 now, and I think 6 Amaris is 7? No, 6 hasn't... He's only used it once. It's on 9 seconds.
Smoke from Shadownet.
Do they know where each other are? They're both
They
blind.
should have a good idea of where each other are.
There's still a gem on the front line, so we're going to see the start. Victorize gets hit by the arrow. This is a pretty nice haunt. Boomer on the back line is going to get cleaned up first. He just gets out, though. This Arena of Blood is really locking down Hype Man in the middle of the fight. And now the Torrent Wave's coming through. Zemistry hasn't got the BKB off yet. He's just sitting in the stun. Mellow now, getting low on health. TN has to back off as well. So far, only person to die is Farnsworth. And everyone on Shadownet's trying to get out. I think they're going to make it. Six of Maris.
Gets the blink off.
He's fine, yeah. Wow.
Tien is dying to the mid creep wave because he forgot about Ghost Ship Rom. He actually almost died to some creeps because his HP just started running away from him. He will be... I don't see why he doesn't purchase this Morbid Mask. If he actually is committed for a Satanic Arrow, I don't know why he wouldn't purchase it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he has it now.
Looks like he's actually going to buy out, maybe.
Oh, he's bought the
Kind of hope he
recipe,
doesn't.
so...
He needs his buyback.
You wouldn't buy the recipe unless you're going to buy out, right? Like, there's no point holding more or less money. And there you go, the Satanic.
Yeah. Okay, no buyback on the Anti-Mage. This is something that Dire should actually be able to guess once they see him with the Satanic. He has not been farming exceptionally efficiently, and they know that because they've killed him twice. So they should realize that this is no buyback AM, or at least have a good gut feeling about that. On the same side, on the flip side though, Spectre has now finished up a BKB. He is not dying.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he can afford to die. We saw in that last fight, Zemistry got stunned for about 17 seconds, what felt like. He got hit by the arrow in the middle of the fight, and then the torrents over and over again. He just didn't move for a ridiculous level of time. The Arena of Blood came down before the stun lock stopped on him.
Yeah, sometimes the Torrent Storm does just go absolutely crazy. Sometimes it hits absolutely no one though, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. We have to jump onto end though.
I don't know if Spag's the hero you want to jump on, but they're going to go Victorize instead. I think this is a better target. He has the gem, so this is going to be another 1,000 gold swing when they pick this gem up. Corrosive. Nice little grab.
In the meantime, they lost a ranged barracks.
I think that was going to go down anyway.
Almost definitely, but
yeah,
still happened.
I never know the trades. Like, is it worth throwing a support's life for a range racks? Because outside of gem,
I'd probably say no. Losing a support's life loses you some map control. It makes it slightly harder to play. And when you think of a range racks, in reality, as long as you've already got the melee racks, the range racks doesn't do that much. Like, it's not actually that important at all. At some point, it will die. You have to rush on attempt here, Koro.
No Winters, Kuro. They do spot him, and now he's going to actually get stuck in the pit. Oh, Kuro! That was not a play. That's the gem too, I believe.
That is the gem. There's the buyback here from Koro as well.
Mello just get 4-shot by Zemistry. That's the first time I've seen him actually get auto attacks onto a hero, and he cleaned Mello up.
Does have a double damage as well. Boomer leaping away, but he's probably going to go down here. Even with 3 blinks used, he gets Yules up. No, it's his own Yules. He gets the blink off.
He's got the gem, or a gem. Now he's in trouble. If they don't commit the buyback on Mello, Hype Man is going to just back out. They don't know where Anti-Mage is. Little do they know, he's farming their jungle. Zemistry did get the gem, by the way, so they still committed to keep 1 gem.
They still have the cheese and refresher, I believe, as well. Yeah, Spectre has refresher. So now this opens up an entirely new opportunity for Spag and Sons, especially if they get this Wyvern kill.
That's a dieback. Oh, the flicker.
Can't be out of base. No, not like this.
I'm curious what he was doing out there too. Like, I get he was trying to break the wave with Splinter Blast, but he had no TP, so he can't like go upwards. Like, you know how some players just bail upwards. And he can't really do anything without the curse. It's only just come off cooldown. Mid? Who's dying there? That's the cheese coming on Farnsworth. He's still going to die, I believe, to the torrent coming through. Zemistry, however, has run out of BKB charge. And now he's stuck in the middle. He has the cheese. He has the Satanic if he can get it off. Cheese, 3 seconds. He just gets the Satanic off in time. And now Big Bad Hype Man's coming in. He has the Abyssal. He's going to put it onto TN. TN's just in the middle of an entire enemy team. He goes down with the buyout. Double buyout coming through for Sixer as well. But I think this is all she wrote. I believe they've finally cracked the base for Spag and Sons.
Spectre's using his refresher. He's got the horn. He's got the second BKB. He's coming straight in. Don't think he has to
Oh,
pop the BKB.
Tien, not again.
Will Tien go down?
Oh.
He won't.
Okay, they still got the Aegis, I believe. They used the refresher, like you said. They've got a Farnsworth charging up the epicenter. He's gonna get hit by absolutely nothing. And now Six Amaris is in the middle of the fight. He's trying to stop Zemistry from just whacking down the space. Tien, however, is gonna get hexed by that coming up Princess Knife. And that's GG called. Corrosive and the rest of his Shadownet boys go down 1-0 in this best of 2 series.
53-minute brawl. What a game. I mean, Shadownet showed signs of life in that game. They definitely had opportunities where they could win, but they were struggling from the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I got to give props to Shadownet. I think that game could have looked a lot worse for how the graph shows like it was going downhill from about 20 minutes, but they kept it going for another 30. And with an anti-mage, that's all you need, right? You need that little bit of hope, that prayer that they're going to throw on the high ground. And Hypeman and Victorize almost did multiple times. They almost went too far on a bunch of these assaults on the base.
Yeah, and Shadownet, they had some really, really good team fights as well. Like a bunch of nice curses, quite a few Mars ultis that set up for some really, really good fights. Their early mid rotation, slightly, I would say slightly late, but they managed to pull it off. They managed to get the triple kill. And they had a clear strategy. They were just trying to stall as much as they could for AM. Unfortunately, Spag and Son's draft dealt with AM well.
Yeah, definitely. On the plus side, we finally got to see a Spectre victory. We talked it up in the first series. Hype Man, he played it pretty well. Made a few slip-ups here and there, but otherwise you can't fault him on his game. And I'm interested to see how they go for game 2, because that was quite close, despite the net worth showing quite a lead.
Yeah. It was Spag and Son's taking it slightly slowly at the end there. They were making sure they had Aegises. They didn't have a great team to just hit buildings, so they were just trying to build their advantage as much as they could, but well played by both teams.
Definitely. We are going to jump to a break, however. I believe it's going to be a quick one, just a couple 3 to 5 minutes while we set up the lobby, just because we're already running behind time. This 53-minute game does that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment. Alrighty then, welcome back, and that is right, we're going straight into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, where Spag and Sons are winning 1-0 in this game coming up right now. And
1-0 in the draft, banned Magnus versus no bans.
oh, really? Okay, I see that. Magnus is a hero, I feel like he's just absolutely getting railed on in the ban phase. He just seems a bit too strong.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty easy to play, and a lot of the OEDL teams are not stable enough currently to not get punished by the fact that he just becomes some bulky, huge farm monster that just takes over the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, plus he pretty much makes every melee carry viable in my eyes. Like here's like Jug, where I feel like he's a bit weak, despite the Ags being incredibly strong. But you give him a farm item, or a farm ability rather, in the Magnus' Empower, and all of a sudden he's a monster in these team fights.
Yeah, it's like even after the nerf, it still helps all of the melee carries so much. It brings them that one step above. Like, even if they're average, it just makes them good. And that does cover, as you said, most of the melee heroes. Why is the draft paused?
It auto-selected TN and he was AFK. So I believe Kuro asked for a remake.
Kuro's managed to get draft control now. Surely they don't remake. It's 5 seconds of reserve time used.
It is a ban. Like, if it was a pick...
Well, it's a team mistake anyway. I almost missed my draft. I almost lost control of the draft in one of my games. I was on the toilet when the draft started. Got here. I was like, oh, game started.
Yeah, I can't actually pull up the chat because, as we all know, chat in stream just is a disaster waiting to happen. But I'm sure you can let me know what they're saying. And we have unpaused for the Insta Doom ban. No surprises there, really.
Yeah, Doom, perfect. Like, it's similar to the Mag. Oz is prioritizing Doom and Magnus so much right now, and for similar reasons. They just farm insanely fast and are super strong. Like, they have super easy gameplay, and they're so strong. On top of that, the Doom himself is flexible. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, we did see, I don't know if it was last night or the night before, Zemistry was playing Doom mid as well. So it's not just like, oh, we'll ban this hero because it's good. It's also a targeted ban, which is why you see the Spectre get sent to the Abyss as well, leaving Spags and Enchantress in.
Leaving Spags and Enchantress in again. So once again, they're going to have this pos 5 that can just secure the lanes. Now, something I kind of want to see Koro do here is sit up for a tri-lane. You don't have to commit to a tri-lane, but sit up for it. Have supports that are strong enough to take it, or a core that's strong enough to take it, because that is one situation where Enchantress struggles. If she doesn't get that 1v1 situation, if she can't ever use creeps because you're manually blocking the camps, you can burst Inch, and then you can pressure the other heroes really easily. So, if they're not gonna pick to beat it, which is really, honestly, difficult, then look for the tri-lane, if you can. Like, put them into a situation where it's at least possible.
Yeah. And, oh, okay. A Legion commander for Farnsworth. Quite a stable hero for him. He plays Legion quite a lot in pubs as well. It does leave something like a Mirana open for Boomer once more if they don't want to play this tiny pos 4. But I feel like if they pick Mirana this early, you basically relegate the tiny to a core role, which I'm not sure you want to do this early.
There's almost no way you want to do that. So one of the reasons Tiny is able to just be straight picked in almost any game is because you can run him 4 and 2. You can run him as this roaming support that doesn't strictly get counted by much. It's always going to have a decent game, and it forces you to think about, like, every squishy hero in the pool suddenly becomes harder to pick because the enemy team has Tiny. And so it gives you that instant flexibility. It makes, no matter what pick you pick him on, every pick after is slightly easier because you have that stable hero that can go, like, wherever.
Yeah.
Legion Commander from Spag and Sons, similar to the Mars we saw in the first game. They 7-picked the offlane, and it seems like they're just going with these it's always going to have some form of impact. Even if you get no farm on Legion, you can always just blink Jules.
Yeah, definitely. We even saw there was a game, I think, Tekor last night, or maybe the night before. Honestly, my days merge into one these weeks. But Tekor basically got bodied in the lane by Slicko, and he came back just because these dual wins are so easy to get. It's a 5-second stun, if nothing else. Like you could look at it that way. It's a stun on the enemy core. It's a stun on the enemy support. They can't do spells. It's not just about winning that dual damage, which I feel in pubs is the main aspect of that spell.
Yeah, you try to get that dual damage, you try to scale, and it does go both ways. So, like, in competitive, it does go both ways. With you want to be using it to secure kills or to be securing a target so that you can win another part of the team fight, but you can also draft around it being that big hero. Like, you can expect your Legion to get lots of damage in some games where he is. If you're picking him slightly later, you get a really good lane, and you can actually scale that into turning your LC into like your POS 2 or your POS 1 even.
Yeah, we will have to see how they want to run it though, because Legion into Undying can be a bit awkward. Like we've seen the Decay doing a lot of work for these strength-based offlaners. So I'm curious to see what they pick up as a carry. You've mentioned it. This time you're a bit on the cards. 5 carries got banned in the second phase, and the 6th one being a Timber. Yeah.
6th one being the Timber, and similar reason to last time. And here you've got the Legions, so you don't want Timber into the Legion, but also, once again, the Inch. It's one of the only off lanes the Inch can't just bully out of lane.
Yeah. So it'd be curious to see, because Shadownet, they have to reveal a core here. They have to reveal, at minimum, their 3, or most likely their carry here. I don't know if you want to reveal a mid when you have the last pick, and I feel like Tien and Mello are going to struggle heavily against Chemistry if they don't have that last pick.
Yeah, but once again with the Void. Now, I don't mind the Void. They do have the tiny Void combo, which we saw a bunch 2 years ago. If they wanted to go for it, like when you get late game, you have that. You can
the tree toss.
Get the X on Tiny and combo with the Chrono, but. In a way, this is similar to the last Void pickup we saw. Now, it is slightly different in the sense of only one of these heroes in Spag and Sons is great against the Void, being the Legion. But I guess it goes the other way. You're not always going to win your duels. However, it's a really early Void pick. Like, as much as Void is like a stable core, is always going to have a decent game, I really would have liked to see either an offlane pick here, or if they were to go carries, just something like a Spectre that's just going to scale insanely well no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. And you turn it around, the Willow gets instantly picked. We saw what the Void Willow combo was last series. Void would ulti, without the BKB, he'd get sent packing, running to his own base with his tail between his legs. That Terrorize doing work. And they've just shown, I believe, that Tiny is core with that Phoenix pick.
It is likely that means Tiny is too, yeah. So this makes a lot of sense. Okay, so you get the Void, you hold off the Tiny's flexibility for one more pick, and then you manage to get this Phoenix, which combos super well with the Chrono. It's perfectly fine. It's something you would have seen, I believe, when I versed Bokebi. They picked Phoenix a couple of times, and both games are just... Second phase was always Void ban. You don't want to verse the huge AoE combo that you can't deal with at all.
Yeah, it's just another one of those, like, I don't want to call it brainless, but it effectively is like super easy to execute combos. You hit the R button, the Chrono comes up. You click the egg, and it's almost perfectly timed that the Chrono ends and the egg bursts. There's no window in between where you can hit the egg. It's just another free 2.5 second stun. It's a free reset on spells. It's not as great now that you don't get the laser beam during egg until
the talent.
20 talent or 25 talent.
20.
Either way.
20 or 15. It's 20 or 15. It's definitely not 25.
Yeah, you get it late. I think it's 20. But by then it's like almost you've committed to massive team fights already, so it's a bit too late. And Spag and Sons, they go with a Weaver. I quite like this. A Hype Man Weaver. It's incredibly greedy. It's incredibly risky, but it'll be a lot of fun watching Tiny try to combo him.
That's a interesting Weaver pick. The lockdown in Shadownet is low, so it's good, but they do have Void,
Yeah, the
which
time
makes
dilate.
Weaver like. Well, it's not only the time dilate, like Chrono. Obviously, Chrono is a spell that counters everyone, but Weaver is naturally very squishy. Naturally plays around the front lines lots. It's going to be very easy to catch Chronos onto Weaver when you get to the mid game. Whereas a bunch of small stuns are often hard to hit on a Weaver. So the way that I see this, Tiny and Void can actually deal with a Weaver. Like, just the two of them I think is okay. So I think it's an interesting Weaver pick. I'd like to know what they want to combo it with, because they don't get to see the offlane. Like, they weren't going to get to see the offlane before picking this Weaver anyway, so I definitely expected a more standard carry.
Yeah, I mean, they do go with the Mars ban, which makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to go first start on BKB Weaver, and if you get stuck in the arena, you are the most sitting duck I've ever seen in my life. You're just stuck there, you can't auto-attack, you can't really use Shikuchi that much. And they go with the Puck as well. Similar theory, that break on the coil is incredibly hard to deal with as Weaver. Like, you time-lapse into a stun, which is just awesome.
Getting rid of Puck's, like, really standard when you're picking these super mobile heroes. It's also a really good pick versus the Dark Willow. You have the Silence, you have the Coil, you can make Willow's entire Shadow Realm wasted. But what do they want to pick on Spag and Sons? Let's see. They need a mid-hero that can deal with all of this death.
I honestly
something
wouldn't
that just
hate
scales.
Zemistry going back for a Razor, going back for like something like a DK. I've seen him play quite often. I don't think he'll need damage. Oh, yeah, sorry, last band. You're right.
See something like a Void Spirit? It's interesting, but it goes with the mobile, like, the entire, just keeping everything mobile. And it does give them, like, once he gets eggs, it's really good versus the Faceless. Or, okay, so they're going with what I first said, I guess, this huge, like, solid scalability. I kind of covered all my bases there.
Yeah.
Now, Deuce is a hero we haven't seen insane amounts, but it's quite a good pick versus the Chrono. As long as you get Stone Gaze off on the edge of the Chrono, or, like, you can save your team, or if you get jumped, you're naturally tanky enough to actually survive through. So, not a bad pick. It's also a hero that can mid lane against majority of heroes. Like, it's not completely dumpstered by many things in mid. I would assume, in a way, anything, because you have really high attack range, you have good base damage, your snake is really scary. Like, if anyone tries playing on your high ground, you can just snake it off creeps, and then you will out-trade them almost definitely. So, stable mid-hero. It's not going to be high aggression, but the Inch, the Legion, the Willow should be able to make enough space for him to farm up.
This will also be the second game I get to cast the Medusa since the race car build. The new patch on the ultimate, or not new now, but the movement speed bonus you get from hitting Stone Gaze.
Yeah.
It's straight fire. All of a sudden you're running through the fight at like 490 plus movement speed. And he's hard to kill, like you said, the mana shield being so strong. And all of a sudden you just run through these heroes and you're Stone Gazing them left, right, and center. It's a lot of fun to watch. And that's what I'm about.
Shadownet has some sick team fight. We've seen this already once today, but it's the Voca Void. But it's not only Voca Void. You have Voca Void, Phoenix, and Undying. That is a lot of team fight. That is really hard to fight into, and I actually feel Medusa will struggle insane amounts to try carry this one. If Weaver ever dies, like in fights, Medusa and Weaver are both going to need to be outputting damage. Yeah. Otherwise, they are going to struggle. Or take over early on. If they take over early on,
yeah. I was going to say, a snowball style would work very well for them. And also, I think a sneaky Ags on Hype Man, so you can reset the entire mana and health pool of Zemistry, might be huge in these team fights. Like, it's very hard to kill Zemistry twice, because obviously, you talked about the massive combo. If he survives that massive combo and resets his mana pool, the fight's pretty much over, because they're not going to kill him twice.
Now, as you say that, I think it is highly plausible that Heitman goes for a really early Ags, Medusa rushes Manta Divine.
Oh, and go for that
Maybe
26
Manta
minute?
Divine, and you just look for the straight throne.
Yeah.
If they pull it off, would almost definitely win them the game. It's early fights is going to be very difficult for Shadownet to kill Medusa twice, let alone 3 times. Like, assuming you have the Weaver Ags and you have the Aegis, you essentially have 3 lives on Medusa, and he could likely just sit there and kill everything. So, if they go for that, big props to them. Like, that would be sick strategy, well called by someone, and I mean, very, very nice way to play against this massive Chrono combo draft.
Yeah. The last time I saw that played, it was Miracle playing the Medusa about 8 months ago. I haven't really seen it since, where they just went all in. They had a Rapier at the 23-minute mark. I can't even remember who they're versing, but they basically went high ground with Manta and Rapier. He didn't have any other items outside of like Wraith and Tread stat items. And he just tried to whack the throne at 25 minutes.
I would say in the current state of Medusa, close to 50% of Medusa games are 1 or 2 items into Divine into Throne. And that's what you're looking for. Like, a lot of the time, you're going to look at your hero. Like, a game like this, I don't think Spag and Sons actually wants to take to 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, even though they have this Medusa, which is known as the hero that just sits in the base and can never be killed, right? Like, you just sit there and you kill everything. But you're versing such a strong team fight. Even, like, Undying is not naturally a hero that scales super well. Tiny is not naturally a hero that scales super well. But together, the Void, the Voker, the Phoenix, the Undying, the Tiny, they have so much team fight. If it does get to that later stage, 1, they'll be able to actually deal with Medusa, but 2, it'll be so difficult for anyone on Spag and Sons to actually make a play.
Yeah. Well, you might know this interaction as well. The Mystic Snake, does it still hit the zombies from Tombstone? Because it used to, and it used to like really piss off Medusa players that half of your spell is wasted.
Definitely used to.
Because that could be something.
Sure. I would assume it does. But I'm not 100% sure.
It's something I'm sure I'll point out in about 30 minutes when we finally see it happen. Or it finally happens and I notice it. That'll be the 2 things.
Yep. Now, Dusa vs Invoker mid, I feel like it's just a bit of a farm fest. Both of them sit back, both of them have pretty good damage, they'll both be hitting creeps a bunch. We do this, I think Zemistry is going to place a nice rotation ward for the Tiny. Quite standard is on the cliff, so if he changes it up a little bit from the cliff, I'll be pretty happy. Like, if he just does it on top of their Spag and Sons flag, I reckon that would be pretty cool. Neither of the mid heroes actually need rune control this game.
Yeah.
Where are you, Jaron?
But I always love that I can see, like, this is the best part about having 2 casters. Someone else can be drawing. Like, you can just draw whatever you want on the map. Like, you can ping people, put arrows down if you want. It's great. It's just a little thing that doesn't get used enough, I reckon.
Yeah. I definitely could be on the ball a bit more than that. On that. Now, quick note, Legion has a magic stick. Why does Legion have a magic stick? He thought he was versing Undying. Actually, why is he not versing an Undying?
I think Boomer came top to do exactly that. Prank the Farnsworth Legion Commander. Because I don't hate this from Corrosive.
Undying versus Inch. This makes sense. It's a hero that can actually play with the Inch a bit.
Like, Spag's losing half his health pool here.
But it means Undying is not laning against the Legion.
And now, actually, Corrosive's going to look a bit awkward. Because Hype Man hasn't leveled a spell yet. He obviously is going to level Shikuchi when he feels like he can get this kill. Does it kill, though? Spag needs at least 2. Yeah.
Koro has to pop his salve, and I actually don't like this. As much as it makes sense to put the Undying against the Enchantress, you now have a Phoenix versus the Legion, which 1 is not great, but 2 could have had Undying versus Legion.
Yeah.
And then Void would have like a free lane.
Yeah. To tell you what though, Boomer just leveled. Boomer went to go buy a magic stick as well for this lane. Which that one I'm confused by. Like, not just the wand. Like, wand is stats. Yeah, it's 3 stats. It's like better than nothing. But just the stick in a lane where Bramble's going to be the spell Dark Willow uses exclusively, and Farnsworth is most likely going to go this moment of courage spamming anyway.
He will likely get points from moment coverage, spam up, press the attack a bit. It depends if they can actually get these range creeps though, because we do see Void got that deny on that second range creep, and without overwhelming odds, it's kind of hard to deal with that. So I'm not 100%. I don't 100% agree with this level 1 press the attack on farms.
Yeah, he's just giving up farm here and there.
He could have played quite aggressive with the odds early. He is just going for the sustain, but in saying that, he hasn't actually used it yet. So. Yeah. Should be like one of the two. You at least use it. Now Goro, blocking the jungle camps. He's got a ward. He's got his body. Really well played by him. Forcing Inch at deep jungle. Like
they did force
very
the
very
salve
standard, but
as well. So Hypeman's already used his salve. So has Spag. But Spag now gets to have arguably the best creep for a lane like this. He gets the Centaur to come in. But Hypeman, oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Oh,
Centaur miss micro, doesn't quite get the loss, it doesn't quite hit the stomp, but he's doing a lot of damage to Sixer.
That's level 2 bugs, by the way.
No, that's level 1 bugs.
So, as in, like, he went level 2 bugs. Shikuchi, no,
yes.
Gemini.
And it works really well with this Inch. Those bugs actually went crazy. Not sure why Undying didn't just kill the bug, because his armor was like well in the negatives. Yeah. Boomer, forced to dive in top lane. Tien now under a lot of pressure. Oh,
Tien, he has the leap away though. So I think he's just going to wait for the slap and then, yeah, get his health back. No salve in the lane though. Boomer used it for himself. But overall, I think these lanes are looking more or less the same as last game. Like slight leads coming from Spag and Sons, but nothing too ridiculous.
Spag has now managed to unblock the large camp and the small camp, and now he's getting creeps for days. Also, his country internet seems to be doing its thing.
Yeah, it's
quite a standard when you're playing with Spag. You got to get used to the random pauses.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy. I used to be like that. I used to have 0.98 upload speed, and that's not megabytes, that's megabits.
Yeah, look, I got 1,000.
I hate you. Dude, I'm loving it. Like, I can stream for the first time ever at 50... I think it's 50-20 for me. 50 up, 20... 50 down, 20 up on my internet.
I mean, that's all you actually need, right? You don't need an insane amount. I can install Steam games at, like, 80 a second, but I don't install any Steam games because I play Dota.
It's Dota,
I'm a
Dota
player.
Dude, there's custom game modes, though.
That is true. The custom game maps do launch quite quickly. And the updates, you know? When everyone else is still waiting to queue, you're like, alright, I'm ready. I'm in the queue before you.
But then you're waiting...
And now I have to wait for you.
You're waiting for the bumpkin internet. Top lane, however, they're going to commit a lot of spells on TN who doesn't actually get the time walk in time. And now Boom is going to lose a lot of his health pool. I think he dies to the brambles. Yep.
Definitely had to run down there. He can't risk the brambles. Tien's taking so much damage here as well. He's trying to get these last hits, but
yeah, he's going to lose
go to lane here. Vons just needs to change aggro, get that orb. Still Tien.
This bug, oh my god, 6 Amaris. We're going to watch Tien die as well. Both lanes happening at the same time. Victorize, however, is going to get out just. He almost dies at base. That is only level 1 on the Fire Spirits. So they don't get that extra damage. But we were saying Spag and Sons have a slight lead. That was pretty well done across the board to get those kills.
They have a slight lead, but now this bottom lane is actually unplayable. Zemistry is farming up an absolute storm in mid. He's level 5. He's got 3 Wraith Bands. If need be, he can always just go jungle now. So then Medusa's already set up for an amazing game. Legion getting the kill on Tien. He's in a really good spot. This Undying versus the Inch is just absolutely not working out. They've tried to play aggressive, and this Weaver is just putting them in a very, very hard place. And it's something we didn't actually talk about because we were assuming that Tiny was mid, but Tiny being offlane, he's not that strong.
Yeah.
Tiny offlane needs to be ahead if he wants to actually achieve something.
I feel like it's almost impossible to get ahead on this lane. Like, you're seeing Weavers walking around with 10 HP regen, Spags walking around with 7 because they just got this Satyr Tormentor. And, like, what can you do? Kurosa's getting pushed under his own tower as an Undying. And he doesn't even get anything for that creep dying.
Yep. That's just little bit of disrespect to
Oh.
Spag, letting him play Inch twice in a row.
They got the bugs, though. I think Hype Man might be able to get him off on the Corrosive. Double auto attack the Geminate. He might be able to tick down. Oh, and it's quite a nice Soul Rip. And Spag's going to die to tower. Hype Man is going to most likely lose his Courier. He does realise, but he does just TP out.
Courier saved. Courier also has a Blightstone on it, so all this minus armor coming in. Gonna make this Tiny even sadder.
I do like this Blightstone pickup early. Even if you don't commit for the Deso, if you don't commit for the... I believe Solar Crest could be quite good this game. With the
They're going Medusa Divine.
Yeah.
They're on it. Weaver's going for Medallion. He's accepted that he's not going like full carry build.
Oh,
Even though Tread's Medallion is a lot of damage.
Corrosive's probably going to die here. The Shikuchi does come off. Now Six Amaris is in a really bad spot. They are hitting so hard now that they've got this Blightstone. And yeah, you're right. I see the Chainmail now being purchased by Hype Man. So he's straight Medallion, first item.
Straight Medallion, which is really good for him. Like, he does so much damage with that Medallion, especially when he has those Geminate hits. He will be farming pretty well, fighting pretty well, and it sets him up for these early fights. Like, Tread's Medallion makes him a super strong carry early on, and then I honestly want to see him just go Ags and get a really early Divine.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know if it's too fast or too greedy, but I reckon Medusa could maybe go Tread's Mom Divine. Take Roshan and just
no
wait
stats.
for a chrono and hit.
Yikes. Top lane though, we're going to see
Maybe
Boomer.
no stats is too much.
Dies to
Use creep.
creeps.
Strong.
Okay, Victorize. Probably going to have to run away here. He has got the Tranquils though. He's actually quite rich for a support. 1,600 gold. You'll live with that. He's about double the net worth of Corrosive on the Undying right now. And bot lane, Spag.
Coming into work.
Ooh.
Tiny returns to lane.
Boy.
Tiny sent away from lane.
That's all of his bottle charges too.
And this is the Weaver Enchantress coming into play. Absolutely dominating this lane.
Yeah. I got to give him props. Last game, the Enchantress looked good, but it didn't look game-winning good. Like, it just looks like a solid pickup. This is looking like a game-winning pickup right now.
Just dominate the lane. I mean, as
Oh,
long as
top
Spectre
lane?
was farming last game, he was happy. There is a stun onto Phoenix.
They're
Farms
missing
look
these
good,
Sunstrikes over and over again. They're throwing the Sunstrike into basically Farnsworth's head rather than at Victorize after he stops running.
Now, another thing we haven't actually talked about, one of the reasons Zemistry's farm is so big, like so fast, is this ward on the high ground not only to scout the Tiny, it means he can farm this camp so much easier. He can start attacking it as he's running towards it, like the first one close to mid, and he's able to just keep farming up these two camps now, as well as the mid wave. Mello might be able to get like one deny, but he'll always be back in time for the majority of it.
Yeah, you're definitely right. He might actually, like, we were laughing about the 5k at 10 minutes. He's gonna have it.
Oh, he's big. He is very big. He's got 74 CS. He's going close to 10 CS a minute in the early game.
At 8 minutes. Jesus.
At 8 minutes.
Um,
This is a very free Medusa early game.
and you actually see he's taking the small camp here as well. So he's taking the small camp on the triangle and then coming over and taking the double stacks over here. Like, at a
Every
pace.
level he gets, every item he gets is going to make this easier and easier. Now Farns gets his first jewel on top.
Corrosive was there and couldn't save him. And they lost the courier. So Tien loses his courier. Luckily, he does get... I want to say it was a Wraith Band being delivered, but I didn't actually see what it was. And now Victorize does have the Shadow Realm in 5. He should be fine. Tien probably shouldn't commit Chrono.
You're going to go for it. Kill's a kill. It's fine. Get them on the board. Gives Tien some extra farm.
And 6
Oh
Amaris.
no. This
More-
bottom lane is not it. They're not having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, this is Treads. I mean, he's going to have 4.5k net worth after these runes as well.
Medusa going to be stacking the Ancients. Koro's going to run into him.
Kuro
Oh
actually
no, he doesn't get the
dies.
stack though.
He's going to get a Tombstone. Tombstone's 150 gold.
I mean,
125.
in a way, that was alright by Koro. He used the Tombstone to save himself, but he also interrupted the Ancient stack because Zim had to attack and he didn't turn off split shot.
Yeah.
So he attacked the Undying and aggroed the camp.
He did also block the hard camp with the tombstone.
With the tombstone, yeah. So
It's something.
Small efficiencies coming out. Now, something I didn't actually get to talk about. Medusa got a mango tree drop. Now, we've talked about this a lot. If they do this Medusa Divine early game push,
Mango.
now they can do it with 12 mangoes on a support.
Yeah, I mean, you can have, because usually you go like Rapier, you'll have the Wraith Bends, etc. You can honestly have a set of them on Medusa more often than not.
No need though, right? If
Oh,
you've got a
top lane?
support that can do it, why not
Yeah.
just use the support?
Yeah, you're right, though, because you're going to have Spag, who's pretty hard to kill now that he's got this untouchable. And you're going to obviously have the Weaver, who can reset your mana pool if the support does manage to get jumped on
Jump on
first.
mid.
Oh,
Victorize, Tornado, Cold Snap, Meteor.
he's
200
quite
HP.
chunky.
Koro
Oh.
doesn't have enough mana for the decay. The Sunstrike's off the mark. Victorize is going to turn it on Koro, and Zim gets a free kill.
Yeah, and he's going to farm while he does it. Man, Medusa's looking ridiculously strong as a hero right now.
Yep, he's having a good time. He also has an Iron Talon, which makes his Ancienting even better. So he's going to head over there again.
Yeah, he might be able to stack it this time, I'm hoping. Farnsworth is going to take the hard camp from him. I don't know about this one, Farnsworth. Medusa gets all farm. We all know this.
All creeps go to the Medusa. Nah, it looks like this is fine. He needed to back off, heal up a little bit, utilize his clarity, give the lane to Victorize. Victorize is level 8, by the way. Wait, it's 12 minutes. We're just not seeing a very active game because of this Medusa, Exort, Boka. The Tiny hasn't actually moved from bottom, so this is something I think Shadownet needs to do. They need to either rotate more heroes bottom or rotate the Tiny up.
Yeah,
Kill
I mean,
the Legion,
Six is going to
get
die.
out of this really bad laning space.
Chrono?
This is not going to kill. Chrono does not kill.
Sunstrike, maybe?
Does
He's got one. There we go.
Yeah, with the Undying. The Soul Rip was actually strong enough. Soul Rip, one bash.
Spag?
Maybe get Spag.
Untouchable?
Yeah,
Yeah.
with
Oh,
Boomer.
yeah.
And the triple bash. That's enough. While this is happening, Zimistry's gone straight into the mid tower, half healthed it. He knows there's no pressure for him with the TPs.
Yeah, and he's going to
And-
slowly... Ooh, I like this. Invoker has a Hand of Midas. So he's going to try
Midas
to keep
attack.
up.
He's just playing stock standard Booker build. It's pretty, like, this has come back ever since the Midas change. Midas is just good on Invoker again. It gives you all the stats you need. It gives you attack speed for farming, it gives you levels from the active, and you're naturally going to be playing slightly slower anyway.
Yeah,
Now,
definitely.
what do we have
Oh,
TPing bottom?
drum?
Is that a Legion? It is a Legion.
That's
There,
pretty
the jewel.
huge. Does he have the Bedlam? Yes, he does. That's a kill. And now Corrosiv's going to
it's
have
down.
to run. Do they find him with Spag? He has the enchant slow. Oh
Managed
my
to catch
god.
it on Koro. They don't have a Bedlam, a Bramble, but they do manage to catch Legion. No, that's 6 though.
And Zemistry has made his first rotation of the game to go take a tier 1 tower.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see them keep pressing a little bit here, but I do want to see them defend mid. So probably just tier 1 and get out. Weaver's shoving up top. Also, Weaver's not going for the axe. He's going standard carry. He's just got the medallion to help him fight early.
Oh, Farnsworth. They're going to get more kills on the bot lane. Boomer has the leap. He's not using it. He uses the egg instead with absolutely no way of saving the own egg. And now I think Corrosiv's just going to feed his life, feeds the tombstone, feeds the dual damage. And not only is that a network loss, but that's a free damage, free ultimate check on all of the supports of Shadownet.
And the Manta is pleated on
Ooh.
Medusa.
TN. So I'm going to stay on Zemistry for a bit to see what he queues up next. Because we're saying Rapier. The game is very much one-sided right now. Like, I feel like
It is
Rapier's not
very
even...
likely that he
Yeah.
plays it slightly safer. Like, if you have a Skadi on the Medusa here, how do you die?
I think he's
How do you
almost
die? Your
unkillable
stats are
now.
Your stats are so insane if you get a Skadi, but it's not as fun. And it's also possibly not even the best item. Zemistry is exceptional at itemizing. He's played these situations in insane amounts. We will see what he goes for, and I'm sure it will be one of those two options. It'll either be high stats, or a Divine. It is Medusa though, so that guess is quite cheap.
Yeah, it's a 50-50. He needs damage or stats. Like just I don't know what other Corrosive's just gonna walk onto the high ground. That's another 10 damage. And I think Nello's dead too here.
As long as they have detection, he should be. Does Spag have a sentry?
Spag,
He's got a sentry. He has
Chrono?
a blast as well, but there's
Big?
Chrono.
They're going to share the damage though. Medusa's going to cop a lot of this, but he's going to get the Manta off. They're going to turn around with the Terrorize. I don't know if that kills anyone though, so they're going to walk away with just the Farnsworth death. You definitely live with this. And all
Spag
the while...
manages to get out as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Worse for Radiant.
Or Victorize. I don't know if you want to be up here, Sixer. I don't know if you can survive the burst. Tien's going to trade with Victorize quite heavy. Does get the kill, however. Now Spag's the next target on the block. This is a fight that's been going on for a bit too long. Sixer Maris needs to be careful of the Shikuchi. They don't have any detection, but Hype Man's going to think better of it. Ooh, boy.
Nice turnaround by Shadownet. The Duck Willow and Spag went slightly too far forward on the cliff. Caught by the bashes of this exquisite Void player. Just bash on command. Does help you out when need be.
Yeah, and you see he's gone to Diffblade, which makes a lot of sense. I don't hate it, but I feel like if he goes Diffblade Manta or Diffblade +1, he's gonna start getting caught in this Death Ball timer because Medusa's got $2,000. What did she buy?
Dragon Lance. Medusa got a Dragon Lance.
Okay.
So they're playing it slower, they're playing it safer. They don't want to just all in, they want to make sure they get the victory. But it's put Invoker in a position where he's about to have his axe. He's 700 gold off. Void, as you said, has gone this Diffusal, so he can deal with Medusa a bit. But they have gone for the Jewel Core, so Weaver has actually built to be a second carry. And Medusa plus the Weaver will be able to do quite a bit of damage.
Hype Man just missed his bugs on a static wave.
Yep. Sometimes
even the greatest can do it.
Click so good.
And they have an Alpha Wolf now. I think this is just a tier 2 for free. Incredibly hard defense with Chrono down for 40.
It is plausible that they use this Alpha Wolf to go Roshan as well. They have the Medallion, they have the Bugs. It is only level 1 Bugs, but they could if they wanted to. They definitely have the damage. It's...
I mean, the
Chrono
leveling...
for 25. If they've timed it, they can get away with it really easy. And there we go, they will. Straight into Rosh.
Yeah. Truthfully, leveling is actually not that great on Bugs. Like, it makes it a bit faster frequency, but the cooldown is the big thing on Bugs in my eyes.
Yeah, that is true. We do have Roshan at -5 armor so far.
6, 7... I think it resets at 8. Yeah.
It resets when the Swarm dies.
Still,
there will
free
be an
rush.
Aegis on Medusa.
Oh boy. See, this is the part where we could have a Sacred Relic on the Zemistry.
See, if you're going for the Divine though, you don't actually want to kill the Medusa until you have it. Or until you're about to have it. Like right now, you wouldn't want to be actually taking the Aegis if you're in that situation, because you want to make sure you have that triple life, or that double life.
That is true, actually, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't be able to get it in the next 5 minutes because of the Dragonlance anyway. But still, oh, Nethershore, not a bad item. They're going to actually kill the Alpha Wolf, so they get a bit of gold there.
Holding it in place with the Diffu. Very good. Now Koro's sitting on 1,300 gold. I'm curious as to what he buys. He should be just trying to tank up as much as he can so that he can survive a little bit in fights and try to do as much work as he can with the Flesh Golem.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see him go something like a Medallion here, honestly. Just like all in on that armor, make sure he keeps getting soul rips off. He's using Tombstone to farm though, I believe.
He is using Tomb to farm. This is the second time we've seen him do this. He's going for a couple of like just 2 camps at once, trying to get as much as he can. They know the game's going slowly. They know that Radiant isn't trying to make super big amounts of plays. However, as I say that, they have a ward and they're running in.
Yeah, they've put sentries on every place bar where the ward is for Radiant right now. Like, you can just look at the vision that they have on these sentries. Chrono!
Weaver. Cataclysm comes out.
Oh, boy. Do they actually get more here? They're going to get the Terrorize just under Mellow. Boomer does dodge it. TN dodges it as well during that Yule's timer. And it's a 2 for 0 pickoff. Obviously, Zemistry didn't want to bar of it, so he's AFK farming the top lane. He actually has his Pike coming
Hurricane.
through. Yeah.
He's going for Pike here. And he's just playing the efficiency game. He will get as much as he can. Yasha finished on Void. Once he's got this Manta, Void's actually really strong. Every time he's got Chrono, see, this is where Shadownet gets really scary. Like, now that they have Cataclysm, every single Chrono is a kill unless it's on Medusa.
Oh, they got the Yules off mid lane. Do they actually find Tien? He walks into a bramble. Does he jump into another one? No, but he does get stunned anyway. And now Zemistry's in the front line. They're not doing any damage though. They're just killing this Tombstone. I think they're going to walk away with pretty much no one dying. Kuro gets away with that TP. Spag doesn't have a slow, so Tien's going to be fine as well. Hype Man, again, just going to hunt a hasted Tiny, so that's not going to work. Oh boy, that was almost a disaster.
Running Speedy. Almost a disaster, but it wasn't. Tien manages to get away, and now Medusa's looking to push the mid tower. So they know they don't have Chrono, at least for a bit. It's likely that Spag and Sons is going to abuse this every single time. Shadownet's entire game plan is based off the Chrono. So when it's on cooldown, it's very easy to take at least.
Oh, Jewel,
corrosive.
corrosive. I can't ping it, but why didn't the Jewel go off? Farnsworth? Didn't like the look of that one.
Someone could have made the call to not dive, just get the tower. If they go for that Jewel onto the Undying, it leaves everyone on the Dire ready to counterplay. You've got the Sunray, you've got the Egg if need be, you have Tornado, there's Deafening Blast, you've got the Tiny combo. It could be difficult to actually kill off the Egg, so...
Yeah, that is true.
Not a horrible play by them. They could have been caught out.
Yeah. Zemistry doesn't quite actually launch into that full attack speed build just quite yet. He does get the 15 talent, but without this butterfly that he's building up, he doesn't auto attack that quickly. So a nice Fire Spirits can really slow down this push right now.
Yeah, Fire Spirits will be quite annoying to verse. Boomer isn't actually throwing them out though, which does seem interesting. There's no reason to hold them.
Yeah, they also
like, you're
use
either
the
just
tomb.
accepting this tower loss or you're going.
The Tomb's down in 5 seconds, so they're not going to have Tombstone for this fight. They will have Chrono, but they're going to go on Zemistry here. I don't know how Zemistry dies.
He also has the Aegis.
Farns?
You have to jump in from the Legion.
Tien's going to look for the pick on Farnsworth. I think that's going to be a free one for them. On the other side, though, Zemistry's kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. Not liking the position he's in. He's just going to back off. They're going to settle with a Farnsworth trade for the tier 2. Farns...
Got jumped.
Oh! They missed the Tornado.
He threw it at the same time as the TP started. He thought that the Willow was going to keep running into the trees, but bit of an oversight from Mello. He should know that Dark Willow's easiest way of escaping is the teleport.
Zemistry's going to die here. It's whether or not he can die twice. Farnsworth's going to buy back TP in.
Perfectly timed.
No way!
Perfectly timed. The last hit from Void was the moment the Aegis ended. If that was... that was timed by Korra. I mean, even if it wasn't, like, they could probably have killed the Medusa twice, but perfectly timed.
Yeah.
Amazing
Chrono!
but the Chrono missed Tia, no!
Whee!
You get the Aegis kill and you blow a Chrono in mid-wave. But the entire game, there's been a huge net worth lead advantage for Radiant, and it's now becoming much smaller. 5k. Void is almost at Manta. Invoker is almost at BKB. Dire has very clear victory possibility here.
Definitely. I mean, I think the biggest part of this... We're talking about this Rapier meme build, which does work, but I haven't seen much impact from Hype Man on this Weaver. Like, they played the lane pretty much perfectly. They absolutely dominated these two strength-based cores on the Corrosive and Six Amaris Tiny. But since then, Weaver hasn't actually had much impact at all. These fights are just really awkward for him.
Well, it's one of those issues with Weaver. Unless you have a game where you can constantly kite people, it's pretty difficult to actually do lots. But he's in a spot where if he tries to man up, he's going to get hit by Cold Snap, he's going to be dealing with Tombstone zombies, he'll get comboed by Tiny. Like, there's so much for him to actually look out for. He can't just sit there and fight. Unless he was to go early-ish BKB, he can't just sit there and fight, so he can't just deal with people. And
Speaking
he's been caught by Tien now.
Now he has to be careful, because if he glimpses back, he's going to glimpse back to about here. Do they find the right one? He's going to get put up into the air. Cold Snap. Or they do lose Six Amaris, however. And then...
100
Oh,
mana.
no. He's... just enough mana. Hype Man's going to get out. Just. And now he's going to match back up with Farnsworth, who did get the jewel, by the way, onto Six Amaris. It's quite a decent bit of jewel damage now that it's 10, 20, 30.
Yeah, you scale much faster now. 20 damage at level 2. So every level 2 jewel is quite a bit of deeps. And Zim poking, but there's no way they go for this high ground push though, I think. Even into no chrono, it's kind of risky at this point. They don't have an easy way to actually protect the Medusa if Dire manages to get like a toss back or just even invoker combos to bring him down slowly.
Yeah. They've almost got the Solar Crest though. So it'll be Solar Crest plus Butterfly plus Aegis pretty much all at the same time. So
And Medusa will be pretty strong.
think that might be their window that they're waiting for. Because right now, Medusa's getting caught up on by the Invoker.
Yeah, it's also... it's probably past the point where Medusa can actually just walk up and tank everything with the Aegis. It's likely that the Void Invoker can actually kind of deal with him now. So even once he has Butterfly, even with the Solar Crest, I feel it's probably not going to be a Spag and Sons just walk mid and siege. Sort of. It's likely they'll wait till they get a pick, they'll use the Jewel, try to get an important hero, get the Invoker, get the Void, get the Phoenix, and then, as well as having that and the Aegis, try to pressure. Now, Farns might just get caught in mid here. There was a smoke from Shadownet.
That's a double chrono opportunity. Oh, that's a quick blink from Farnsworth. So he will get the courage on, but I think that's still dead. Oh, Hype Man with the restart, with the ulti. They're probably going to be able to take him apart once more with the cold snap and toss back in.
Nice
They're going to
toss.
leave Hype Man quite... Oh! Yeah, okay. They committed every single spell they had. They do just kill Hype Man. But almost perfect from Farnsworth to keep his boy alive.
If Shadownet gets Roshan here, they are in an extremely strong spot.
They found it.
But there will be... Nice jump.
Oh, Farnsworth. I don't know if you killed that hero, to be honest. TN's quite tanky.
With all four of them, they definitely get the kill. They have the Willow. They have the Medusa. Like, all of them do damage. Even Inch does a lot of damage if he can actually attack.
Oh, they're going to reset the fight now. Farnsworth up in the air, going to get hit by the mana drain. That's a nice little two-man terrorize, however. The egg is going to go down. The Zemistry basically soloed it. And now it's whether or not they can get corrosive. The S-net, almost. Ah, there we go. I think he wanted to die to Zemistry earlier, because that's another 20 damage. And Roshan. And we
Pluto has a Midas.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of that. I feel like an item
Neither.
that keeps his team kicking along.
Come the buyback, so Shadownet does not want to give up the Aegis. Neither does Spag and Sons. It's pretty valid. This game, Roshan is actually so important. If you can deny it from the Medusa, it puts Shadownet in an extremely strong spot. If Medusa can get it, it puts Spag and Sons in an extremely strong spot.
The issue's going to be both teams did get a telescope, but I feel like the telescope on Victorize is going to be absolutely massive here. All the spells, extra range, Medusa, extra range. And I don't know how you fight without Chrono here, and without Egg. So if they find a pick-off here, the fight's going to be very quick, and it's going to be very brutal for Shadownet.
Yep.
Oh, Mellow?
If they can
Mellow's the
manage to get
pick.
a jump before the Jewel.
Oh.
Now, Mellow does have Lincolns. They know this, so they have to cancel it on Inch or with the Dark Willow before they can actually get the Jewel off, but well read by Mellow. He just scuttles away.
Okay.
Well, I guess Weaver scuttles in. He runs away on the Berker. They have an orb on Void. That's pretty helpful.
There's an orb on no one for Spag.
Once
It's a
again.
base.
Tien just dodged the Jewel once again.
Oh, Tombstone's going to go down though, so Farnsworth is going to look for a pick here. Tien has Chrono back up. I think he turn around and jewel this target before he gets the Chrono off. Yes, there we go. Everyone is all in on the jewel. The disarm is pretty huge. The Chrono's going to come out now, I believe. And the egg on the backside as well. Tien gets 2 in the Chrono. There's no mana. Roshan is actually wailing into Zemistry. That's going to take down his mana pretty quickly. He's going to die. Hype Man is next on the chopping block. Or maybe Six Amaris. Spag jumps in. I believe that was a buyback / dieback coming in from Spag. Are they going to reset? They're going to look for Hype Man. Tien.
So you can get him.
Ooh.
They need a bash.
No bash. Okay, so the fight was very sloppy, but they kill Spag. They kill Zemistry, which, let's be real, that's the only one you need to kill. And they go right into the Roshan pit.
Yeah, and I mean, if they get it, they are really happy. I don't really see a way that they can be denied this either. Spag can't go in, Legion can't go in, Dark Willow doesn't have Terrorize. This should just be a free Aegis full of Void.
They're going to lose a hero for this, potentially. That is a Tornado. He's going to come down. Victorize does get the Yules. He doesn't have a Blink, doesn't have a Force, and Corrosive yanks that kill.
Mello has learnt from his past mistakes. He's holding the Tornado for the TP on Victorize now. And they do see the Weaver, but they're not going to be able to catch him.
I don't know, man. It feels like Spag and Son's grasp on this game is well and truly gone.
It's definitely a much closer game now. I think it's actually slightly in favor of Shadownet due to the fact that they have this Chrono Cataclysm combo, so they have a much easier time to take team fights. They're also about to hit BKB on the Void, and they're starting to scale really well. Now, they can... It's still versus Medusa, though. You have Medusa, he's going BKB, then into the Divine, according to his Q. Weaver has just finished up a Solar Crest, and we've talked about it, and I really think he just should be going Axe. Like, he can't do enough. He can't make it so that he becomes the bigger threat. Medusa is always going to be the threat of the team, and Shadownet has the ability to deal with one hero. They're always going to try bring down that Medusa. And there we go. He has queued up the Axe now, so we will be seeing at some point in about 5 minutes, Divine Medusa with an Axe Weaver behind him, assuming they don't start dying.
He's actually 4k off, dude. Like, he's only just started the Axe. This could be a 10-minute long slog, because he's falling a bit behind as well. He's not actually getting enough farm. Farnsworth is taking a lot of it now, and Hype Man's tailing Zemistry for farm. Like, he's literally in the same lane at the moment.
That is true. He will be starting to launch up the jungle a bit.
So it'd be curious, because that's their timing, I think. More so the Rapier and the Axe combined, but definitely the Axe is the big part of those two items.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Divine's pretty big.
And what else? Oh, Mello has 2.5k though. There's a window here where Mello could get an item before the Rapier combo and potentially try to push these outer towers. There's only the top tier 2 left now.
Mello will likely be looking for either a Hex or a Refresher. He's either looking to commit to this Chrono or go for some form of extra control. I see no other real item for him.
High ground?
Here.
There is.
Poking. Alacrity, Orb of Destruction, Aegis. Tien feels strong. Fair enough. It's as much as it's really hard for Tyre to kill Medusa, it's really hard for Radiant to kill Void. Like twice.
Yeah,
like,
twice. Look
kill,
at this. Look how
but
much healing it is.
The second kill that's the hardest. Now, it looks like it's just tower trades. Medusa, the Weaver, they're taking out top racks.
They're taking it pretty quickly. It's definitely going to be a Rax trade. If not, a full Rax for a ranged Rax left open for Shadownet. They don't quite take this. And now they're going to start to lose heroes here. I think Farnsworth is going to look for a Jewel. Doesn't find it. Weaver stayed top, however. So Tien has to blink out there. And now they're going to start to look for Mello. Mello, with that Lincoln Sphere, is safe. It's whether or not they can find Corrosive, maybe, is the pick. What is happening? Farnsworth? He's going to just get absolutely... Oh my god! Farnsworth, not like this! He walks in, takes his entire health pool, but he baited everyone. Now Corrosive's going to have no health. He dies first. Tombstone. Sixer, stuck with a bug on him. He's not going to be able to blink. Zemistry.
Void.
Oh boy. Here we go. DD Void. He does have enough mana for Chrono. I don't think they're going to commit it though.
Not going to go for it. If I was this Phoenix, I'd smoke Void right now. You just got the DD. You have the Aegis. Just take out Medusa straight away. You're giving him time to farm even more. It was a little bit sloppy. There we go. So we do have the smoke coming out. Let's see if they get someone. It looks like Farns is dead.
Did he blink in? Oh boy.
Yeah, he blinked in.
Farnsworth.
He's dead. They are going for MKB on Void, so he's looking to deal with the evasion.
I quite like this item as well though, because the double proc time locks, you can get pretty lucky with just the Bash Lord down with the MKB procs. And I feel like since the item has attack speed attached to it now, like actual attack speed, none of this 10, 15 garbage, it's super, super solid.
Yeah, MKB is a great carry, a great item for almost any carry in the game right now. Deals with evasion, obviously, but also, as you said, it gives you attack speed, it gives you damage, and then on someone like Void, you have that extra chance of getting the MPB procs. The bonus damage is really nice. Also, now TN losing his Aegis, they have to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, I think they got everything they needed out of the Aegis. Like you said, yeah, it's a great counter, but that Aegis timing got them that Rax, got them that fight. I think the trade Rax is completely fine for them, because there's going to come a time where you can't split push forever, and it hits that point where you just have to 5v5 brawl, and if the Rapier and the Ags aren't ready, then it's definitely Shadownet favoured.
The Rapier and the Ags are extremely close to 300 gold on Weaver, similar on the Medusa.
Yeah.
I want to know if Medusa actually buys it. If Zim actually just straight goes for the Divine, they should know that the Aegis is down right now, but I'm not sure if he wants to wait until he gets the Aegis himself before actually purchasing his Divine.
Yeah. He did buy the Sacred Relic. I understand,
Yes.
like, no buyout, so it does look like he's going to put a lot of faith in Hype Man. And so far, Hype Man, he hasn't had the best game comparative to last one. I feel like this one's a lot less impact than the Spectre performance.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to take that last tower, though. TN,
2 down.
he has enough money for the MKB if he wants it. So it's whether or not he wants to get the Nova. Oh, Zemistry!
Oh, the TP cancelled!
Ooh, they're going to have the BKB, but he's going to lose his entire mana pool. I don't know about this one. TN doesn't want to commit the Chrono pre-BKB. But now it's a question of, do they find Medusa a second time now that he has no TP? TN's going to look for it. TN is on top of Zemistry. Does he know it? He sees... Oh! There, Six Amaris has found him. Zemistry, lucky he hasn't purchased this Rapier.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, where is the Rapier? He bought the item. It's at base.
It's on his Courier, it's on his Courier, down the bottom.
Oh, boy.
In the tree line. Zim's just trying to get it out. Victorize with such a good fear, getting rid of the entire squad of Shadownet. But will they be able to kill him anyway? He's being saved by Farns. He's waiting for the stun. Zim's not going to be able to get out of this one. They don't even need to use the Chrono. He has no buyback. They don't know that yet. They didn't see the Rapier. They don't know that he has no buyback. Willow ever stuck in the middle as well.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's another kill. There's the buyback coming through for Victorize. Okay, I think that buyback might be enough to warn them off, to push them out of the
Zim
base.
has no Divine for 4 minutes.
Did the courier die? Oh.
Courier just got killed by 6 here.
Everything's coming up Shadownet. And also, he got the leveler.
Everything is coming up Shadownet. What, Void? Or
TN?
Medusa?
Medusa.
Medusa has a leveler.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Let's see what else have they got. Havoc Hammer, potentially an item for Tiny. Oh, wait, he's got Spider Legs. Don't worry. Spider Legs is way better.
Spider Legs is kind of busted.
Oh, Farnsworth, he has a BKB. Oh, there's the Ags popped through for Hype Man. But that is a decent Chrono. It's going to hit 2. They're going to kill 1 on the back line. That is a dieback for Victorize. And it's also a death coming through for Farnsworth. He does have the buyback, however. So they're really just holding it for Zemistry's... No Rapier revive.
No Rapier revive. They're going to have to defend their base without a Rapier. Unless Weaver can actually push them out.
There is an Ags though, so you're going to have Ags Solar Crested Medusa. I think that's quite hard to jump on with no Chrono.
100%. It's very difficult to jump on. It's unlikely that they can actually push the Medusa out. So
Yeah.
Medusa's still very strong.
They're
The
going to
Divine
lose
is
the
not actually
tower,
necessary.
but it's whether or not they lose a Rax here. I think TN might just reset. They do have a Lincoln's on TN, but I don't know if that's actually going to do anything. Their only single targeted spell right now is Enchant and Jewel, I want to say.
Enchant and Jewel, Mystic Snake as well.
Oh yeah, true. I keep forgetting that Mystic
And they have-
Snake, yeah.
They have a Yules on Dark Wolf, so.
Yeah.
But
Radiant's bottom
This Dark Willow was so rich at one
very
point.
good for Shadownet right now.
Oh boy, Zemistry, he's almost 25. So I think his 25 will happen around the same point as the Rapier.
Yeah, but the Rapier's not going to be in time for the Roshan.
And
Tien is going to get another Roshan Aegis.
it's Ags
onto this
too.
Void.
Ags is the free bash on
Yeah,
Tien's jump.
Void is very strong.
I want to say it goes to
They have
Void.
to give Ags. They have to give Ags to Void. They have to. They have to. It's so strong.
Yeah, there you go. They're going to leave the cheese.
Well, someone should pick that up.
He put it on... There's one on Void already. There's another one here. Corrosive is leaving it in the pit. Did Corrosive get baited? I think he looked at Tien's item stash and saw that the cheese was in his inventory and straight forgot that it was the second cheese.
That is possible, but they pinged the cheese, so hopefully Boomer goes and takes it here.
Yeah, let's hope so.
He's gonna walk
Ooh,
into the
Timeless Relic as
Oh, no.
well.
They're grabbing it on the courier. They're grabbing it on Voker's core.
Alright.
Oh, no,
Boomer
they-
does grab it. That is a Timeless Relic on... I want to say that goes to Mellow. Or does that jank...
Oh, this relic below is pretty good.
Does that jank his combos too much?
It
Because I've heard complaints.
could.
Wanna...
It definitely could. And also, Quickening Charm is very, very strong on it.
Well, Spell Prism is going on somebody for Radiant. Looking through the items. It's not great on anyone for Radiant. I think you put it on Hype Man, as sad as that sounds. And let's look through what we have here. Neutral items. There's a Minotaur Horn as well, dude.
Minutes away.
Spag and Sons have Minotaur Horn and Spell Prism. Both up.
I feel like you actually take the Spell Prism on the Weaver or the Willow.
Yeah. I think Weaver.
Why not?
Like I was mentioning it, I think Weaver's Ags is now the game winning play. So if you bring it down to what, a 15-second cooldown, you kind of have to take that.
And Minotaur Horn on Legion or Inch is actually really strong as well.
Yeah. And on the other side, the Havoc Hammer and the Witless Shaco, they're not getting any love here. I think Dirge should definitely take the Witless over a Dragon Scale, though. Like, that just seems...
Witless sounds very, very, very strong, yes. It looks like he might be doing it. No, he's couriering in a mech right now. Now, okay, Zemistry does get his Rapier now. Is he going to take it? He's going to take it straight away. Do we see Radiant make a play, or are they just going to AFK in their base?
I feel like they
could
want to
look
wait.
to just stay in the base.
The 25s are huge, and also the Aegis timing. I don't know if you want to be fighting outside your base with an Aegis. Have they spotted the Axe on Void? Oh, they would have now.
Wait, they should have. They should
Yeah.
have. They should have seen it a couple of times already. But we do have a smoke from Shadownet. They're just chilling bottom. They're trying to wait for someone to come out for that greedy wave, but it's not going to happen. Spag and Sons are happy just sitting in their base. I mean, maybe not happy, but
They'll live with
that's
it.
what they're going to do. They're not going to throw this game by walking out and just dying. They're not going to give away a free initiation to Shadownet. They're going to accept that they have a Medusa. And Medusa can carry this one still.
Yeah, a Medusa with the 800 mana talent as well. So the 25, the Rapier come out at the same time. Hype Man obviously has the Spell Prism now, so it is a 16-second cooldown time lapse. But they're posturing to defend the range rack's bot.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh, no, they're just going to let it fall. Because the Forged Spirits, maybe?
Zem will farm up everything. They're just making sure he's the one that's frontlining every time. Tombstone goes down almost instantly. The attack speed on this Medusa is pretty insane. But
Yeah,
Boy's
TN?
just gonna poke mid.
See, this is the awkward part for Tien right now. He's realised how much damage they can do, but there's nothing else on the map for them to do. It's either AFK farm every bit of the jungle, which a lot of players don't like to do, even if it is the winning play, or try to brawl. And I think the brawling is a mistake right now into a high ground Medusa.
If they can get the jump on Medusa, it's plausible, but with the Weaver sitting there, it's pretty rough. They could definitely just keep farming the entire map, get the entire jungle, get all the waves, keep everything inside the Radiant base, and Spag and Sons will likely not move until this Aegis is actually out.
Yeah. And you see Corrosive's even farming Ancients. They don't let it spawn.
does have a Midas.
Yeah. And the man's still not very rich. Like, 9k for a Dirge is quite a bit, but he's still, like, only just ahead of Spag. He's only a 1,500, 1,600 gold gap between him and Spag.
He did get the Midas quite late, which is kind of why. And I think there's also kind of why he might have gone for the Midas in the first place. He realized when he went to buy this that they were winning team fights off the back of the Chrono, the Cataclysm. He was not going to be manning up as the Undying. Like, by the time he had any form of farm, he was not strong enough.
Yeah, definitely true. But now we've got a bit of a lull, a bit of calm before the storm. Just going through all the items that people have built. I'm still sad the Shaco doesn't get used. Corrosive was my boy. I thought he was going to be loyal, and he's left the Dragon Scale.
There is 30 seconds left on Roshan now. So if Void wants to make any form of play, it has to be in the next couple of seconds. But looks like they're just going to get the bounties, keep farming up the jungle, keep stalling out this game, possibly even wait for the next Roshan.
Yeah, we'll see how long they can stall as well. Like, what's their window where they think they actually
Two
can go high
smokes
ground?
popped by Spag.
Oh.
What's their window? Any form of kill, I think.
So this is Roche time in what, 2 seconds? There's no Lincolns here. They're going to find the jewel potentially right before it pops. Spag does reveal the party is coming in, but Farnsworth finds the jewel anyway. That is a really good Cataclysm combo. They still get the kill, however, on TN, and now Mello has to bail out. Do they go into the high ground? Hype Man's going to come up, and he's going to get blown up, actually. No, ulti comes through. Mello's going to hunt for more. Victorize might be the only victim of this battle, but he has the Minotaur Horn, so he can reset this fight, get sent up into the Abyss. Do they have any more spells for him? Sixer has his combo back up. There's the Yules, there's no blink, and there's a pause button.
Door. Farnsworth.
Boy. Farnsworth should just leave his Uber Eats outside, eh? I don't know about this one.
Nah, it's alright. It's alright.
Okay.
We do have almost definitely a Willow kill. I see no way of getting out here. And the Spag and Sons will be happy with that. They got the Void. The second the Aegis ended, they forced the Void buyback. They have easy win condition.
Yeah. I think
Kill the Void again, and they've got this.
Kill pre-Roche as well. Because if they can get him right before the Roshan spawns in the next 3 to 7 minutes, that's their window. Because if they can kill him then, he won't have buyout. They'll get the Aegis, they'll get the Refresher and the Ags as well. 4th Roche. This could be pretty huge for Spag and Sons. Because if you have Cheese plus Aegis on Medusa, but who else would get the Ags, honestly? No one?
On the Dire side? Wait.
On Radiant. I think you kind of have to
On
give
Radiant.
it to Medusa.
You don't want to give it to the Legion. Willow can take it.
Willow...
Yeah, I see what you mean. Actually, Enchantress. Enchantress X is actually really good. I don't... Medusa X is not that strong.
What's enchant Ags these
Gives the
days?
stone.
Is it
Gives
ancient?
the stone on Mystic Snake. Wait, what?
What's enchant Ags at the moment?
It's the jump back. It's Sprink.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's Sprink. It's actually really good.
It's been so long since I've seen an Enchantress have items that I literally have never seen the Ags build up.
Yes. Inch doesn't really get to the stage of having that many items that often. We do see Spag actually managing to get out of his base to place some nice wards though. We got one on the cliff. Hopefully see him place like one around the mid area. No, he's just going to go with all the cliffs. Just playing anti-jam. Makes the jam D ward slightly harder. On the same aspect, Koro's getting some cliff wards up. He's got one on both sides. They're just looking for any form of random Legion rotation.
Yeah. This Legion's farm as well, like we haven't really talked about it, but Farnsworth has really, really slowed down his farm. He's sitting about 600 gold away from Phoenix, about 1,000 gold ahead of the POS 4/5 Corrosive. It's looking like a sad Farnsworth game, despite the 110 damage.
Yeah, and that kind of happens on Legion sometimes, especially when you're in a game with a hero like Medusa, who takes up all the farm that comes to the base. Like, the amount of farm that's available to them on the map leaves Legion in the spot where he just never gets to hit anything.
Yeah. And it shows. There's a 350 last hit gap between Zemistry and Weaver, the hype man. And then there's another 100 gap between him and Farnsworth. That's just sad to see. There's nothing he can do though. Like, without playing aggressively for farm in the enemy's jungle, which is incredibly risky to do right now. They're going to smoke though. Do they find anyone worthwhile? They do see Mellow bot lane. They do see Six Amaris in the mid lane as well. So if they can find someone like Corrosive or Sixer, this could be a really nice start of the fight for them.
TPN. Spag's been spotted. He's just in the middle of mid.
Spag? He ate the last game too. Dirge?
Koro, Tomb on the cliff. Ulti popped as well. Very
Yikes.
interesting here. Very interesting by Corrosive.
Zem has 2 rapiers, by the way.
He's gone second.
Yep. Oh, they find Six Amaris. That's a lot of damage coming through. Zemistry does get the BKB. They get the duel win only just. That was an incredibly long duel. Any status resist would keep Six Amaris alive there. And now it's full retreat. Do they find?
They want to find Medusa. They want to find Medusa. They should be trying to just go straight for Medusa.
They're going to miss. Mello gets stunned. Terrorized back. Tien's going to look for the Medusa, but it's a chrono onto what I believe Hype Man's going to prep and reset the fight. He's still got Stone Gaze, however. He doesn't actually get Stone Gaze off. That's 2 rapiers on the floor. Tien's going to clean house. He's going to pick up one. I think Sixer might pick up the other. Yep, Sixer's got one. I wouldn't mind seeing an Axe coming through for the Tiny, just so he can yeet these trees. And I think that's pretty much all she wrote.
Tiny is very fat suddenly, and so is the Void. Extremely fat.
Yeah.
We have Free Divine. He had bought something before, or maybe that was just him losing his buyback money, but
he
they
did
just need to
buyback.
make sure they can get mid-creep wave in.
Yeah.
As long as they can get this mid-creep wave in, they're good to go.
Yeah. I think it was the buyback plus AC. And look at Roshan. Oh boy.
6 seconds.
Everything's coming up, Shadownet. And they're going to know too, they left the Manta Illusions, which only had 5 seconds left. This is actually like everything perfectly happened for Shadownet to win this game.
It has been quite good for them, and they've got this double divine in the pit.
Oh, it's a tiny axe.
For 94.
It's a tiny axe.
It's a tiny axe.
Oh,
tiny axe for sure.
Give him the axe. Give my boy the axe.
Oh, they give it to Phoenix?
No.
No.
Where's the rapier?
They want Phoenix
yeet?
to save people. They want to save because of no buybacks, but I agree. Where's the rapier yeet?
I'm not even saying this is a meme. I legitimately think if you chrono someone and he throws trees, they die. It doesn't matter who it is. Like 8 trees dealing 700 damage each is a death.
They would be very strong trees. It also would give him even better wave shove. Now, Koro has successfully overtaken Farnsworth, Networth.
Yeah.
Even though he's got that 140 bonus damage, he is still lacking those items a lot.
I don't know how he wins Jills anymore. I think he got lucky that Sixers got no status resist, and he hadn't had the AC delivered to him, I believe. So he had a bit less armor. But Zemistry had to wail the entire duration of Jewel to just get a kill on Six Amaris. And now we're going to see what Zemistry has to panic by. I believe it's more rapiers.
Definitely more rapiers. Now, on the note of Medusa with rapiers, I just realized Shadownet doesn't have a single halberd. They haven't built a single halberd. And Phoenix is going for their second Shivas. Boker doesn't have one.
Yeah.
Void technically could have got one early as well. He did go for this Diffusal, but after the Manta, he could have broken it down. Or like gone for the S&Y instead of Manta.
Oh, they get the Jewel. That is the Aegis going to be popped. No, it's not, because that is a lot of healing coming out from the wave. Corrosive might die on the backline. That is a big chrono coming through. They're going to get the double cataclysm here. Medusa just gets the reset with time lapse. Hype Man coming in with the clutch fingers. The egg is going to come off. I think that's Corrosive resetting, so that's another tombstone coming through if he wants it. They kill Victorize, so the buyback's going to come through there. And Hype Man, oh my god, he is up in the air. He does have the reset with time lapse if he needs it, but they get the racks. They're going to back off. They're going to reset. And dude, Six Amaris is buying an axe.
He is buying an axe.
Oh man, he could have had it free.
What does he lose for this axe? He's going to have to drop like Echo Saver, and you do
Boots.
not want to do that.
Drop the boots.
You drop the boots and get the axe, and then you're a tiny running with no boots. I feel like if you're going to do that, you get rid of the blink.
I don't think it matters. There's only one fight left in this game, and that's about to happen in the mid lane.
It is very likely to happen. There's no chrono for 100 seconds, though.
This is also a 55,000 gold net worth, and the game's not over.
Cool.
Oh, that Satanic is
And
doing
he
wonders.
goes
Tien
down.
resets. Oh no.
Still hasn't actually clicked it, but he does lose the Aegis. He's got his BKB in 6.
Yeah,
And
he's
the
also going to
Medusa's
reset with the
dropping
cheese. Zemistry's sitting in the middle of this fight. He does have another rapier, by the way, so he's going to clean up Corrosive pretty quickly. Tien on the other side, he's going to drop low, but he has that backtrack damage reduction, which is pretty good for them. Farnsworth up in the air, so is Medusa. There's going to be a Terrorize coming through. I'm not sure if they're actually going to commit it. Corrosive, with that little meme build with the Ghost Scepter, he's going to go down next target.
With the X.
Oh, there we go! Farnsworth gets absolutely annihilated by the Aghanim's and the goddamn Rapier Echo Saber combo. Tien now is going to 3-shot Zemistry, and that's all she wrote. That's 100 seconds on the deck for 3 cores. And
2 Divines on the Faceless now.
oh,
On the Tiny.
he hits for 1,000. Oh boy.
Plus Alacrity.
Where is it? Give me the Alacrity. I want to see the 1,200 damage. They're not calling it though. There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
There's the GG.
Oh boy.
What a series. 2 long 50-minute games.
Yeah, I mean,
Both
you can't
very back and
ask.
forth.
You can't ask for much more than that. That is pretty much the definition of a close series. Massive 2 hours long worth of gameplay. 75k net worth lead though, because of all the rapiers.
The Rapiers, the Ags from Roshan, they add up very quickly when it's coming worth advantage. I mean, very well played by Shadownet. They held their strategy, they pulled it off, and they did it cleanly. Like every chrono had the Cataclysm, every chrono was on point. Tien always catching an important target. Like, big props to him. It's not actually easy to always get a big pick with that chrono.
Yeah, he did egg some. Like, he did just throw it onto nothing, I think twice. But the fights that mattered, the fights that he needed to hit them, Tien, he has been accused of playing passive Dota before, but it worked perfectly there. Like, he didn't do anything risky, no ridiculous plays. He just played his role, and he did perfectly in the end. They had faith in the rest of their team to clean up these fights. And it's a shame seeing Zemistry buy what I believe was 3 rapiers himself and give them all away. But that's just how the cookie crumbles for Medusa picking and one mistake. And that's all it took for Shadownet to pick up this game.
Yeah, it's sometimes the Divines do just drop.
Yeah. Any final words before we wrap up for tonight? What did you think of the 2 series, Fury?
I mean, first series was very one-sided, but it was still interesting to watch. Second series, an amazing series, like back and forth across both games. Cool strategies coming out from both teams for both games as well. We saw some interesting plays, we saw some pog plays, but overall it was just very good. I wasn't super disappointed with anyone's game. I feel like everyone played pretty well. Everyone played pretty good. There were some standout moments from most of the players as well.
Yeah, definitely. I do like that. The no one threw, everyone played well. It's just what you want for a Saturday night. You get 4 games, you want all 4 games to be good, enjoyable. And the boys delivered. That's all I can say about that. We will be stepping out in a moment, so thanks again, Fury, for joining us. And for the people at home wanting to watch Fury pick up some wins, you'll have to wait until next Saturday up against No BKB, I believe, is your next game, Fury.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And obviously you'll be able to catch some more games coming up on Wednesday. We've got Bokebi and C's Better. And then obviously Cute Anime Girls and Adio Chula for that second game of Wednesday. So make sure everyone enjoy the rest of your weekend. And thanks for watching.